Ning Yun's ruthlessness made Shin Yuni completely desperate. She covered her aching abdomen and looked at the man who had treated her tenderly, but now stood in front of her like a devil from hell. A trace of fear and regret flashed in her eyes. Her fingers tightly grasped the soil on the ground, and she trembled and cried, "Mian, please forgive me. Give me a chance." However, Ning Yin was unwilling to even glance at her. He sneered and looked down at the woman who had been so high and mighty before him, his eyes full of contempt and determination. "Opportunity? I gave you a chance before, but how did you treat me? Now, all the consequences should be borne by you." He turned and left, his back as cold as a knife, not even glancing at his former relatives who were struggling on the ground. At this moment, his heart was filled with the pleasure of hatred, but also with a hint of indescribable fatigue. "Ning family, Shin family, I will take back everything you owe me. And you can only beg for mercy and pain, but you will never get my forgiveness." The flame of hatred burned fiercely in Ning Yun's chest. He knew that from this moment on, there was no turning back. He would use even more cruel means to personally destroy those who had betrayed and hurt him until they also tasted the despair of losing everything. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 157, Ning Yan Jun. Enjoy your days in the detention center. Ning Yan looked at the burning clouds outside the window, feeling cold and lonely. Today, she not only got 4% of the shares of Ning Group from Ning Yan Jun, but also dealt a heavy blow to Ning Yu Yin, almost making this once big star fall into the whirlpool of public opinion. She thought about the next step, and the pleasure of hatred and revenge made it difficult for her to control herself. The phone suddenly rang. It was Zhu Yunru calling. She cried so hard on the other end of the line, and Mu Yun's heart sank. How could she forget? Roan Culture was Zhu Yunru's company, and the attack on Ning Yu Yin just now was effective, but it also hurt her beloved Ryunru. Mu Yun rushed to the company and pushed open Zhu Yunru's office, only to see her eyes red and tearful as she looked at him. Zhu Yunru threw herself into her arms, crying about her guilt, claiming that the PR department's behavior was not her intention. Her company's stock price fell by 600 million because of Ning Yu Yin's scandal. All this stemmed from Mu Yun's revenge plan, and Mu Yun felt a deep sense of guilt. "Yunro, it's all my fault." Mu Yun gently stroked her face, his tone full of self-blame. "No, Mu Yun, it's not your fault." Zhu Yunru held her hand tightly, tears blurring her eyes. "It's just that this incident has dealt a heavy blow to the company, and the big budget movie that was originally being filmed has also been suspended. If the project is abandoned, the company's losses will be even greater." Mu Yun felt even more depressed after hearing this. She had never expected to hurt so many people in her pursuit of revenge. "Yunro, what can I do for you? No matter what, I will do it," she promised without hesitation. Zhu Yunru sniffed and whispered, "Mu Yun, if you really want to help me, I hope you can take over the role of the male lead and continue to complete the film." "What?" Mu Yun opened his eyes wide in astonishment. "Let me act in a movie?" The proposal was too sudden, and Mu Yun couldn't respond immediately. She was a business elite, holding power and controlling the rise and fall of the stock market. But she was asked to act in a movie? She never thought that one day she would stand in front of the camera and perform an imaginary story. However, Zhu Yunru's expectant eyes made her unable to refuse. Mu Yun was about to agree when a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She had once held a lowly position in the Ning family, abandoned by her family and Ning Yu Yin. But now she had the opportunity to let everyone see the real her through this movie. Perhaps this was a great opportunity to reshape her image and reverse public opinion. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she made a secret decision in her heart. "Okay, I promise you." Mu Yun's voice was firm. "I will finish this movie for you, and I will also bring the company back to its peak." Zhu Yunru looked up at her, her face full of surprise, and hugged Mu Yun tightly. "Mu Yun, thank you. I knew you would help me." At this moment, Ning Yun realized that this was not just a revenge, but also a counterattack of her own. The stage of the movie will be a brand new battlefield for her to show the world her true strength and make those who betrayed her regret it. Chapter 163, Ning Yu Yin is crazy. She dares to challenge the chairman. That's right. Ning Yu Yin was furious, her voice merciless. "Chairman, the company actually let Ning Yun, who knows nothing, be the male lead. This is extremely irresponsible to the movie and also disrespects the company's future. I can't accept it. Feng Yin was stunned and shocked. Ning Yu Yin was crazy. She dared to challenge the chairman in public. Feng Yin had already decided that such a Ning Yu Yin was not worth cultivating. Zhu Yunru smiled gently, her face still calm. Ms. Ning Yu Yin, since you insist on your opinion, I have nothing to explain. Ning Yu Yin's heart sank, and she had a bad feeling. Chairman, what do you want to do? Zhu Yunru said slowly. Your previous behavior caused the company's stock price to plummet by 600 million. I originally planned not to hold you responsible and cancel the compensation, but your performance just now really disappointed me. What? What are you going to do? Ning Yu Yin's voice had begun to tremble, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of the table. Since you are dissatisfied with the company's decision, there is no need to continue the cooperation. Zhu Yunru said to Feng Yin, Director Feng, you will take Miss Ning Yu Yin to the artist department later and notify the legal department to terminate her contract and initiate the accountability procedure against her. She will bear all the losses of the film and the company. Feng Yin sighed in her heart. Ning Yu Yin was really finished this time. You want to fire me? Ning Yu Yin was stunned, tears falling uncontrollably. Just because I objected to Ning Muyun playing the leading actor, you want to fire me? It's not because of Ning Muyun, but because you openly oppose the company's decision. Zhu Yunru's voice was cold. Ning Yu Yin's eyes gradually turned red, and she completely lost her mind. You are just favoring Ning Muyun. You are abusing your power for personal gain. You are not worthy of being in charge of this company. Shut up. Ning Muyun suddenly stood up, stood in front of Zhu Yunru, and said coldly, Ning Yu Yin, you have been fired. You'd better get out now. Facing Ning Muyun's anger, Ning Yu Yin was furious. Just wait, I will never give up. You can go now. Zhu Yunru smiled and gestured to Feng Yin. Director Feng, take her to terminate the contract. Yes, Chairman. Feng Yin walked forward helplessly, grabbed Ning Yu Yin, and advised, stop making trouble and leave. Let me go. Ning Yu Yin shook her hand off and glared at Zhu Yunru and Ning Muyun with tears in her eyes. You two dogs, I will make you pay the price. Slap. A loud slap interrupted her angry curse, and the air suddenly froze. Zhu Yunru's palms trembled slightly, but her eyes were firm. Ning Yu Yin, you can insult me, but I will never allow you to insult Mu Yun. Ning Yu Yin covered her face with her hands, her eyes filled with shock. She couldn't believe that Zhu Yunru had hit her in front of so many people. Director Feng, take her out, Zhu Yunru said coldly. I never want to see her again. Feng Yin pulled Ning Yu Yin out without hesitation. Ning Yu Yin's cursing gradually faded away, and silence returned to the office. Ning Yin gently helped Zhu Yunru up and said softly, Yunru, why are you angry about her? She's not worth it. Zhu Yunru's eyes were still filled with tears. I can't stand her treating you like that. Ning Muyun had mixed feelings. He knew that Zhu Yunru had endured too much pressure for him, and he had to work harder to not disappoint her. The movie must be a success, even if it was just to make Ning Yu Yin regret that she had misjudged him. The silence in the office was broken by the ringing of a cell phone. Ning Siia on the other end was anxiously waiting for news from her sister Ning Yan Jun, while Ning Yin in the distance had already embarked on a path of no return. Chapter 164, Big Sister. Fourth sister was put in the detention center. Ning Yu Yin's crying figure looked particularly helpless in Ning Sijia's arms. Sister, her voice was full of despair. Ning Sijia was stunned for a moment and hurriedly comforted her. Yin, don't cry. Tell me slowly what happened. Ning Yu Yin's eyes were blurred with tears, and she choked up and said, Big sister, you don't know. The chairman of Roan Culture is Ning Muyun's college classmate. In order to vent his anger, she removed the heroine of my movie and even replaced the male lead with Ning Muyun. After that, she even forced the company to terminate my contract. Now, not only have I lost the role of the heroine, but the company also asked me to compensate for the loss of 792 million. If I don't pay, they will sue me. She cried more and more sadly, holding Ning Sijia's sleeves tightly with both hands. Big sister, what should I do? Hearing this, Ning Sijia's eyes immediately lit up with anger. She said calmly and firmly, Yin, don't be afraid. I will stand up for you. She dared to do this to you. She must pay the price. As for compensation, that's wishful thinking. Going to court? I'm not afraid. We have Yan Jun. She will definitely help you win. Ning Yu Yin's crying gradually subsided after hearing her elder sister's promise. She wiped away her tears and said angrily, Eldest sister, don't forget Ning Muyun. If it weren't for him, how could I have ended up like this? Ning Sijia's eyes became colder and colder. Ning Yu Yin has caused the company to suffer heavy losses. I will never let him go. At this moment, the assistant rushed in hurriedly, breaking Ning Sijia's thoughts. General Manager, something big has happened. The fourth young lady has been locked up in the detention center. What? Ning Sijia suddenly jumped up from her seat, her eyes full of shock. Why is Yan Jun in the detention center? What happened? The assistant panted, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and explained. I heard that after the fourth young lady was taken away yesterday, Ning Yu Yin went to the police station, and then the fourth young lady was locked up. Ning Yu Yin. Ning Sijia was furious, her eyes burning with anger. How dare he do this? Ning Yu Yin was also shocked by the news and anxiously grabbed Ning Sijia's hand. Sister, we have to rescue fourth sister as soon as possible. She still needs to help me with the lawsuit. Ning Sijia took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Don't worry, I will save her. She turned to the assistant. Where is Yan Jun being held now? In the XX detention center in Magic City. Let's go, we'll be there right away. Ning Sijia put on her coat and hurried to the detention center with Ning Yu Yin and her assistant. At the same time, in the office of Roan Culture, Ning Yu Yin was receiving careful guidance from Zhu Yunru. It was not until lunchtime that the two walked out of the office and came to a well-known restaurant. When they sat down and ordered, Ning Yu Yin's eyes unexpectedly fell on Song Zhanhao on the street through the window. At this time, Song Zhanhao was hugging a charming woman, and his spirits were high, completely different from the embarrassed look of the past few days. Ning Yu Yin's eyes suddenly turned cold. In his previous life, Song Zhanhao was insidious and vicious. He plotted against the Wen family and even caused his own death. Ning Yu Yin would never let this scum go. Mu Yun, what's wrong? Zhu Yunru noticed the change in Ning Yu Yin's expression and asked with concern. It's okay. I'm going to the bathroom. Ning Yu Yin stood up and walked towards the back garden of the restaurant. He had already made up his mind, took out his cell phone, and called the Dog King. Hello, is this Mr. Wu? Ning Yu Yin's low voice sounded. Mr. Ning? The Dog King's voice sounded slightly surprised from the other end of the line. What can I do for you? I have some dirty laundry on a company, and I'd like you to help me expose it. Oh, which company? There was a hint of interest in the Dog King's tone. The general manager of the Song Group is Song Zhanhao, a complete scumbag. No problem, Mr. Ning. See you on the bun tonight and we'll talk in detail. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yu Yin looked at the sky and smiled coldly. Song Zhanhao, in this life, we will slowly settle our accounts. Chapter 165 Sister. Please don't hurt Mu Yun anymore. Ning Sijia, Ning Yu Yin and their assistants sat anxiously in the gloomy reception room of the Magic City XX Detention Center, waiting for Ning Yan Jun's arrival. Every minute and every second made Ning Sijia's heart ache. She couldn't accept that Ning Yan Jun would be locked up in such a dark place. As the eldest daughter of the Ning family, Yan Jun has always been proud and noble. She never thought that she would fall into Ning Mu Yun's hands now. Hatred burned in Ning Sijia's eyes, and she cursed in her heart. Ning Mu Yun, you little beast, you made our Ning family so miserable. I will never let you go. Yan Jun sent you to the detention center before. This time, I will make sure you stay in jail forever. At this moment, the door of the reception room slowly opened, and Ning Yan Jun was brought in. She looked haggard and lost in her special uniform. When Ning Sijia saw this scene, her heart was like a knife cutting. She couldn't help but lie on the glass and shouted with tears in her eyes, Yan Jun. Hearing her elder sister's call, Ning Yan Jun couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She collapsed in front of the glass, tears pouring out like a flood. Eldest sister, I can't stand it. It's too hard here. The food is hard to swallow. The quilt is damp. Everything here makes me miserable. Yan Jun, please bear with it for a while. My eldest sister has already asked. You only need to wait for another 2 weeks before you can come out. Ning Sijia suppressed the pain in her heart and tried to comfort her. 2 weeks? How can I endure it? Ning Yan Jun burst into tears, her face full of tears. Seeing her like this, Ning Sijia was even more furious. Yan Jun, please explain to my elder sister what is going on. Ning Sijia took a deep breath and tried her best to stay calm. Ning Yan Jun sobbed. After Ning Yu Yin posted that video online, he called the police and accused me of forging the certificate, and I was taken away by the police. She lowered her head and choked up. He threatened me and insisted that I transfer 4% of the shares of the company under my name to him. Otherwise, he would not withdraw the accusation. I had no choice but to do it. You are confused. Ning Sijia was so angry that she almost broke the glass. How could you believe his threats? Sister, after he transferred his shares, he did withdraw the complaint, but the police said I still broke the law and wanted to detain me as a punishment. Ning Yu Yin. Ning Yu Yin's eyes were full of anger, and she wished she could find Ning Mu Yun immediately. Ning Sijia gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Don't worry, Yan Jun. This little beast dared to frame you, and I will definitely not let him get away with it." "No, big sister." Ning Yan Jun suddenly became nervous and hurriedly stopped him. "Muyan did this because we did something wrong before. I shouldn't have sent him to the detention center for Jiba. I owe him." "Yan Jun, stop speaking for that little bastard." Ning Sijia's face was gloomy. He really deserved it in the beginning, but now he dares to retaliate against us. It's really unreasonable. Ning Yan Jun cried even harder. "Sister, please, don't hurt Mu Yun anymore. We owe him too much. If we continue like this, he will never forgive us." "You won't forgive us?" Ning Yu Yin sneered. "He has hurt us so badly, and we don't even need his forgiveness. Yan Jun, just stay here and be at ease. I will never let Ning Mu Yun succeed this time." Ning Sijia had a cold face and turned around and left with the angry Ning Yu Yin. Ning Yan Jun was left lying on the glass, crying helplessly. "Please, don't hurt him. If this continues, we will really lose him forever." Chapter 166. Ning Sijia. You are seeking death. In a luxurious villa area in the Magic City, the garden villa surrounded by blue roses is quiet and beautiful. This was once the wedding room of Ning Muyun and Shin Yuni, but now it is empty. Since the two divorced, Ning Muyun disliked this place and left the villa to Shin Yuni without hesitation. The Shin family quarreled after Wen Yunyin's birthday party. Shin Wenshan forced Shin Yunyin to ask Ning Muyun to get back together. Bai Yin accused Ning Muyun of stealing Shin Shuani's woman, while Shin Shuani couldn't wait to get Wen Yunyin back. Shin Yunyin was forced by her family to have no way to escape, so she had to hide in this villa to seek a moment of peace. The blue roses swayed in the breeze. The house that she once disdained became her only safe haven. Shin Yunyin sat in the garden, her eyes blurred, thinking about Ning Muyun's careful care and gentleness towards her in the past. However, the phone call just now made her heart sink. How did Ning Muyun change? He actually said that the Ning family should die. Why is that once gentle man so cold and ruthless now? Shin Yunyin helplessly buried her head between her knees, tears quietly falling. She recalled the moment when she left him at the wedding to see Wu Minghui off. Was that the beginning of all this? Now, she has deleted Wu Minghui's contact information for Ning Muyun, and even transferred the 3 billion to Ning Muyun's name. She has done so much. Why is he still unwilling to forgive her? Suddenly, the phone rang again. Shin Yunyin looked up suddenly. A glimmer of hope flashed through her mind. Was it Ning Muyun? She hurriedly picked up the phone, but saw Sister CJ on the caller ID. Her eyes dimmed. She took a deep breath and answered the call reluctantly. "Hello, Sister CJ?" Shin Yunyin's voice was a little tired. "Shin Yunyin, come to Roan Culture immediately," Ning Sijia said in a cold tone on the other end of the phone. "What are you going to do at Roan Culture?" Shin Yunyin was a little confused. Ning Muyun is dating another woman now. Ning Sijia gritted her teeth and said, "I'm going to teach him a lesson this time. As his fiancée, you should come over too." Shin Yunyin's heart ached. Ning Muyun was actually with another woman? She clenched her phone tightly, jealousy and anger intertwined in her heart. "Okay, Sister Sijia, I'll be there right away." She agreed without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Shin Yunyin packed up in a hurry and drove to Roan Culture. Along the way, her mood was extremely complicated. Her jealousy and unwillingness drove her to speed up. "Ning Muyun, how could you do this to me? You must learn a lesson this time." At the same time, in the office of Roan Culture, Ning Muyun and Zhu Yunru had just finished their work. Zhu Yunru smiled and said to him, "Muyun, thank you so much today. You have helped me so much. How about coming to my house tonight and making another herbal meal as a reward?" Ning Muyun thought for a moment and felt that this was a good opportunity to express his gratitude to Zhu Yunru, so he readily agreed. The two walked to the parking lot, talking and laughing, and when they were about to get in the car, they suddenly heard a roar. "You little beast! I'll beat you to death!" A slap hit Ning Muyun's face without warning, and a burning pain spread instantly. Ning Muyun turned around and saw Ning Sijia and Ning Yuyin walking towards him angrily, followed by 2 burly bodyguards. "Ning Sijia, are you looking for death?" Ning Yin was furious and raised his hand to fight back, but the bodyguards held his arm tightly. No matter how he struggled, he could not get rid of the restraints of these two strong bodyguards. How dare you, little beast, be so arrogant to our Ning family? Ning Sijia said coldly. Today I will let you know the consequences. You'd better let me go, otherwise no one will have a good day today. Ning Yin was furious, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. You're still so stubborn. Ning Yin sneered. Hit me. The two bodyguards punched Ning Yin's abdomen without any hesitation. The pain came like a tide, making him almost vomit the acid in his stomach. Yun. Zhu Yunru panicked and rushed forward to stop it, but was pushed down beside the car by a bodyguard and fainted. Ning Yun saw this scene, his eyes turned red, and he roared. Ning Sijia, just wait. I will never let you go. Chapter 167 Ning Yu Yin. It's time to settle the score between us. Ning Yun roared, exerted his strength suddenly, and swung his right arm like a wild beast, successfully breaking free from the bodyguard's grip. His fist hit the bodyguard's face like thunder, and with a shrill scream, the bodyguard fell heavily to the ground. Ning Sijia and Ning Yu Yin were frightened by Ning Yun's sudden outburst. Quickly subdue him, Ning Sijia shouted hastily. The other bodyguard did not dare to neglect it and reacted quickly, twisting Ning Yun's arm and trying to hold him down. Ning Yun had to bend down due to the severe pain. Seeing this, Ning Yun's nervousness dissipated a little, and a smug smile appeared on her face. Ning Yun, aren't you very good at fighting? What about now? You are pressed to the ground like a dead dog. How can you still be so arrogant? Ha, come on, show me how to be arrogant again, Ning Yin said sarcastically. Ning Yuan. Ning Yun gritted his teeth. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Don't be so proud. I swear, in the future you will kneel in front of me and beg me to let you go. Please? Dream on. Ning Yin sneered, stretched out her hand, and slapped Ning Yin several times in a row. What else can you do now? You are just a piece of trash that I can manipulate at will. Ning Yun's eyes turned fierce, and he roared. Ha! He exerted force suddenly, stomped his feet hard on the ground, and rushed forward instantly, breaking free from the bodyguard's grip. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he raised his foot and kicked the bodyguard's crotch hard. Ah! The bodyguard let out a shrill scream, collapsed to the ground, and kept wailing while holding the injured part. Ning Yun didn't hesitate at all and swung his fist again, hitting the bodyguard's face hard, knocking him to the ground. Ning Sijia and Ning Yin were completely stunned when they saw this. They had never thought that Ning Yin would burst out with such terrible power. Ning Sijia, Ning Yin, you all deserve to die. Ning Yun's voice was low, as if it came from hell, and his eyes stared at the two of them like a poisonous snake. Run! Ning Sijia pulled Ning Yin and turned to run towards the car. They hurriedly tried to open the door and escape from the scene. However, the moment their hands touched the door, a hand pressed hard on it. Ning Sijia turned her head tremblingly, only to see Ning Yin standing behind her like a ghost, his eyes extremely cold. Want to run? Do you think I'll let you run? He suddenly grabbed their hair and pulled them back fiercely. Ah! The two sisters screamed miserably and were dragged by Ning Yin and rolled on the ground, like two puddles of mud, unable to resist. Let us go. You lunatic! Ning Yin cried and struggled, but Ning Yin slapped her in the face, causing her face to burn with pain and her nose to bleed. Shut up! Ning Yin roared and continued to beat them hard. At this time, the injured bodyguard finally stood up and rushed towards Ning Yin, panting. Let go of the boss! He roared and punched Ning Yin. However, the anger burning in Ning Yin's eyes exploded like a giant beast. He threw Ning Sijia and Ning Yin to the ground with a flick of his hand, and then turned to fight the bodyguard. I want to see how good you are at fighting. Ning Yin sneered, quickly dodged the bodyguard's fist, and then hit the bodyguard's elbow with a fierce punch, accurately and viciously. The bodyguard groaned, his face twisted instantly, but he did not fall down, and kicked Ning Yin with his backhand. Ning Yin's eyes condensed, and he quickly raised his leg to block the attack, and then quickly counterattacked, punching the bodyguard hard under the armpit. Ah! The bodyguard's arm drooped weakly, obviously dislocated. Ning Yin seized the opportunity and kicked the bodyguard in the chest. The bodyguard was kicked to the ground and completely lost his fighting ability. Ning Sijia and Ning Yin looked at the bodyguard who was wailing on the ground, terrified. Ning Yin slowly turned around, his cold eyes fell on them, and his tone was icy, Ning Yu Yin, now it's time to settle our accounts. Ning Yu Yin's whole body trembled. She stepped back in fear and screamed, "No, don't come over here." Chapter 168, The Ning Yin of the Past is Dead. Ning Yin walked slowly towards Ning Sijia and Ning Yu Yin. His steps were steady and cold, as if every step was striking at their hearts. "Ning Yin, don't come over here. If you come over again, I will call the police." Ning Sijia was so scared that her voice was shaking, and she tried to force him back with threats. Ning Yin ignored them and continued to walk in front of them, looking down at them. Ning Sijia desperately protected Ning Yin behind her and shouted with fear on her face, "Ning Yin, don't!" Bang! Before Ning Sijia could finish her words, she was slapped loudly on the face, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the asphalt road. "Sister!" Ning Yin shrank her neck in fear, but she didn't have the courage to rush forward. She could only watch Ning Sijia being beaten, her heart filled with fear. Ning Yin's cold voice echoed in the air. "Ning Sijia, Ning Yin, how dare you do this to me? I will never let you go." The fear in Ning Sijia's eyes gradually turned into anger. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said with gritted teeth, "Ning Yin, even if you call the police." "What? The bodyguards I hired will show mercy and won't leave any traces at all. You want to sue me? Go ahead. Let's see how the police convict you." Her voice became louder and louder, as if to encourage herself. "Mom and Dad are not here. You have no one to rely on. If you dare to do it, I will let my lawyers sue you. You little bastard, try it. And get ready to go to jail." "Huh?" Ning Yin sneered. His eyes were so sharp that they made people shudder. "Ning Sijia, do you think you are the only ones who would play this trick?" Ning Sijia was stunned. She didn't expect Ning Yin to say this. "What do you mean?" Ning Yin lowered his head slightly, his voice piercing like a cold wind. "I have a friend who taught me how to beat someone without leaving any traces." "You? What are you going to do?" Ning Sijia's voice began to tremble, and deep fear flashed in her eyes. Ning Yin didn't waste any more words and directly used the traceless strike technique on her. "Ah!" Ning Sijia let out a miserable cry, fell to the ground holding her stomach, her face as pale as paper due to the pain. "Sister!" Ning Yin screamed in horror, but she was so frightened by Ning Yin's gaze that her whole body froze, and she didn't even have the courage to run away. "Ning Yin, don't even think about running away." Ning Yin stepped in front of her and kicked her in the abdomen mercilessly. "Ah!" Ning Yin bent down, vomiting acid, in great pain. Ning Yin looked coldly at the two people lying on the ground, with a cruel smile on his face. "You guys were shouting so fiercely just now. You didn't expect that you would end up like this, right?" Ning Sijia's face was twisted. Her eyes were full of resentment. She endured the pain, gritted her teeth, and said, "Ning Yin, you might as well kill us. Otherwise, I will make you pay the price." "Kill you?" Ning Yin sneered. "No need to go through so much trouble. By the way, I have another piece of good news to tell you. I have taken back Ning Yan Jun's 4% shares." "You?" Ning Sijia's face turned pale in an instant, her heart full of regret and helplessness. She never thought that Ning Yan Jun's decision would put her in such a situation. "The Ning Group's shareholders meeting will be held in a few days, right?" Ning Yin looked at her with a playful tone in his voice. "What do you want to do?" Ning Sijia suddenly became nervous. "Nothing." Ning Yin's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "I just prepared a big gift to give you a surprise." "You little beast!" Ning Sijia roared and tried to stand up, but because of the pain, she could only continue to lie on the ground. "You don't have to worry about whether I have any intentions on the company." "But—" Ning Yin slowly squatted down, and with a slap, another slap came. Ning Sijia's face was tilted again, and blood gushed out of her nose. "Big sister!" Ning Yin's voice trembled with fear. Ning Yin looked at them coldly, his face as cold as ice. "Remember, I am the second largest shareholder of the company. When you see me in the future, you'd better be humble." Just when Ning Yin wanted to continue, he suddenly heard an anxious shout. "Stop!" Ning Yin turned around and saw Shin Yuni running over breathlessly, standing in front of Ning Sijia, her eyes full of anger. "Ning Yin, are you crazy? Why did you hit your elder sister?" Ning Yin looked at Shin Yuni coldly, his eyes full of disgust. "Shin Yuni, you have nothing to do here. Get out. You used to be so kind to your family. Why did you become so cold-hearted?" Shin Yun's face was full of confusion, with tears in her eyes. "Because that Ning Yin died a long time ago." Ning Yin's eyes were burning with anger. and his voice was as cold as iron. You forced me to do this. Chapter 169, I will destroy the Shin group with my own hands. Shin Yin was shocked by Ning Yu Yin's cold words and didn't know how to respond for a moment. We chose it. She was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, Ning Yu Yin, what are you talking about? Ning Yu Yin sneered, his eyes slashing across her face like ice knives. Humph, don't you really know what I'm talking about? Or have you forgotten the past? Shin Yin became increasingly confused and angry. What happened in the past? Ning Yu Yin, when have I ever done anything to let you down? What are you remembering? What is there to remember? Her emotions gradually got out of control, and her voice became a little louder. Ning Yu Yin stared at her, recalling Shin Yunyan's cold and disgusted look before she died in her previous life. His anger and hatred surged out again. These people, Shin Yunyan, Ning Sijia, Ning Yu Yin, were all the murderers who killed him. Shin Yunyan's voice continued to ring in her ears, and she became more and more aggrieved as she spoke. Ning Yu Yin, I just left the wedding temporarily to see Minghui off. Why are you so angry about this? Is it worth it? What qualifications do you have to be angry? Minghui and I grew up together. We are true childhood sweethearts. Isn't our friendship comparable to yours? Her voice trembled with grievance, and her eyes were filled with tears. For Grandpa's last wish, I married myself to you, and even gave you all the 3 billion I deserved. I've been trying to repair our relationship, but why do you always hold on to this? Can't you be more generous? Shin Yunyan's tears fell one by one, but her crying only made Ning Yu Yin even angrier. You said I was heartless, violent, and crazy? Ning Yu Yin's voice was low and cold. Then have you ever asked me why I beat them? Shin Yin raised her head stubbornly and screamed with anger and tears. I don't care why you hit them. Hitting people is wrong. It's wrong to hit people? Ning Yu Yin roared, pointing at Ning Sijia and Ning Yu Yin, whose faces were covered in blood from being beaten. Then they are right to bring people to beat me? Shin Yin was stunned, turned to look at Ning Sijia, and said in a trembling voice, Sister Sijia, didn't you say you were just teaching him a lesson? Why did you hit him? Ning Yu Yin's sneer pierced Shin Yunyan's heart. Shin Yunyan, it turns out that you already knew that they were coming to deal with me. You really have good intentions. Shin Yunyan quickly shook her head and explained anxiously. No, I didn't know they would have someone beat you up. I thought they were just, that's enough, bitch. Ning Yu Yin interrupted her harshly, his voice full of sarcasm and coldness. Shin Yunyan, what you did is no longer worth explaining. Shin Yunyan raised her head with sobs and looked at Ning Yu Yin's indifferent face. An unprecedented despair surged in her heart. Didn't you say that I was heartless, violent, and crazy, and that I shouldn't have hit them? Ning Yu Yin's eyes became colder and colder. Okay, then I tell you, none of you can escape from what happened today. Shin Yunyan's face suddenly changed. She realized that things were getting out of control. She wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ning Yu Yin. You think that 3 billion is a gift to me? Well, I will give it back to you. We will go to see Uncle Zhao again, and I will return the 3 billion to you without a cent less. From now on, don't show up in front of me again. No. Shin Yunyan's face turned pale instantly. She knew that the 3 billion was her last bargaining chip to win back Ning Yu Yin and save the Shin group. If Ning Yu Yin really returned the money to her, then their family would really be finished. She rushed to Ning Yu Yin in panic, crying, Yin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have mentioned Minghui and 3 billion. I really didn't mean that. Please don't give it back to me. Get lost. Ning Yu Yin kicked Shin Yunyan mercilessly, knocking her to the ground. Shin Yunyan covered her stomach in pain, curled up on the ground, tears blurring her vision. Bitch, do you think I care about your 3 billion? Ning Yu Yin said coldly, with undisguised disgust in his voice. Shin Yunyan endured the pain, climbed up, and continued to beg. Mu Yun, please don't do this to me. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? Ning Yu Yin sneered, his eyes full of coldness and sarcasm. Shin Yunyan, haven't you been asking me what I want to do? I'll tell you now. Isn't the Shin group what you care about most? I will destroy it with my own hands. I will also make your Shin family bankrupt and beg on the street. Now, are you satisfied? Shin Yunyan collapsed to the ground, her body trembling violently with fear. The blood color on her face faded instantly, as if all the vitality had been drained away. Ning Yu Yin's cold laughter echoed in her ears, as if it was a judgment from hell. She completely collapsed. Chapter 170 Mei Yuan Yuan. I wish you all would die. Don't want. Shin Yunyan rushed forward, grabbed Ning Yu Yin's hand, her face full of tears, and begged in a trembling voice, Ning Yu Yin, you can't do this. I was wrong. I apologize. Really, calm down. Isn't it enough for me to apologize? Ning Yu Yin's eyes were cold, and he shook her hand away violently, his voice icy and piercing. Get out. Shin Yuni, don't touch me again. You make me feel sick. Shin Yuni was thrown to the ground. Her heart was broken, and tears flowed down like a broken dam. Mu Yun. She choked, but was unable to save anything. At this moment, a weak cry came. Mu Yun. Zhu Yunru's voice called back Ning Mu Yun's attention. He turned around suddenly, rushed to her side, and asked anxiously, Yun Ro, how are you? Zhu Yunru tried to stand up, her face as pale as paper. Mu Yun, are you okay? She smiled weakly, her eyes full of concern. Ning Mu Yun felt guilty, his eyes were red, and his voice was low. I'm sorry, Yun Ro. It's all my fault that you got into trouble. As he spoke, he noticed the blood on her knee. Bright red blood slowly flowed from her wound. Yun Ro, you are injured. I will take you to the hospital right away. After saying that, he gently picked up Zhu Yunro. Zhu Yunru's face flushed slightly, and she nestled in Ning Mu Yun's arms, but her heart was unusually peaceful. At this moment, she felt not pain, but a sense of security she had never felt before. Miyun, let's talk. Shin Yunyin endured the pain and stepped forward to persuade Ning Mu Yun again. But Ning Mu Yun didn't even look at her and said coldly, Get lost. I have nothing to talk to you about. Shin Yunyin's heart was filled with jealousy and pain when she saw Ning Mu Yun hugging Zhu Yunru. She cried out uncontrollably, but her voice seemed so weak in front of Ning Mu Yun's indifferent back. At this moment, a police car stopped beside them. Two policemen got out of the car and frowned at the chaotic scene in front of them. We received a call about a fight. It was you guys, right? After a brief questioning, they asked everyone to go to the police station to make a statement without waiting for anyone to argue. At the police station, several people recounted the incident one by one according to the procedure, and they mercilessly accused each other. However, no one had obvious injuries, and the police could not pursue further. In the end, they could only warn and fine everyone. After the results were announced, Ning Sijia and Ning Yu Yin were indignant and glared at Ning Mu Yun with resentment. Ning Mu Yun was equally unyielding. His eyes were as cold as a knife, and he responded to their anger. Just as Ning Mu Yun was about to take Zhu Yunru away, Mei Yuanyuan suddenly rushed to the police station. She looked anxious and asked eagerly, Sijia, Yu Yin, are you okay? Mom! Ning Yu Yin couldn't stop crying when she saw Mei Yuanyuan. She cried out in grievance, Mom, Ning Mu Yin hit me. Mei Yuanyuan was shocked when she heard this. When she saw the slap marks on her daughter's face, she looked at the cold Ning Mu Yun and suddenly felt a painful pity in her heart. Xiaoyun, how could you hit your third sister? Mom, that's not all. Ning Sijia was helped to stand up, her tone full of anger. Not only did he beat me and Yu Yin, he also sent Yan Jun to the detention center. What? Mei Yuanyuan turned pale instantly and panicked. Xiaoyun, how could you do this? Yan Jun is your biological sister. Ning Mu Yun looked at Mei Yuanyuan coldly, his tone full of ruthlessness. Yes, I sent her to the detention center. Mei Yuanyuan almost fainted when she heard this. Xiaoyun, how could you do this? They're your relatives. Relatives? Ning Mu Yun showed an extremely cold smile on his face. Mei Yuanyuan, I wish you all would die. Mei Yuanyuan was stunned by this sentence, her eyes full of disbelief. What? She murmured to herself, as if the whole world collapsed at this moment. Ning Mu Yun's eyes were as cold as ice. Each of you should pay the price for what you did in the past. It's not over between us. Xiaoyun, how could you say such things to me? Mei Yuanyuan asked in a trembling voice. We are all your relatives. Are you so cruel? Relatives? Ning Mu Yun stared at Mei Yuanyuan and asked, My relatives are here with bodyguards to stop me? My relatives just let the bodyguards grab me and beat me? Are my relatives throwing dirty water on me so unscrupulously? Is this what you relatives do? You guys are hilarious. Hit you. Mei Yuanyuan was stunned for a moment, and her eyes changed. She stared at Ning Sijia and her sister. Sijia, Yu Yin, what's going on? The look in her mother's eyes was too oppressive, and Ning Sijia didn't know how to answer for a moment. Mom, listen to my explanation. I have a reason for doing this. Sister, what's there to explain? Ning Yin doesn't care about that. She looked at Mei Yuanyuan and cried softly. Mom, Ning Yu Yin went too far. Not only did he cause me to terminate my contract with the company, he also caused my fourth sister to be locked up in a detention center. He did such a heartless thing. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Mei Yuan's eyes narrowed. So, you really beat Xiaoyan? Ning Sijie glared at Ning Yu Yin and explained in a low voice. Mom, we were very careful when we attacked. We didn't hurt him too much. How could you do this? Mei Yuan looked at Ning Sijie and her sister in disbelief. Xiaoyan is your biological brother. How could you let people beat him? Ning Yu Yin was unhappy. Mom, he has sent Yan Jun to the detention center. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Why do you still favor him? Mei Yuan's eyes darkened when she heard this. Xiaoyun, your eldest sister and your third sister were wrong. But you shouldn't have sent your fourth sister to the detention center. No matter what, she is still your biological sister. Dear sister, Ning Mulun's it. Mei Yuan. Do you know why Ning Yan Jun was put in the detention center? Why? Ning Yu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and she secretly said, Oh no, Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. Ning Yu Yin glared at Ning Yu Yin and shouted angrily. Because Ning Yan Jun pretended to be a police officer and helped Ning Yu Yin to give false testimony, to slander my girlfriend Nuchang. They teamed up to throw dirty water on me. Don't you know this? Using the name of the police to give false testimony? Mei Yuan looked at Ning Yu Yin in surprise. Yu Yin, is what Mu Yin said true? Ning Yu Yin's eyes were evasive. Mom, even though that certificate has problems, what I said in front of the reporters was true. Ning Yu Yin really had a girlfriend and was successful. I can explain it to you. Shut up. Mei Yuan couldn't help but shed tears. Yu Yin, why are you doing this? It's fine if you use Xiaoyan to guide public opinion before. Why did you let Yun Jun give false testimony for you? Don't you know this will hurt Yun Jun? Now Yan Jun has also been put in the detention center. Tell me, what should we do? Ning Yu Yin defended herself in a low voice. Mom, there was nothing wrong with this. As long as Ning Yu Yin honestly admits his mistake. That's all. It's all Ning Yu Yin's fault. He insisted on posting that video. If there wasn't that video, fourth sister wouldn't have been put in the detention center. The sudden sneer made several people tremble in their hearts. Ning Yu Yin, so in your eyes, I should just bow my head and admit my mistakes. You are such a shameless bitch. Ning Yu Yin, Mei Yuan, when you said that just now, I thought you knew nothing. So you knew that Ning Yu Yin and the others were throwing dirty water on me? Mei Yuan's face froze, and she quickly explained. Xiaoyan, listen to what Mom said. Shut up. Ning Yu Yin stared at Mei Yuan. Mei Yuan, you know they are slandering me. Just now, he was still questioning me why I sent Ning Yan Jun to the detention center. Is it in your eyes? Should I be dumb? Should I bear this basin of dirty water on my head? No. Mei Yuan quickly whispered. Mom didn't mean that. You don't mean that? Mei Yuan, you are so hypocritical that it makes me sick. Mei Yuan felt like her heart was stabbed. I couldn't help but let the tears flow down. Oh, child. That's not true. I never thought of it that way. Woo-woo. Ning Yu Yin glared at several people fiercely. It doesn't matter whether you think so or not. Ning Sijie. Ning Yu Yin, how dare you bring people to block me today? Since you dare to do it on the first day, don't blame me for doing it on the 15th. Ning Sijie's face changed. Ning Yu Yin, what do you want to do? What? There was a thick frost in Ning Yu Yin's eyes that could not be melted. Ning Sijie, don't think you're the only one with such means. We're not done for today. Ning Yu Yin, you. Ning Sijie's eyes narrowed, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. What exactly does Ning Yu Yin want to do? Is he going to find someone to harm us too? Ning Yu Yin glared at a few people, then left them behind, and left the police station carrying Zhu Yunru. Xiaoyun, Ning Yu Yin, Mei Yuan and Shin Yuni looked at Ning Yu Yin's departing back and dropped their arms helplessly. Mom, don't bother with this little beast anymore. He's no longer a member of our family. Shut up. Bang. Mei Yuan slapped Ning Yu Yin hard and started crying because of her emotional breakdown. Why? Why do you always have to do this? Does this family really have to be torn apart? Looking at her mother, who was crying bitterly, Ning Sijie sighed silently and advised in a low voice. Mom, let's go to the detention center to see Yan Jun first. We'll discuss Ning Yu Yin's matter later. Ning Yu Yin felt a pain on her face, but she dared not say another word. He could only help the crying Mei Yuan out of the police station under Ning Sijie's watchful eyes. Prepare to go to the detention center to visit Ning Yan Jun. Before getting in the car, Ning Sijie called her assistant and whispered something in her ear. Send someone to keep an eye on Ning Muyun's every move. I want to know what he wants to do. Yes, General Manager. Ning Muyun's words just now made Ning Sijie feel cold in her back. She had to be prepared in advance. After the assistant left, Ning Sijie got in the car. The car drove slowly towards the detention center. Watching the receding scene outside the window, a cold light flashed in Ning Sijie's eyes. Ning Muyun, just use whatever schemes you have. I will never let you succeed. It's not over between us. Chapter 172 Ning Shirway. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. The first hospital of Shanghai. In a conference room, Ji Yuni and Ning Shirway sat on both sides of the long table, looking at the old man at the head of the table. Xiao Ji, Xiao Ning, you should have heard the latest news. The hospital will be promoting a new chief physician soon, and the candidates for promotion are you two. The materials on the table are the key points for next week's election. You two should prepare well. Next week's election will determine the winner between the two of you. Yes, Director. The two of them responded in unison. Then each took the information and left the meeting room. Outside the meeting room, Ning Shirway looked at Ji Yuni with a very serious look in her eyes. Ji Yuni, I won't hold back in next week's selection. I hope you don't misunderstand me. I'm not targeting you because of Ning Muyun. I will definitely win this time. Since that day, Ji Yuni has been disgusted with Ning Shirway. Ning Shirway, I won't show mercy just because you are Ning Muyun's sister. The new chief physician must be me. In that case, then we'll just have to wait and see. Ning Shirway glanced at Ji Yuni, then slowly left with the materials. TSK, why are you so proud? You are still defeated by Ning Muyun. Snort. Ji Yuni snorted and left the meeting room with the materials. Ji Yuni returned to the office, packed her things, picked up her bag, changed her clothes, and prepared to leave work. She had just taken 2 steps out of the office when the scene before her made her stop in surprise. Ning Muyun, what is he doing in the hospital? Wait, he's still holding Zhu Yunru. Damn Muyun, he's gone too far? Ji Yuni walked over angrily. Ning Muyun, what are you doing? Ji Yuni, you're here just in time. Yunru is injured. Ji Yuni's anger died down before it even started. Injured? Ji Yuni looked down and saw that the gauze on Zhu Yunru's knee was very conspicuous. Zhu Yunru looked at Ji Yuni and smiled slightly. Hello, Ji Yuni. What's good about that? When Ji Yuni saw Zhu Yunru smile, she became angry again. What happened? Why is Ning Muyun with you? And why are you hurt? Ning Muyun's face was extremely gloomy. Ning Sijie and Ning Yin brought people to block me and beat me. Yun Ro was pushed down by them to help me. What? Zi Yuniras Angeos Andranto Ning Muyun. Where did they hit you? Does it hurt? Are you injured? Ning Muyun felt warm in his heart. Ji Yuni, I'm fine. You can help Yunru treat the wound first. Zi Yuni glared at Ning Muyun. Stinky Muyun. What if you get hurt by them? Why don't you take care of your body? Ning Muyun smiled helplessly. I'm fine, right? Let Yunru take a look first. Snort. Although Ji Yuni was angry, she couldn't bear to step on Ning Muyun again and show her temper after Ning Muyun was beaten. Come with me. Ning Muyun followed Ji Yuni holdings Hu Yunro. Zhu Yunru looked at Ji Yuni's anxious figure and sighed secretly in her heart. Women who like Muyun all have their own advantages. I wish all the women around Muyun were like Shin Yuni. This way, I don't have to worry about Muyun being snatched away anymore. Well, the 3 of them came to Ji Yuni's office. Ji Yuni took off the gauze and looked at Zhu Yunru's wound and breathed a sigh of relief. It's no big deal. She just had a scratch. It will be fine with a simple application of medicine. Ning Muyun quickly asked, Ji Yuni, will Yun Ro be left with a scar? Ji Yuni glared at Ning Muyun. It's just a scratch. How can it leave a scar? Ning Muyun breathed a sigh of relief. Then I feel relieved. Zhu Yunru looked at Ning Muyun and smiled slightly, feeling sweet in her heart. Ji Yuni noticed Zhu Yunru's eyes and applied the medicine with greater force. Zhu Yunru couldn't help but let out a groan of pain. Yunro, what's wrong with you? Zhu Yunru glanced at Ji Yuni and smiled slightly. It's nothing. Maybe classmate Ji Yuni touched the wound when she was applying the medicine. Ji Yuni, slow down. Humph, you think I didn't handle it well? Come on, do it yourself. Ning Muyun felt a little puzzled when he saw Ji Yuni suddenly getting angry. Ji Yuni, why are you suddenly so angry? Nothing. Ji Yuni turned around and put the medicine on her body angrily, but did not use too much force again. He just kept muttering, "Damn Mu-yun, stinky Mu-yun." Zhu Yunru smiled when she saw Ji Yuni's performance. Ji Yuni is still the same as before. So easy to deal with. Ji Yuni quickly applied the medicine and tied a bow on Zhu Yunru's knee with gauze. All right. Zhu Yunru leaned against the desk, looking at Ning Mu-yun with her arms crossed. Now you can tell me what happened. Ning Mu-yun's eyes darkened, and he told him what had happened in the parking lot before. This is outrageous. They are really going too far. I'll go find them now. Ji Yuni wanted to leave after she finished speaking, but Ning Mu-yun quickly stopped her. Ji Yuni, you don't have to look for them. I can handle this matter myself. Snort. Ji Yuni turned her head and looked at Ning Mu-yun's belly with heartache. Xiao Yunzi, remember this. If they dare to hit you again, you must beat them up severely. Do not show any mercy. Ning Mu-yun nodded and said with a smile, I will. When Zhu Yunru saw this scene, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Mu-yun, it's getting late. Let's go home first. We're going home? Ji Yuni noticed the problem in Zhu Yunru's words. Ning Mu-yun, you want to go home with her? Ning Mu-yun nodded. I promised Yun-ro that I would make her a table of medicinal food. Ning Mu-yun. Ji Yuni, what are you yelling for? The more Ji Yuni looked, the more she felt that Zhu Yunru was laughing. I want to go to Zhu Yunru's house too. I want to eat medicinal food too. Ji Yuni, stop making trouble. Who's making trouble? Zhu Yunru, can I go to your house? Zhu Yunru's smile froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Sure. Did you hear that? Looking at Ji Yuni's smug eyes, Ning Mu-yun sighed and smiled awkwardly. Yun-ro, thank you for your help. Nothing. Zhu Yunru smiled brightly. Since classmate Ji Yuni wants to come, let's come together. I believe I can entertain classmate Ji Yuni well. All right. Ning Mu-yun sighed. Ji Yuni, let's go. Humph. Let's go. Ning Mu-yun was just about to pick up Zhu Yunru again. Wait a moment. Ning Mu-yun raised his head in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you still holding her? Yun-ro is injured. She just got a skin cut. Her leg isn't broken. Do I need you to hold her? Ning Mu-yun lowered his head and asked. Yun-ro, can you leave by yourself? Zhu Yunru looked in pain. Mu-yun, my leg still hurt a little. Did you hear that? Ning Mu-yun glanced at Ji Yuni and then hugged Zhu Yunru in his arms again. Zhu Yunru leaned tightly in Ning Mu-yun's arms and gave Ji Yuni a smile. Student Ji Yuni, we can leave now. Please open the door. Ji Yuni was almost mad, but facing Zhu Yunru's look, she couldn't say anything. He could only glare at Zhu Yunru fiercely and open the office door unwillingly. Zhu Yunru hid in Ning Mu-yun's arms and smiled secretly. Ji Yuni is so funny. The three of them left Ji Yuni's office and were about to leave. A sharp sound suddenly rang in my ears. You little bastard, how dare you come to the hospital? Hearing this familiar voice, Ning Mu-yun turned around slowly with a cold face. Ning Shirway, shut your stinky mouth. I haven't settled the score with you yet. You bumped into yourself. Chapter 173, They Must Pay with Blood. Settlement of accounts? Ning Shirway had a dark face. The gauze on my face still hurts a little. You little bastard. You've hurt my third and fourth sisters so badly, and you still dare to settle accounts with us? You're such a rebel. Ning Shirway, watch your mouth. Ji Yuni stood in front of Ning Mu-yun, her face full of anger. Your family has done so many excessive things to Ning Mu-yun. Should Ning Mu-yun be bullied by you? Ning Shirway glanced at Ji Yuni. Ji Yuni, what does my teaching Ning Mu-yun a lesson have to do with you? Why do you give me orders? You, Ji Yuni, no need to waste time on this kind of rubbish. She doesn't deserve it at all. Ning Mu-yun felt disgusted the moment he looked at Ning Shirway for even a second. Pulling Ji Yuni, he prepared to leave. Don't leave. Ning Shirway ran to the other side and blocked the three people. Ning Mu-yun, you've caused my third sister so much pain. Give me an explanation today, or you won't be able to leave. Roll! Ning Mu-yun's low shout scared Ning Shirway so much that she subconsciously took a step back. Explanation? I'll give you MD's explanation. Ning Shirway, who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to explain to you? Are you worthy? Ning Shirway was furious. Ning Mu-yun, you deserve to die. Ning Mu-yun. Mu-yun. Bang. A loud slap was heard, and Ji Yuni was slapped in the face while standing in front of Ning Mu-yun. Ji Yuni. Ning Mu-yun saw Ji Yuni get slapped for him. Anger erupted instantly. Ning Shirway, you're looking for death. Ning Yu Yin held Zhu Yunru in his arms, raised his leg, and kicked Ning Shirway in the stomach. Ah! Ning Shirway fell to the ground in pain, and Ning Yu Yin hurried to Ji Yuni. Ji Yuni, are you okay? Ji Yuni's face was red, and she looked very aggrieved. Ning Yu Yin, my face hurts so much. Ning Yu Yin was so angry that his face turned red. Ning Shirway, Zhu Yunru, nestled in Ning Yu Yin's arms, had a dark face. Ms. Ning Shirway, I am the chairman of Roan Culture. I was the one who asked the company to terminate the contract with Ning Yu Yin. What's the matter? Come to me. Ning Shirway was kicked to the ground, and her face turned pale with pain. Dang still raised his head and cursed viciously. I know. You are all in the same group. You colluded with Ning Yu Yin to harm my third sister. You shameless bitch. Ning Shirway. Ning Yu Yin rushed forward and was about to kick her twice more. Mu Yun. Zhu Yunru quickly spoke out to stop it. Mu Yun, don't waste your energy on this kind of villain. Don't delay our work by beating her. Ning Yu Yin looked at Zhu Yunru's pleading eyes and nodded helplessly. Then he looked at Ning Shirway, his voice without a trace of emotion. Ning Shirway, it was Yunru who saved you this time. You also had a share in the dirty water thrown at me. Don't think you can escape after Ning Yu Yin gets into trouble. Whatever you did to me before, I will pay you back 100-fold. Ning Yu Yin said this and turned to look at Ji Yuni. Ji Yuni, does your face still hurt? Do you want to go to the office and apply some medicine? Ji Yuni glanced at Ning Shirway with disgust. No need. I don't want to see him now. Let's go now. Ning Yu Yin responded, and the three of them walked out together. When passing by Ning Shirway, Zhu Yunru's cold voice came. Ms. Ning Shirway, although I advised Mu Yin not to hit you, it doesn't mean that this matter can be forgotten. Your insults to my personality and your scolding of me are serious provocations to me. This matter won't just end like this. Ning Shirway raised her head with resentment and said in a trembling voice, Okay, then come on. I'm not afraid of you. Zhu Yunru's sweet voice became even colder. Ms. Ning, you will pay the price for your actions today. Ning Yu Yin glared at Ning Shirway fiercely, then hugged Zhu Yunru and left the hospital with Ji Yuni. Ning Shirway collapsed on the ground in pain, looking at the three people's backs as they left, feeling extremely resentful. You little bastard. And that bitch. I will never let you go. I will never let you go. What Ning Sijia, Ning Yu Yin, Shin Yuni, and Ning Shirway did today have once again touched his bottom line. These three people completely pissed off Ning Yu Yin. Walking in the hospital corridor, Ning Yu Yin's face was covered with frost. The Ning family, the Shen family, and the murderers who killed Song Jianhao and Wu Minghui in their previous lives. I won't let any of these scum go. I will destroy the Ning and Shin families with my own hands. Ning Yan Jun has now been put in the detention center. As soon as she comes out, force her to send Ning Jiba in. Although Ning Yu Yin's contract has been terminated, this punishment is far from enough. And Ning Shirway, she can't even think about running away. Although I don't know how they colluded to kill me in my previous life. But the Ning and Shin families, as well as Song Jianhao and Wu Minghui, are definitely not unconnected. All the injustices in the previous life must be repaid to them in this life. They must pay with blood. Chapter 174 Uncle. Uncle, hello. Ning Yu Yin carried Zhu Yunru out of the hospital. When he turned around, he saw the red slap mark on Ji Yuni's face. Seeing this, Ning Yu Yin felt as if his heart was being torn apart, and it hurt so much. The three of them got into Zhu Yunru's Bentley together, and Ning Yu Yin drove to a nearby supermarket. The car slowly stopped in the parking lot, and Ning Yu Yin turned his head to look at Zhu Yunru in the back seat. Yinro, let's go to the supermarket to buy some vegetables first. Your leg is injured, so just sit in the car. Zhu Yunru raised her eyes. Mu Yun I. Zhu Yunru, isn't your leg sore that you can't move? Ji Yuni glanced at Zhu Yunru and asked, Are you suddenly well again? The smile on Zhu Yunru's face froze slightly. Of course not. I just told Mu Yun that I don't mind eating anything. But I have some dietary restrictions. Humph. Ji Yuni ignored Zhu Yunru's words and got out of the car with a snort. Ning Yun smiled apologetically. Yinro, Ji Yuni is just like that, don't mind it. Just wait for us in the car for a while. We'll be back soon. Zhu Yunru smiled and responded. Mu Yun, I'll be waiting for you in the car. Come back early. I see. Ning Yu Yin closed the car door and quickly followed Ji Yuni into the supermarket. After Zhu Yunru watched Ning Yu Yin leave, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Ji Yuni really can't be underestimated. Although she's behaving badly now, the way she and Mu Yun get along with each other is so harmonious. They're just like a family. Zhu Yunru tangled her fingers in her long golden hair with a frown on her face. No, we have to think of a way. Zhu Yunru pondered for a while, and then her eyes lit up. Got it? Well, just do it this way. Mu Yun will definitely like it. Zhu Yunru smiled, as if she had thought of something, and her eyes became gloomy again. Ning Sijia, Ning Yu Yin, Ning Shirway. How dare they treat Mu Yun like this? With a cold light flashing in Zhu Yunru's eyes, she took out her cell phone and made a call. Hey, notify the legal department and file a lawsuit against Ning Yu Yin immediately. Notify Feng Yin again and ban Ning Yu Yin from the entire Roan culture industry. Well, let's do it. Zhu Yunru hung up the phone after she finished speaking. The blue pupil stared straight at the supermarket door. Mu Yun, you have always been the one protecting me. Now it's my turn to protect you. In the supermarket, Ning Mu Yun pushed a cart and followed closely behind Ji Yuni, who was walking quickly. Ji Yuni, wait for me. Snort. Ji Yuni snorted softly and walked even faster. Ning Mu Yun pushed the cart helplessly and trotted along. Ji Yuni, why are you suddenly angry for no reason? Ji Yuni turned around and stared at Ning Mu Yun angrily. What do you think? Ning Mu Yun looked helpless. What did I do again? Why do you call me Zhu Yunru? And why do you call me by my full name? Ji Yuni stared at Ning Mu Yun and protested in a low voice. Ouch! Ning Mu Yun glanced at Ji Yuni speechlessly. Didn't you ask me to call you by your full name? Ji Yuni was stunned for a moment. When did I tell you to call me that? You forgot. When I first brought that girl to the hospital to find you, I called you Yuni, but you wouldn't let me call you by your name and asked me to call you by your full name. That's exactly what you said. Have you forgotten? Ji Yuni blushed and said with a lack of confidence. I was just saying it casually. Ning Mu Yun was confused. So should I call you by your first name or your full name? You decide for yourself. Ji Yuni stepped on Ning Mu Yun and walked forward angrily. Ouch! Ning Mu Yun looked at Ji Yuni's back with a helpless look. This guy, here he comes again. Ji Yuni walked forward angrily, muttering to herself all the way. Damn Mu Yun, is it so difficult to call someone by their name? And let someone tell you how to call me? Damn Mu Yun, you're such a blockhead. You'll be single for the rest of your life. Ji Yuni, snort. Hearing that Ning Mu Yun was still calling her full name, Ji Yuni became even angrier. The high heels are clacking as you walk forward. Damn Mu Yun, I won't pay any attention to you. Ji Yuni, humph, you stupid fool. I will ignore you forever. Yuni. Ji Yuni's face turned red and her steps faltered. What are you doing? The wrist stretched out from behind and pulled Ji Yuni back. Ning Mu Yun, what are you doing? Don't move. Before Ji Yuni could react, she suddenly felt a chill on her face. Ning Mu Yun took a bag of ice and gently applied it to Ji Yuni's red and swollen face. Yuni, don't move. Let me help you get rid of the swelling first, and then we can go buy groceries. The ice pack was very cold, but Ji Yuni felt her face was burning. Seeing Ning Mu Yun's concerned look, Ji Yuni blushed, but could no longer say anything to reprimand her. I could only respond softly. In the parking lot outside the supermarket, the flowers that Zhu Yunru was waiting for were about to wither. Mu Yun, why don't you come out? As the lights came on, Ning Mu Yun and Ji Yuni finally walked out of the supermarket, each carrying 2 large bags of things. Zhu Yunru quickly tidied herself up, opened the car door, and watched Ning Mu Yun return with a smile. Mu Yun, why did you buy so many things? Yinro, you are injured today. I want to make some more medicinal food to nourish you. Oh. Zhu Yunru felt warm in her heart. Mu Yun, thank you. Nothing. Ning Mu Yun opened the trunk and put the 2 bags of food in it. Yuni, give me the plastic bag in your hand. Yuni? Zhu Yunru's heart was filled with alarm bells. Why did Ning Mu Yun suddenly change his name after going to the supermarket? Ji Yuni's face was still red, and she stuttered a little. Here you are. Zhu Yunru looked at Ji Yuni's abnormal behavior with a gloomy look in her eyes. What on earth happened in the supermarket just now? Why is even Ji Yuni like this? Zhu Yunru suddenly felt a little regretful. Unwise. You shouldn't have stayed in the car. You should have followed Mu Yun in. Bang! The sound of the trunk closing brought Zhu Yunru back to her senses. Yunro, the medicinal food will be ready soon. We'll go to your house now. Mu Yun, it's okay to go slowly on the road. Ji Yuni sat in the passenger seat very naturally. I'm almost starving. Ning Yun, drive faster. Yuni, fasten your seatbelt first. Yun Yi appeared again, making Zhu Yunru's heart tighten again. Stare closely at Ji Yuni's back. All right, Xiao Yunzi, let's drive. After Ji Yuni fastened her seatbelt, she was about to connect to the car's Bluetooth to play a song. Suddenly, I noticed Zhu Yunru's urgent look. Ji Yuni was stunned for a moment, then revealed a mysterious smile. Zhu Yunru's eyes suddenly flashed with coldness. Ji Yuni also did not give in. The two of them stared at each other closely. An endless flame seemed to burst out in the air. Ning Yin suddenly felt a chill on his back. I shivered all over. What's going on? Are you catching a cold? The car started slowly, and in such a strange atmosphere, it slowly drove towards Zhu Yunru's manor. After a while, the car drove into the manor and slowly stopped outside the gate of the villa. Yunro, we're here. I'll carry you in first. Zhu Yunru's face was full of smiles again. Well, thank you for your help, Mu Yun. Snort. Ji Yuni snorted coldly, but couldn't find anything to say. I could only follow them into the manor villa. As a punishment for Ning Yun's ignorance, Ji Yuni decided to let Ning Yun take all the things in the trunk by himself. The three of them walked into the magnificent villa, but before they could stand firm, their bodies suddenly froze in unison. Daddy, aren't you attending the dinner? When did you come back? Ning Yun looked at the familiar middle-aged man in front of him and gave an awkward yet polite smile. Uncle, hello. Father Zhu looked at Zhu Yunru in Ning Yun's arms. His eyes were filled with murderous intent in an instant. Chapter 175, What is True Cruelty? Zhu's father's sharp eyes put Ning Yun under great pressure. The atmosphere at the entrance is becoming increasingly wrong. When Zhu Yunru saw her father staring at Ning Yun like that, she felt very dissatisfied. Quickly changed the subject. Daddy, aren't you going to the dinner party with Mommy? Why are you back now? Father Zhu stared at Ning Yun and said in a cold voice. You've been beaten up? How can your mom and I still have the energy to attend the dinner? Ning Yun's heart skipped a beat and he felt extremely guilty. Uncle, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that Yunro got hurt. Zhu Yunru blushed and whispered, Daddy, I'm fine. Humph. Fortunately, you are okay. Otherwise, I would not let this kid go. Father Zhu glared at Ning Yun, causing Ning Yun to lower his head even more guiltily. I'm sorry. Uncle, Daddy, this can't be blamed on Mu Yun. It's all because of his. Amy. The sudden voice interrupted Zhu Yunru's explanation. Mother Zhu, the haggard blonde beauty whom Ning Yun had seen before, rushed in front of Zhu Yunru. Amy, are you okay? Zhu Yunru's face froze, and then she forced a smile. Mommy, I'm fine. Amy, let Mommy see. Mother Zhu was eager to put Zhu Yunru down from Ning Yun's arms. But just when Zhu's mother was about to touch Zhu Yunru dodged naturally. No need. Mu Yun has already treated my wound. Zhu Yunru looked away. Although she was smiling, her eyes were full of coldness. Zhu's mother's face froze, and she stood there at a loss as to what to do. Seeing this, Zhu's father sighed inwardly. Forget it. If you have anything to say, just go ahead and talk. It just so happens that I want to talk to you too. Sorry to bother you, uncle and aunt. Ji Yuni also responded to Ning Yun and greeted him. Ning Yun nodded, glanced at Zhu's mother, and walked towards the living room while holding Zhu Yunru past her mother. Zhu Yunru didn't even look at her mother during the whole process. Zhu's mother's haggard eyes were filled with deep sadness and guilt. Ning Yun gently put Zhu Yunru down on the sofa and ran twice to take out all the things in the trunk. Father Zhu was stunned for a moment when he saw the bulging bag in Ning Yun's hand. Boy, what are you doing? Ning Yun smiled awkwardly. Uncle, I originally promised Yunro that I would prepare a table of medicinal food for her tonight. Now that you are back, I wonder if I still need to do it. Father Zhu glanced at Zhu Yunru and found that his daughter was looking back at him with an unusually firm look. Ahem, since you promised to make medicinal food for Ru, then go ahead and do it. It just so happens that your aunt and I can also have a taste of your cooking skills. Yes, Uncle, Ning Yun responded and quickly ran to the kitchen with the ingredients. As long as he is not allowed to stay with Zhu Yunru's father, he can do anything. After Ning Yun went to the kitchen, Zhu's father and mother sat next to Zhu Yunru and carefully observed her injuries. Zhu Yunru was only talking to Zhu's father. She seemed to only give a perfunctory answer of 1 or 2 sentences to Zhu's mother's questions. The atmosphere in the living room is becoming more and more weird. Ji Yuni sat in the living room awkwardly, cursing herself for being an idiot. Why didn't she go to the kitchen with Ning Yu Yin? Daddy, I'll go back to my room and change my clothes, and I'll be down in a minute. Amy, Mommy will help you back to your room. Zhu Yunru stood up with a smile and nimbly avoided her mother's support. No need. My legs don't hurt much now. I can walk back by myself. Zhu Yunru left after she finished speaking, leaving her mother, feeling sad, standing there. Ji Yuni only felt more embarrassed. I'll go help in the kitchen too. Ji Yuni smiled awkwardly and was about to get up. Wait a moment. Zhu's mother grabbed Ji Yuni's hand and said, Child, are you Amy's friend? Ji Yuni thought about it and smiled shyly. Well, I guess so. Then can you tell me what Amy likes to do? Can you tell me about it? Ji Yuni looked confused when she heard Zhu's mother's question. What does Zhu Yunru like to do usually? This woman, as Zhu Yunru's mother, doesn't even know? Father Zhu looked at Ji Yuni's surprised eyes and sighed silently. Ru, your mommy can't do anything about it. In the kitchen, Ning Yu Yin stuffed a few lotus seeds and a Korean ginseng into the black chicken's stomach. Then he put the casserole on the fire and slowly boiled it. After setting the time, Ning Yu Yin continued to prepare the next medicinal meal. Taking out the live tiger shrimps from the foam box, Ning Yu Yin picked out the shrimp threads while secretly thinking about how to take revenge on those scums. After I leave here, I have to go to the Bund. The reporter who calls himself the Dog King is still waiting there. I also need to hand over the dirty laundry of Song Zhanhao's company to him. According to the speed of financial market news dissemination, as long as the Dog King exposes the dirty laundry of the Song family's business tonight. Then tomorrow morning, as soon as the stock market opens, the Song family's enterprises should face a limit down. Although this will not kill their company, but it can still cause serious damage to the Song family. What's more important is that he has more than one knife in his hand that can be used against the Song family. The Song family's business is as notorious as Song Zhanhao himself. In the previous life, the Song family was in bankruptcy crisis several times. I still remember clearly the reasons why those crises broke out. Those are all quick weapons to deal with the Song family. Compared to killing these scum with one knife, pulling the flesh with a blunt knife is more painful. That kind of torture that is worse than death is the gift I prepared for them. Of course, he targeted Song Zhanhao first, not just because he had a grudge against him. More importantly, the Song family has what Ning Yu Yin needs. The way the Song family got started was not glorious. When the market was reformed, Song's father seized the opportunity and bought a lot of copyrights at that time. These copyrights were worth nothing at the time, but today, more than 40 years later, those copyrights have become very valuable. The Song family relied on these copyrights to continuously sue those unauthorized companies. With the image of a professional lawyer, he managed to accumulate his first pot of gold in this way. Then it grew bigger and bigger. Now it has become a company worth hundreds of millions. Those copyrights are valuable. Roan Culture is at a critical period. It needs a large number of copyrights to fill its copyright library. If I could get the Song family to give up those copyrights, leave everything to Roan Culture, then Roan Culture will develop and grow faster than in the previous life. Zhu Yunru can also become the helmsman of that trillion-dollar enterprise in her previous life more quickly. I also want Zhu Yunru to be more glorious than in her previous life. After turning off the gas, Ning Yu Yin put the braised tiger prawns in the pot into a plate. Served it on the marble dining table not far away. Look at this table of medicinal food with color, aroma, taste, and medicinal properties. Ning Yu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Song Zhanhao's family are not good people. Ning Yu Yin had no psychological burden at all when taking action against them. However, it is definitely not easy to take those copyrights back from them, but Ning Yu Yin is confident in the face of those sharp knives. Sooner or later, the Song family will have to kneel down before Ning Yu Yin and sing conquer. After the Song family begged for mercy and handed over the copyright, I will officially raise the butcher knife and let the Song family see what cruelty is. Song Zhanhao, the scum who harmed Sister Yun Yan, I will definitely make him regret being born into this world. Chapter 176 Song Zhanhao. Limit down? How much money will I lose? Sit. Father Zhu pointed at the sofa and stared at Ning Yu Yin with deep eyes. Yes, uncle. Ning Yu Yin felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart, and he slowly sat down. After dinner, Zhu Yunru was pushed back to the room by her kind-looking father. Also included was Zhu's mother, who looked haggard, and Ji Yuni, who looked confused. Ning Yu Yin tried hard to keep a calm expression. Zhu Group is a multinational group. The man in front of him could easily mobilize funds comparable to the entire fortune of the Ning family. Having been in a high position for many years, Zhu's father naturally carries the aura of a superior. The oppressive feeling he brought to Ning Yu Yin was like a heavy boulder. I heard from Ruru that you are divorced? Why? Ning Yu Yin's face froze. Zhu's father's eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Nothing. She and I are not suitable. Why is it inappropriate? There must be a reason. Ning Yu Yin's eyes darkened. The darkness in his heart began to grow, and his tone became a little colder. We have different views. Different outlooks? That's too broad. Can you be more specific? Ning Yu Yin tried hard to hide the anger in his eyes. The teachings of the orphanage director since childhood were the final motivation for Ning Yu Yin to keep a calm expression. She ran away from the wedding. Oh, Ning Yu Yin thought to himself as Zhu's father's eyes passed by. This kid has quite a good upbringing. I don't get angry when asked about these topics. So, is it your fault or hers that she ran away from the marriage on the spot? Ning Yu Yin raised his head with cold eyes, his tone carrying an untouchable coldness. It's not about right or wrong. It's just that everyone makes different choices. She chose to escape the marriage, and I chose to divorce, that's all. Oh, a smile finally appeared on Zhu's father's stern face. Interesting. Boy, what are you doing now? Ning Yu Yin retracted the coldness in his eyes. Heal the disease and save lives. Cure illnesses and save lives? Father Zhu noticed the sadness in Ning Yu Yin's eyes and raised his eyes. Did no one save you? I don't need anyone to save me. Bang! Father Zhu's eyes were full of smiles. You have guts. Boy, what job do you have now? Do you want to come to my company? Ning Yu Yin couldn't understand Zhu's father's train of thought for a moment. Go to work at Zhu's? Uncle, I don't plan to work for someone else's company. Besides, I'm planning to set up an investment company soon. Father Zhu stared at Ning Yu Yin quietly for a while and finally smiled slightly. Okay, I respect your choice. After that, Zhu's father never talked about any sharp topics again. Instead, he asked Ning Yu Yin a lot of strange questions. Although Ning Yu Yin was confused, he still answered Zhu's father's questions one by one. The two of them became more and more pleasant to talk to, and there was no trace of the tension that had existed before. Yu Yin, be careful on your way back. Give me a call when you get home. Ning Yu Yin waved his hand and left the Zhu family manor with Ji Yuni, who looked tired, amid Zhu Yunru's smile. Looking at Ning Yu Yin's receding back, Zhu Yunru sighed slightly. Ro, why are you sighing here? Daddy. Zhu Yunru glanced at Zhu's father in a peevish manner. Why did you come over quietly without making any sound? If I make a sound, won't it disturb my precious daughter's mood? Daddy, if you say that again, I'm going to ignore you. All right. Father Zhu got rid of Zhu Yunru's shaking and said, Ro, this boy is not bad. A divine light flashed in Zhu Yunru's eyes. Daddy, what did you say to Mu Yun? Father Zhu put his hands behind his back and smiled comfortably. I was planning to give him the position of general manager, but this guy wants to do it on his own. General manager? Zhu Yunru didn't expect that Zhu's father was so optimistic about Ning Yu Yin. The general manager of Zhu Group is no simple person. Daddy, do you agree? What do I agree to? Zhu's father smiled gently. It's too early to get my consent. Let's talk about other things after his investment company is established. After saying this, Father Zhu walked back to the villa leisurely. Zhu Yunru's heart was filled with joy. Great! Daddy finally gave in. Song Jianhao has been very cheerful recently, although he lost face at Wen Yunyan's birthday party some time ago. But then Song Jianhao went to the bar again. He had close communication with a dozen attractive women who approached him actively, especially one of the young women. Song Jianhao vented a lot of his frustration on her. Looking at the meticulous masterpiece in front of him, Song Jianhao's mood became more and more relaxed. At this moment, he was driving his Maybach fast on the spacious asphalt road in the Magic City, feeling extremely happy. But when he thought of Ning Yu Yin, a trace of gloom flashed through his heart. Wen Yunyin was the target that Song Jianhao had been eyeing for a long time. With Ning Yu Yin's operation, all of it was wasted. Song Jianhao can no longer get close to Wen Yunyin. This fact made Song Jianhao feel uneasy. I felt even more resentful towards Ning Yu Yin. Hello, General Manager. Hello, Mr. Song. The proactive greetings from passing staff made Song Jianhao even more proud. After responding arrogantly, Song Jianhao sat on the spacious leather chair in the office. I took out my cell phone and looked at Ning Ranran's account, which had not been updated for nearly half a month. Song Jianhao smiled evilly and prepared to contact Ning Yu Yin's biological sister. General Manager, something terrible has happened. The secretary, who suddenly broke and scared Song Jianhao. Why are you panicking? What's the big deal? The secretary, who was dressed in an OL uniform, had no time to wipe the cold sweat off her head. General Manager, someone on the internet has exposed some dirty laundry about our company. Now the company's stock price has hit the lower limit. What? Limit down. Song Jianhao's good mood was destroyed in an instant. The company has fallen so much. How much money will that cost? Chapter 177, Mr. Ning. I have installed a bug on Song Jianhao's cell phone. General Manager, the company has suffered a huge loss. How much has been lost? Song Jianhao stood up suddenly, his eyes widened. 40. More than 40 million. After the secretary finished speaking, he stood there trembling, not daring to breathe. What? More than 40 million? How could there be such a huge loss? When Song Jianhao thought about more than 40 million yuan disappearing out of thin air, he felt like he was stabbed in the heart. TND. More than 40 million. If you use the money to live a life of luxury and debauchery, how long can you enjoy your freedom? General Manager, the chairman wants you to go to his office. I see. Song Jianhao walked towards the elevator with a gloomy face. He had to ask his father what was going on. As soon as the elevator door opened, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle suddenly rushed out and bumped into Song Jianhao, knocking his phone to the ground. Song Jianhao was furious. Damn it, are you blind? Don't you look at the road? I'm sorry. Haidang quickly picked up Song Jianhao's mobile phone, looked it up and down carefully, wiped off the non-existent dust, and handed it back to Song Jianhao. I'm so sorry. I was in a hurry just now and accidentally bumped into you. I'm so sorry. Song Jianhao took the phone, glared at Mediterranean, and said angrily, Watch your way next time. Don't act like a blind man anymore. Sure. After seeing Heidi apologize, Song Jianhao turned around and left and got into the elevator. After seeing Song Jianhao leave, Maydet took the elevator and went downstairs. As soon as he walked out of the building of Song's company, a smile appeared on Heidi's face. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hello, is this Mr. Ning? I've installed a bug on his phone. Can you hear that clearly? Yes. The sound is very clear. Thank you so much, Mr. Wu. Mediterranean smiled shrewdly. Mr. Ning, you are so polite. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Song Jianhao ran into the chairman's office in a hurry. Dad, what happened? Why did the company suddenly hit the limit? Call. An ashtray flew towards me. Song Jianhao quickly lowered his head and narrowly avoided the ashtray that was flying towards him. Dad, what are you doing? You idiot. You still have the nerve to ask me. What on earth did you do? Song's father stared at Song Jianhao with a gloomy face. I've asked someone to ask. Someone deliberately exposed negative information about our company on the internet. Who did it? Song Jianhao was both shocked and angry. Who is so bold? Dad, can't we ask them to take down that dirty material? Idiot. They're trying to get you. How could they just take down the dirty laundry? Besides, Father Song glanced at Song Jianhao and scolded him mercilessly. You useless guy. Who did you offend recently? I. Song Jianhao was stunned for a moment. Who did I offend? I see. It was done by Wen Yunyin and Wen Jinhua. Impossible. Father Song picked up a cigar, lit it, and took a deep puff. Neither Wen Jinhua nor that little girl would do such a thing as stabbing someone in the back. Think about it again. Who did you offend? No. Song Jianhao was confused. Except for those two people, I didn't offend anyone else except... I remember now. Song Jianhao's eyes were filled with anger. Dad, I know who ruined our company. Who? Ning Yu Yin. A cold light flashed in Song's father's gloomy eyes. Ning Yu Yin. Who is he? Dad, he is the young master of the Ning family. It was this scumbag who ruined my plans at the birthday party a few days ago. Ning family. Father Song's eyes flashed coldly. Although the Ning family's strength is slightly inferior to the Wen family, it is still much stronger than our Song family. Zhan Hao, can you think of a way to reconcile with him? Dad, why should we reconcile with him? He hurt me like that. He caused our company to lose more than 40 million. How can I bear this anger? Shut up, idiot. Father Song glared at Song Zhan Hao and said, to deal with your enemies, you must first let them relax their vigilance. Once you become good friends with them and can get close to them at will, you will naturally have plenty of opportunities to get rid of them. You don't understand such a simple truth? Song Zhan Hao's face froze, and he lowered his head helplessly to admit his mistake. Dad, I was wrong. Father Song held a cigar in his mouth and glanced at Song Zhan Hao. If you know you're wrong, fix it right away. I don't care what method you use. Just contact this young master of the Ning family immediately. Find a way to reconcile with him and make him remove these negative materials. After that, you get along well with him. Wait until he lets down his guard. Then you can find his weakness and get rid of him. Song Zhan Hao lowered his head even lower. He would rather die than be friends with Ning Yu Yin. But over the years, his father's majesty has been deeply rooted in Song Zhan Hao's heart. Let him just obey. I know, Dad. Father Song nodded and blew out a smoke ring. Don't give up on the Wen family either. The Wen family only has one daughter. Think of a way to start with her. Song Zhan Hao looked embarrassed. Dad, but when Yun Yin told me to get lost as soon as she saw me, I couldn't get close to her. I told you you're an idiot, and you don't believe it. You can't talk normally, you can't use it yet. Do you want it? Song Zhan Hao's eyes lit up. Dad, you mean? Father Song took a deep puff of his cigar. Women are all like that. As long as you get her, she will slowly lean towards you. When Jinhua only has that one daughter, as long as you can take care of her, when Jinhua dies in the future, won't all the Wen family's property be yours? Yes, Dad is right. Song Zhan Hao also nodded proudly. Humph, you still need me to teach you this. Father Song glanced at Song Zhan Hao. Okay, don't forget what I just told you. When Jinhua's daughter, you always attack her. The key thing now is the company's stock price. Now, go contact that kid from the Ning family right away. If you can't handle this, don't come back to see me. Dad, I got it. I'll do it right away. Song Zhan Hao responded and then left the office. You are such a loser. Why do you need me to teach you these things? Father Song took a deep puff of his cigar. Sooner or later, the money of the Wen family will belong to my Song family. Humph! As soon as he walked out of the office, Song Zhan Hao's face immediately fell. Although I want to reconcile with that loser Ning Yu Yin, but I don't have his cell phone number. What a hassle. Song Zhan Hao had a gloomy face and was thinking about how to contact Ning Yu Yin. Suddenly a message was received on the phone. Song Zhan Hao picked up his phone and saw that the young woman had sent him a WeChat message that day. My husband is not at home. Come here quickly. Song Zhan Hao's eyes lit up with joy. The whip marks on the young woman's skin that day left a very deep impression on Song Zhan Hao. Now that the beauty has invited him, Song Zhan Hao naturally will not refuse. Hey baby, is your husband really not at home? Damn it, he just went on a business trip, and I'm the only one at home. Come here quickly. I got the whip ready. Okay, I'll be there right away. Song Zhan Hao, who was controlling the big head with the small head, still had a trace of rationality. He asked his secretary to help him check Ning Yu Yin's phone number before leaving in a hurry. Nothing is better than an invitation from a beautiful woman. Song Zhan Hao ran out of the company, got in the Maybach, and drove away. Far away on the street, Ning Yu Yin was furious when he heard Song Zhan Hao's complete plan. There was a murderous look in his eyes. Damn Song Zhan Hao. He still wants to do that to Sister Yun Yin. You are really looking for death. Ning Yu Yin picked up the phone and made a call. Hello. Is this Mr. Wu? Yes. I'm Ning Yu Yin. We can start the next phase of our plan for Song Zhan Hao. Chapter 178, I'm going to fuck you. Swoosh. A black Maybach S480 braked suddenly in front of the gate of a high-end residential area. Song Zhan Hao drove the car into the community, anxiously following the black tire marks. After parking the car in the parking lot, Song Zhan Hao hurriedly ran to the top floor of the first unit according to the instructions on his mobile phone. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The door slowly opened, and a young woman in a red leather jacket opened the door with a charming smile on her face. You're finally here. Song Zhan Hao's eyes lit up. The small head turned into a big head in the blink of an eye. Baby, I'm coming. Ah! The young woman screamed. Song Jianhao picked up the young woman and rushed into the other's house. The two chatted on the sofa. Why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for so long that the flowers are almost wilting. Song Jianhao looked pleased. I'm here now, right? Stop complaining. Go. Go and get it out. Don't. Song Jianhao's bones went weak when he heard the shy and coquettish voice of the young woman. My husband is on a business trip. Let's go to my bedroom, shall we? It's more exciting there. Okay, let's go now. As Song Jianhao spoke, he lifted the young woman up. Ah! Song Jianhao had a wicked smile on his face and rushed into the bedroom, holding the young woman. Throwing the young woman onto the bed, Song Jianhao stood up and looked at the conspicuous wedding photo on the bedside. Looking at the unusually burly figure in the wedding photo, Song Jianhao sneered inwardly. What's the use of being as strong as a bear? Isn't it because I'm the one who's putting the blame on you? The young woman pinched Song Jianhao lightly in dissatisfaction. What are you still standing there for? Come on. Song Jianhao's face turned red, and he ran over with XX. I am coming. All kinds of strange noises accompanied by painful sounds came from the bedroom. It sounds like thunder. Song Jianhao and the young woman were so anxious that they didn't even pull the curtains. The figures of the two people can be seen clearly through the window. But this is the top floor. Generally speaking, as long as they don't run to the window to commit suicide, ordinary people can't see them. However, there are exceptions to everything. On the rooftop of the residential building opposite Unit 1, a pair of eyes were staring at them, and the figure looking through the telescope was Ning Yu Yin. The eavesdropping device that the Dog King had installed on Song Jianhao's mobile phone also had a positioning function. Ning Yu Yin followed the signal from the bug all the way here. Not long after arriving, Ning Yu Yin saw the explosion scene in the top floor of the residential building opposite through the telescope through the window. What garbage! Ning Yu Yin curled his lips in disdain and continued to observe the strange scenery inside. The sound of hurried footsteps was heard behind him, and the Dog King ran up in a hurry. Sorry, Mr. Ning. I'm late. Mr. Wu, you're just in time. Ning Yu Yin handed the telescope to the Dog King. Mr. Wu, can you identify who that woman is and see if you can find a way to contact her husband? The Dog King took the telescope and took a look. His expression suddenly became strange. Mr. Wu, what's wrong? The Dog King took down the telescope and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Ning, I know that woman's husband. He is a friend of mine and a photographer who specializes in outdoor programs. Photographer? Ning Yu Yin suddenly remembered a joke that a netizen said when he was watching wildlife. Bear Grylls is not that great. The photographer beside him is the real awesome. And Bear Grylls' photographer just happens to specialize in outdoor programs. I just wonder if this photographer is as awesome as Bear Grylls' photographer? After taking a look at Song Jianhao, who was working hard, Ning Yu Yin suddenly smiled. Isn't this a good opportunity to actually verify it? Mr. Wu, can you contact your friend? I think he would be particularly interested in what happened in his family. The Dog King was stunned for a moment. Then he showed a malicious smile. Mr. Ning, you really know how to create big news for me. No. Helping others is the source of happiness. Ning Yu Yin had a warm smile on his face. Mr. Song Jianhao likes to do that since he does it that way. I think he also likes to be treated that way by others. Great. The Dog King stroked his stubbled chin and said with a wink, Mr. Ning, we really think alike. Ha ha. Thank you very much. Mr. Wu, please contact your friend as soon as possible. Okay. The Dog King picked up the phone, walked aside, and started making a call. Anyway, I've already disliked this woman. This is a good opportunity for my friend to divorce her. Ning Yu Yin nodded, continued to pick up the telescope, looked at Song Jianhao's heroic figure, and sneered. Song Jianhao, this is my second great gift to you. I wonder if you can handle it. In a room on the top floor of Unit 1, Song Jianhao was so tired that he was out of breath, sitting on the edge of the bed, gasping for breath. Why did you stop? Keep going. Song Jianhao couldn't bear the sweet voice of the young woman. 30 is like, 40 is like, 50 sitting places can. Song Jianhao now truly understands the power of this famous saying. Taking a deep breath, Song Jianhao stood up again. Quick, keep going. Under the urgent urging, there was suddenly a loud noise. Bang! The bedroom door was kicked open. The burly figure in the wedding photo became a reality and appeared at the bedroom door. looking at the burly man who suddenly appeared at the bedroom door. Song Jianhao's face turned pale, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Hubby, why are you back?" The burly man clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Ah, I'm gonna fuck you." Chapter 179 Song Jianhao. Do you want to control Changwi? Friend, wait a minute. I can explain. Cold sweat immediately flowed down Song Jianhao's head. Explain. Bullshit. The burly man's face turned red. You bastard, you did something like this, and you still want to explain? You're looking for death. The burly man rushed in roaring. Song Jianhao quickly gave a French military salute and begged for mercy loudly. Wait, wait. Ah! The burly guy came up and punched him. Amid Song Jianhao's miserable wails, his two front teeth officially leaped up and left home. Ah! Someone's been murdered. The burly man was furious at the shrill screams of the young woman on the bed. Stinky dvatset. Shut up. With a snap. With a shrill scream. The young woman fell flat on the bed. Wait a scare. Having lost two front teeth, Song Jianhao said incoherently. Big brother, don't be angry. I can explain everything. Explain what the hell? Ah! The burly man slapped Song Jianhao's face hard with his palm as big as a palm leaf fan, causing him to lose a few teeth. Song Jianhao looked very ridiculous due to his rapidly swelling cheeks. Don't fight me anymore. Don't fight me anymore. Song Jianhao quickly raised his hands and begged for mercy. The burly man became even angrier when he saw what Song Jianhao was holding. Whip. You still use a whip, don't you? Song Jianhao quickly threw the whip to the ground. This is a black misunderstanding. I can explain everything. Explain? I ask you to explain? The burly man stood up from the ground and swung his sword down again. I'll let you explain. Ah! Pippa-papa-pippa. The strange sound rang out again, and along with Song Jianhao's screams, it spread extremely far in the community. Ha ha ha! Ning Yu Yin put down the telescope and looked at the Dog King beside him. Mr. Wu, have you taken those photos? The Dog King put down the camera and made an okay gesture. The smile is so bright. Finished. Every photo is very clear. Ning Yu Yin smiled comfortably. Then I'll leave tomorrow's news to you. No problem. The Dog King grabbed Ning Yu Yin's outstretched hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. What happened next is really unbearable to read. Song Jianhao was beaten up by the burly photographer. 5 teeth were missing from his mouth, with the 2 front teeth being the hardest hit. Everyone waved goodbye to Song Jianhao. Afterwards, the photographer asked Song Jianhao to try out what it meant to be strong and powerful. The Zai was waving vigorously in his hands. There is not a single piece of healthy skin on Song Jianhao's body, all covered with whip marks. Her face was bruised and swollen, even more miserable than Xiaoxiang, who was kicked beyond recognition. Such a loud noise, of course, alarmed the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. Thanks to the call from a kind neighbor, the police arrived quickly rescued Song Jianhao from the angry photographer. He was then rushed to the hospital, because what Song Jianhao did in this matter was not honorable. Therefore, the police did not do anything to the photographer, but only criticized and educated him, and then fined him a large amount of money. This matter just passed like that. Not only was the photographer safe and sound, this time the police arrived. The fact that the young woman had cheated on her husband was officially recorded. Based on this, the photographer has filed a divorce lawsuit against the young woman in court, demanding that she leave the house with nothing. The instigator of all this, Song Jianhao, didn't suffer any serious injuries, because Song Jianhao provided the photographer with a whip as a weapon to vent his anger. Song Jianhao only suffered physical pain, with whip marks all over his body, but his bones were not broken. I was officially discharged from the hospital the next morning. You can't not leave the hospital. The news of Song Jianhao's cheating was leaked to the internet by someone with sophisticated operations. This kind of thing is not suitable for being spread in newspapers. On the contrary, it is suitable for short video platforms. The video of Song Jianhao being beaten by a gun went viral on the short video platform, when someone accidentally pointed out that Song Jianhao was the general manager of the Song family enterprise. The stock price of Song's enterprise plummeted. After encountering a limit down the day before, there was another limit down. Song's father was cursing on the phone. Let Song Jianhao go back to the company to explain to him. Song Jianhao had just returned to his father's office with a bruised face and nose, and had just taken a step forward. The ashtray came flying. Song Jianhao wanted to dodge, but the whip marks all over his body made him unable to move. Ah! Song Jianhao squatted down, covering the big bump on his head. You useless piece of shit. How did you get caught doing something like this? Song's father was furious. Dad! Song Jianhao almost cried in pain. It was just an accident. What accident? Will the accident spread to the entire internet? Father Song stood up with a gloomy face. I asked you to contact the boy from the Ning family yesterday. How is your contact going? Song Jianhao was stunned for a moment. Dad, you said Ning Yu did this? Who else besides him? Same move as the day before. This person is very sinister. Father Song looked solemn. I don't care what you do. You have to make peace with him today. Our company has lost nearly 60 million again. We can't delay this any longer. Song Jianhao's eyes were filled with resentment. Dad, I know. I'll go find him now. Go ahead. Time is of the essence. Song Jianhao responded and left Song's father's office. Boy, we will settle this account with you sooner or later. Song Jianhao walked out of the office and asked his secretary for Ning Yun's phone number. Dial the number and call. Hello? Who are you looking for? Song Jianhao suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to maintain a kind tone and said, Is this Mr. Ning? I'm Song Jianhao. I want to talk to you. Talk. Ning Yin on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent, and Song Jianhao's heart suddenly tightened. Okay, I can talk to you. XX Center, I'll wait for you there. Ning Yin hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Song Jianhao looked at his phone with an extremely vicious look. Mr. Ning, I will never let you go. Song Jianhao then ran out in a hurry. He must quickly complete the task assigned by his father. XX Center. Ning Yin sat in a coffee shop on the first floor, quietly watching Song Jianhao, with a bruised face, take a seat. Song Jianhao almost hated Ning Yin to death when he saw him with such a leisurely look on his face. But he still managed a smile on his face. Mr. Ning is in such a good mood. I accidentally offended Mr. Ning a few days ago. I hope Mr. Ning doesn't mind. Ning Yin picked up the coffee, took a sip, and glanced at Song Jianhao. You want to reconcile with me? Song Jianhao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Yes. I wonder if Mr. Ning is willing to give me this opportunity. Ning Yin threw out a document and said, Sign it. After you sign it, I will reconcile with you. Document? Song Jianhao glanced at Ning Yin and saw that he had no expression on his face, so he could only pick up the document and look at it first. But after watching for a while, Song Jianhao's face changed. You want me to transfer 51% of Changhui's shares to you. You want to control Changhui? Ning Yin took a sip of coffee, and his expression was unusually calm. That's right. As long as you give me 51% of Changhui's shares, I will reconcile with you. Otherwise, I won't stop. You decide for yourself. Song Jianhao looked at Ning Yin with an extremely gloomy expression. I was suddenly caught in a dilemma. Chapter 1, 80 Yuan Ping. Please come with us. The Changhui mentioned by Song Jianhao is the full name of Changhui Technology Company, Limited. It was a small company when the Song family started out. The current market value is only 10 million. It includes many old copyrights. It is a small company that is nominally a technology company, but is actually an ordinary publishing house. The Song family's main business is no longer publishing. The profits of the small company are not as impressive as those of the Song family's other businesses. But the Song family still maintains its existence. Now Ning Yin came up and asked to take control of the company, which made Song Jianhao a little confused. Mr. Ning, do you really want to control Changhui? Ning Yin took a sip of coffee, his expression calm. Have you seen it in the share transfer agreement? Ning Yin's arrogant attitude made Song Jianhao extremely unhappy, but he dared not forget what his father had told him. Song Jianhao thought for a moment, and a smile appeared on his swollen face. Mr. Ning, this matter is very important. I need to think about it carefully. Yes, that's your right. Ning Yin raised his eyes and glanced at Song Jianhao. But my time is limited. You'd better give me an answer immediately. Song Jianhao looked at Ning Yin deeply and forced a smile on his swollen face. Mr. Ning, I need to go to the bathroom first. Please. Ning Yin's expression was very calm, as if he didn't care about anything. As soon as Song Jianhao walked into the bathroom, he took out his cell phone and called his father. Hello? Jianhao? How's it going? Song Jianhao's eyes were full of anger. Dad, that bastard Ning Yu Yin has a big appetite. He wants 51% of Changhui's shares. He wants to control Changhui. Controlling Changhui? Song's father on the other end of the phone was confused. What valuable things does Changhui have? Apart from those old copyrights, there's some office supplies. There's nothing. How much did he pay? Dad, he offered 5 million. 5 million? This price is almost half of Changhui's market value, so it is fair and reasonable to buy and sell. Because of this, Song's father became even more confused. Ning Yu Yin's father, Song, had already investigated it the night before. The person has no job or company under his name. He's just a rich kid lying down. Now this rich kid wants to take control of Changhui. There is something sinister about the whole thing. Did he make any other requests? No. Dad, this guy is determined to take control of Changhui. He also said that he would not stop until we gave in. What should we do? Song's father had thought about using physical means to make Ning Yu Yin shut up. But thinking of the strength of the Ning family, Song's father rationally chose to give in. In the past 2 days, the loss that Ning Yu Yin brought to the Song family has reached 100 million. If we don't send this great god away, the Song family will be wiped out by him sooner or later. But Song's father was somewhat unwilling to let Ning Yu Yin obtain the controlling stake of Changhui. Listen, just do as I say. Song Jianhao listened and nodded repeatedly. Dad, I know what to do. Song Jianhao hung up the phone and then showed a sinister smile. Ning Yu Yin, you're not going to die this time. Mr. Ning. Ning Yu Yin looked at Song Jianhao running out of the bathroom and sneered in his heart. This father and son are really vicious. Why? Have you thought about it? Song Jianhao had a hard-working and kind smile on his face. Mr. Ning, I have considered your idea. Not only can I let you control Changhui, but I can also let you acquire it directly. But the price must be raised to 10 million, and I have another request. Mr. Ning, can you help remove those news first? Ning Yu Yin picked up his coffee and took a sip. Impossible. When you sell Changhui's shares to me, I will remove those news. Mr. Ning, do you really have to do this? Song Jianhao's face quietly darkened. I've already told you. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. Song Jianhao's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, but he quickly concealed it. Okay, since Mr. Ning insists on doing this, I can't say anything more. Then let's sign the contract right now. Let's go. Ning Yu Yin left after he finished speaking, leaving Song Jianhao alone, staring at Ning Yu Yin with a gloomy face. Dam Ning Yu Yin. Song Jianhao quickly controlled his expression and followed Ning Yu Yin out. Ning Yu Yin, take a car with me? No. You drive in front, and I'll follow behind, Ning Yu Yin said as he hailed a taxi. I'm more used to riding alone. Song Jianhao suppressed his anger, forced a smile, and got into the car. As soon as I got in the car, I couldn't help but curse. Damn bastard. After you acquire it, I'll show you how to clean it up. The two cars started slowly, and Ning Yu Yin looked at the Maybach S480 in front with a sneer on his face. Song Jianhao and his father's plan was indeed very ruthless. But no matter how ruthless the plan was, it would be useless once it was known to others. Ning Yu Yin then made a phone call. Yao Yun Jin, I need your help. The two cars stopped in front of an office building not long after they started driving. This is the office building where Changhui is located. After Song Jianhao and Ning Yu Yin got off the car, they walked in together. As soon as I arrived at Changhui's office, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out. Mr. Song, you're here. Song Jianhao's eyes lit up, and he whispered, How is the thing I asked you to prepare going? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Mr. Song, no problem. The two contracts are ready. When you and him go to sign the contract later, Mr. Song, I will also sign the contract outside at the same time. After the contract is signed, the debts will naturally be transferred to Changhui. That's good. Song Jianhao concealed the viciousness in his eyes and turned to look at Ning Yu Yin. Mr. Ning, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yuan Ping, the general manager of our Changhui. Changhui has always been managed by him. Ning Yu Yin nodded, but didn't pay any further attention. Is the contract ready? I'm in a hurry. No problem. The contract is ready. Song Jianhao and Ning Yu Yin walked into another office and prepared to sign the contract. Mr. Yuan, with a big belly, returned to another office and took out the prepared contract with a proud look on his face. Acquire Changhui? What if I let you buy it? You will also receive a large debt when you acquire the company. You'll offend Mr. Song. Mr. Yuan proudly signed his name on the contract and was just waiting for Song Jianhao and Ning Yu Yin to sign their names before adding his name to this contract. Just when Mr. Yuan was bored, there was a knock on the door outside the office. "Come in." The office door slowly opened, and two policemen walked in with serious faces. "Are you Yuan Ping?" Mr. Yuan's heart skipped a beat. "It's me. Who are you two?" "Yuan Ping. You are involved in an economic crime case. Please come with us." Chapter 181. I know you want to take revenge on Ning Yu Yin. We can talk. As the smooth pen ball slid across the acquisition contract, the moment both parties signed their names on the document, Changi Technology Company Limited officially left the Song family business group, and from then on it became Ning Yu Yin's private property. "Mr. Ning, congratulations." Song Zhanhao, with a bruised face, tried hard to smile. "Changwi is yours now. I hope you can treat the employees here well and remove the news, as we said before." Ning Yu Yin's face was unusually calm. "No problem. I can contact him right now." Song Zhanhao was delighted in his heart, but his face remained unusually calm. "Then you contact him first, Mr. Ning. I'm going to the bathroom first. Please." After Ning Yu Yin finished speaking, he took his cell phone and sat on the boss chair that originally belonged to the Song family. Song Zhanhao felt some venom in his heart. "Ning Yu Yin, you don't have to be so proud. When those debts explode, I'll see what you do." Song Zhanhao then walked out of the room and pushed open the door of Yuan Ping's office. "Yuan Ping, are you ready?" There was no one in Yuan Ping's office, and there was nothing on his desk. "What's going on? Where is Yuan Ping?" Song Zhanhao picked up his phone to contact Yuan Ping, but found that the call was not going through at all. Song Zhanhao, who was in a bad mood, suddenly felt something ominous. He rushed out of the office, ran to Yuan Ping's secretary, and asked urgently, "Where is Mr. Yuan?" The secretary was startled, stood up palely, and said, "Boss Song, the police just came and took Boss Yuan away." "Police?" Song Zhanhao was stunned. "What's going on? Why did the police come here suddenly? What did Yuan Ping do wrong?" The secretary said tremblingly, "I don't know. The police said that Mr. Yuan was involved in an economic crime. Therefore, damn it, why did things turn out like this?" Song Zhanhao's heart was filled with a deep sense of frustration. After making the decision to let Ning Yu Yin acquire Changwi, Song Zhanhao and Song's father agreed to push all the debts borne by the Song group onto Changwi. Everything is already arranged. Even Ning Yu Yin signed. As long as Song Zhanhao and Yuan Ping signed the contract privately, all the debts of Song's enterprise will be transferred. But now, something went wrong at the last step. Song Zhanhao couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and his already bruised face became even more hideous. What to do? Song Zhanhao would never be willing to let Ning Yu Yin acquire Changwi so easily. But now Yuan Ping has also been arrested. What can I do? Is he going to try to tear up the contract with Ning Yu Yin? But that would require a penalty of 500 million. How could I possibly get it out myself? Just when Song Zhanhao was struggling, a crisp sound of footsteps was heard behind him. 5 or 6 elite men and women walked in from outside the office building and headed straight for Ning Yu Yin's office. Song Zhanhao was stunned for a moment, then quickly stopped him. "Who are you? Why are you coming to my company?" The middle-aged man in the lead calmly pushed Song Zhanhao away. "Sir, as far as I know, this company now belongs to Mr. Ning Yu Yin. Is Mr. Ning Yu Yin here?" The office door suddenly opened, and Ning Yu Yin poked his head out. "You are here. Come in." "Yes, Mr. Ning." The middle-aged man pushed Song Zhanhao away and walked over with several elite men and women behind him. "Ning Yu Yin, what is he going to do?" Song Zhanhao's face changed, and he quickly followed behind them. Before Song Zhanhao had even stepped into the office and stood firm, he heard words that shocked his eardrums. "Mr. Ning, we are the team specially sent by President Wen to take over this company. We are at your disposal." "Good." Ning Yu Yin sat in the boss's chair and handed a document to several people. "This is my acquisition contract. Please keep it for me. Also, you guys are going to take over the entire company right now and take back all the responsibilities in all areas. Once you have the information, start screening the candidates in the company immediately and remove all unsuitable people from the company through legal means." "Yes, President Ning." The 6-member team responded and turned to leave the office, leaving Song Zhanhao standing in the office dumbfounded. "Premier Wen? Wen Yunyan? Ning Yu Yin, what are you doing?" "What?" Ning Yu Yin looked at Song Zhanhao in a strange way. "I just acquired a company, so of course I have to do some staff optimization." Song Zhanhao became anxious when he thought of the backup plans he had prepared before. No, these employees are all good employees. If you lay them off, what will happen to the company? Ning Yu Yin smiled slightly. The company is mine. I can do whatever I want. This is my power. If you have nothing to do, you can leave my company. You. Song Jianhao was so angry that he was shaking all over. Mr. Song, the little secretary just now came running over. Those guys who just came and fired the finance and HR people. What? Song Jianhao was anxious. Ning Yu Yin, you can't do this. You're destroying Changi by doing this. Ning Yu Yin's face quickly turned gloomy. Song Jianhao, it's my company now. Even if I tear it down, I still have the power. Now, get out of here right now. Bang. Boss Ning, here are the termination notices from several supervisors. Please take a look. Ning Yu Yin, seeing that things were completely out of control, Song Jianhao suddenly realized what was happening and immediately became furious. Everything that happened today, is it you who did it? Ning Yu Yin looked down at the documents without raising his head. I don't know what you're talking about. Stop playing dumb. You just signed, and when Yun Yan sent so many people over in the blink of an eye. Isn't this something you and when Yun Yan did? Ning Yu Yin put away the documents and threw them aside casually. So, what if it is? So, what if it isn't? Changi Technology is already my company. What does it have to do with you? You. Song Jianhao's eyes suddenly froze, and he pointed at Ning Yu Yin and shouted, You were the one who called the police, right? Police. Ning Yu Yin looked calm. What police? Have I seen them today? Damn it. You still want to play dumb and deceive me. Ning Yu Yin, you are looking for death. Song Jianhao rushed over with a distorted face. But before he could touch Ning Yu Yin's body, he was kicked back by Ning Yu Yin. Ah! The office was instantly in chaos. The secretary screamed in fear when she saw this scene. The person sent by Wen Yun Yin had a calm expression on his face. Please remember this. Add this secretary to the layoff list. She's too noisy. Yes, President Ning. Ah, when the secretary heard the bad news, her screams turned into pleas. I was wrong. I won't scream again. Please let me go. Okay. Ning Yu Yin was not interested in paying attention to the secretary, but walked straight to Song Jianhao, who was lying on the ground, looking down at him. Song Jianhao, consider your own abilities before hitting someone next time. Song Jianhao lay on the ground, his face filled with pain and his eyes filled with resentment. Ning Yu Yin, I will never let you go. Yeah. Ning Yu Yin smiled slightly. What a coincidence. Song Jianhao, I won't let you go either. Get someone to throw him out. Yes. President Ning. Song Jianhao was kicked out of Changi Technology in such a miserable way. My heart is full of anger. Ning Yu Yin, I will never let you go. Just as Song Jianhao limped down the office building and was about to leave and seek help from his father, a Rolls-Royce suddenly appeared in front of me. The door opened, and Ning Xijia, with a bandage on her face, looked at Song Jianhao indifferently. Are you Song Jianhao? Song Jianhao was stunned for a moment. Who are you? Ning Xijia got out of the car with the help of her assistant. I'm the elder sister of that little bastard Ning Yu Yin. I know you have a grudge against Ning Yu Yin. We can talk about it. Chapter 182 Drag Ning Xijia into Hell. The lights are coming on. Ning Yu Yin was walking on the path leading to the Ji family villa, carrying a bag of steamed dumplings. After taking over Changi today, Ning Yu Yin first asked the team sent by Wen Yun Yin to make a statistics of all the assets within Changi Company. After all types of assets were clarified, Ning Yu Yin immediately transferred the purchase money to the account agreed upon by Song Jianhao. The formal acquisition of Changi Technology was completed at the legal level. An established fact has been reached. Afterwards, Ning Yu Yin transferred all of Changhui's valuable assets, mainly copyrights, to the company jointly established by Ning Yu Yin and Wen Yun Yin. Afterwards, Ning Yu Yin instructed the 6-member team to start the relevant procedures before leaving the company. The long-awaited busyness made Ning Yu Yin exhausted both physically and mentally. Today's experience of looking at various financial statements in Changi reminded him of the time when Shin Yuni was ill in his previous life, and he was in control of the Shin Group. That difficult memory makes Ning Yu Yin even more disgusted now. Snap! The door of the villa slowly opened, and before Ning Yu Yin could stand firmly, the white-haired girl threw herself into his arms. The girl is now in much better condition than she was a few days ago. The strength with which he held Ning Yu Yin was much greater than before. Although his whole body is still covered with scars, his complexion and spirit are much better than before. Okay, I'm back. Ah, ah, ah. The white-haired girl opened her mouth and said something incomprehensible. Ning Yu Yin could only smile and wait. Okay, let's go eat first. Ning Yu Yin gently broke free from the girl's arms and was about to take the girl to the kitchen to eat. Yuni, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked over with a dissatisfied look on her face. Smelly Yun, you too, be quiet. I still need to read. Aren't there still 5 days left to select the department director? Why are you in such a hurry? Besides, the opponent is just Ning Shirway. Are you afraid that you can't beat her? Of course I can win. Who am I? Yuni raised her head proudly, but there was some lack of confidence in her tone. Okay. Miss G, of course you can win. Ning Yan picked up the steamed buns and said, Come on, sir, eat the steamed buns. After you finish eating the steamed buns, you can continue reading. Ah, fried buns. As Yuni saw the fried dumplings, the cloudy skies suddenly turned sunny. He snatched the steamed buns and ran back to the kitchen. Looking at her lively back, Ning Yu smiled helplessly. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Ning Yun's face froze. He took out his cell phone from his sleeve and frowned slightly. Hello? Mr. Wu, what can I do for you? The Dog King's tone on the other end of the phone was a little strange. Mr. Ning, the stock price of Song's enterprise has rebounded. Someone is helping the Song family. Ning Yun frowned. Who is against us? Mr. Ning, didn't you listen to the recording this morning? Recording? The recording on Song Jianhao's phone? I was dealing with company matters at the time and didn't have time to listen to those recordings. Mr. Ning, after Song Jianhao left your company, he met your eldest sister. Big sister? Ning Xici. Ning Yun suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. Mr. Wu, what's going on? Mr. Ning, I'll send you the recording. You'll know what's going on once you listen to it yourself. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yun opened WeChat and saw a recording in the Dog King's message bar. Ning Yun pressed the record button. As the contents of the recording echoed clearly in his ears, Ning Yun's expression became worse and worse. Damn Ning Xijia. How dare you play this trick on me? Originally, Ning Yun was planning to deal with Song Jianhao and the Song family behind him in no time. But Ning Xijia inserted a stick in the middle. Give the Song family a chance to catch their breath. After thinking it over again and again, Ning Yun laughed out of anger. Ning Xijia, you want to play with me like this? I'll play with you to the end. Ning Yun called the Dog King again. Mr. Wu, I already know the recording you sent me. Thank you for your reminder. I happen to have some negative information about Ning Yu Yin here. I wonder if Mr. Wu needs it? There was a golden light flashing in front of the Dog King's eyes on the other side of the microphone. Yes, of course. Ning Yu Yin is the most controversial star right now. If I have any dirt on her, I'll make a killing. Ning Yu Yin had a smile on his face, but his eyes were extremely cold. Mr. Wu, let's meet at the same place tomorrow. I will give you all the dirty laundry on Ning Yu Yin then. Okay. The Dog King was laughing so hard. This is pie in the sky. By the way, Mr. Wu, I asked you to help collect some information about Ning Shirway. How is your collection going? The Dog King's voice on the other end of the phone was particularly cheerful. It's already been collected. I will give you that information right away when we meet tomorrow. Thank you very much, Mr. Wu. Ning Yin hung up the phone with a smile. I haven't touched Ning Shirway these 2 days because the information is incomplete. Now we have the information collected by the Dog King, plus the fact that she helped Ning Yu Yin to fabricate false evidence before. The combination of the two can definitely give her a surprise. However, this surprise will be most effective if it is detonated at a specific time. Looking at the recording on the phone, Ning Yun sneered in his heart. Ning Xijia, do you think you are the only one who can pull this trick? Want to help Song Jianhao? Then I will continue to blow up the Song Enterprise and drag you into hell. Chapter 183, if you want to die, I will grant your wish. The next morning, Ning Yun got up early and made breakfast for Ji Tianming, Ji Yuni, and the white-haired girl. Afterwards, he applied a special ointment on the girl's scar. After that, he said goodbye to a few people and went to the place agreed by the Dog King and handed him the black material about Ning Yu Yin. By the way, I also got some past information about Ning Shirway from him. After instructing Dog King to expose Ning Yu Yin's negative information on the internet, Ning Yun parted ways with Dog King and turned to Changi Technology, which he had just acquired yesterday. When I walked into Changi Technology again, There were a lot fewer people inside. After yesterday's screening by a 6-member team, most of the employees belonging to the Song family in the company have been cleared out. The employees of Changi Technology watched their colleagues being laid off one by one, and they were all trembling with fear. He was afraid of Ning Yu Yin, the young new boss. Ning Yu Yin didn't care about these things. The original intention of wanting to control Changi was to obtain those copyrights. Now that he has the copyright, Ning Yu Yin naturally no longer cares about the life or death of this company. Ning Yu Yin came here today because some programs have been started. As the current helmsman of Changi, Ning Yu Yin needs to sign some documents. Not long after arriving at the office, Ning Yu Yin signed several documents in succession. I was just about to get up and make a cup of coffee. The office door suddenly opened. Ning Yu Yin looked up and his face suddenly turned dark. Get out! Outside the door, Song Jianhao walked in behind Ning Sijia, who was supported by his assistant. Ning Yu Yin, everyone who comes is a guest. Don't you even know this little bit of courtesy? Guest? Ning Yu Yin sneered. You two scumbags are considered guests? Ning Sijia stared at Ning Yu Yin coldly, with 4 bodyguards following behind her, as if he was guarding against Ning Yu Yin's sudden attack. Ning Yu Yin, do you think what happened that day is over? You've made Yu Yin unable to eat anything these past 2 days. She's lost so much weight. You've hurt Yu Yin like that. I will never let you go. Ning Yu Yin sneered at Ning Sijia. You said you won't let me go? Then I want to see why you won't let me go. Ning Sijia glanced at Song Jianhao and said in a cold voice, Ning Yu Yin, I warn you to withdraw those accusations against Yu Yin immediately. Otherwise, I will let you see my Ning Sijia's methods. Ning Yu Yin, who already knew the two's plan, smiled. Okay, I'm waiting for you two to do something to me. I'm really scared. Ning Yu Yin, you. Song Jianhao took advantage of Ning Sijia's anger and said, Ning Yu Yin, you'd better return Changi Technology to me as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will definitely hire a lawyer to sue you. Sue me? Ning Yu Yin sat leisurely in the boss chair. Now the contract has been signed, and my 10 million has been transferred. This company is already my property. What can you use to sue me? Take that bruised and thick-skinned face of yours. You. Song Jianhao was so angry that he was fuming. Ning Yu Yin, don't be so proud. Ning Sijia threatened coldly. Don't think you can win just because you have the acquisition contract. Let me tell you, we have decided on this lawsuit, even if I have to drag you to death. Ning Yu Yin stared at Ning Sijia coldly. Ning Sijia, do you mean to completely stand on Song Jianhao's side? Compared to you, a little bastard, I think Mr. Song is more suitable. Good. Ning Yu Yin's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. At the shareholders meeting, I will remove you from your position as general manager of Ning's group. You dare! Ning Sijia started at Ning Yu Yin. If you dare to do this, I will never let you go. I don't dare to bother you. You can't do that. Cut. Ning Yu Yin's eyes were full of contempt. Whether I can do it or not, I don't need a loser like you to tell me what to do. Someone, get these rubbish out. When the remaining Changi employees outside the door heard Ning Yu Yin's words, they immediately ran to the office and took the initiative to contribute. Ning Sijia and Song Jianhao looked at the employees who gathered around them, their eyes full of unwillingness. But in the end, I could only turn around and leave. Ning Yu Yin, don't be so complacent. We'll see what happens. The two then left the office accompanied by assistants and bodyguards. Ning Yu Yin stared at the direction the two people left, his face extremely gloomy. Bang! The middle-aged man in the group of 6 walked in and reported to Ning Yu Yin. Boss Ning, Changi Technology has officially started bankruptcy liquidation. We have sent people to various departments to run the procedures, and it will probably be completed soon. Thanks for your hard work. The smile returned to Ning Yu Yin's face again. Sue me? The company is going to be ruined? Are you going to sue me for my life? Ning Sijia, do you think you are the only one who can make a move? Chapter 184 Ning Shirway. Let's wait and see. After the two were kicked out of Changi Technology, Ning Sijia immediately started the Ning Group's publicity machine and tried to clarify things for the Song family indirectly. With Ning Sijia's help, the Song Group's stock price finally stopped falling and began to rise slightly. Faced with this change, Ning Yu Yin did not react at all. The whole person seemed to be unaware of anything and did not move at all. This made Ning Sijia secretly proud. It seemed that Ning Yu Yin was really starting to get scared. Just when Ning Sijia wanted to proceed to the next step, something happened to Ning Yu Yin. Some of her past scandals suddenly surfaced online. Ning Yu Yin, who was already at the center of controversy, is now even more exposed. Haters swarmed in on the negative news about her that suddenly appeared online like sharks smelling blood. Endless curses began to appear on the internet. Ning Yu Yin, who had been unable to eat for the past 2 days and could only drink porridge to sustain her body, collapsed completely. The Ning family quickly sent her to the Magic City First Hospital. It's still that familiar VLP ward. Ning Yu Yin was lying on the hospital bed. Her face was as pale as paper, her body was thin, and her whole body was filled with an aura of decay. Mei Yuan stayed by the bed and cried. Ning Ran carefully supported her mother. Last time, because of her, Ning Yan Jun was taken away by the police. The Ning family then severely criticized Ning Ran. As a result, Ning Ran didn't dare to speak at all. Ning Sijia sat aside with a very gloomy expression. This time the method is too familiar. After the incident broke out, Ning Sijia immediately thought that it was Ning Muyun who did it. She didn't expect that after Ning Muyun accepted the warning, he not only did not back down, but became even more aggressive. Looking at the painful and weak Ning Yu Yin lying on the bed, Ning Sijia felt so heartbroken that blood was dripping from her eyes. She now wished she could run to Ning Muyun and slap him hard, but Mei Yuan was sad, and Ning Sijia couldn't leave at all. I can only take care of my mother and Ning Yu Yin here. Bang! The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and Ning Sangmu ran in hurriedly. How is Yin? Mei Yuan raised her head with tears in her eyes. Hubby, Yin fainted and hasn't woken up yet. Ning Sangmu felt very distressed when he saw Ning Yin's appearance. But compared to Ning Yin, he had something more important to say to Ning Sijia. Sijia, come here. As soon as the two walked out of the ward, Ning Sangmu couldn't wait to ask. Sijia, what's going on? Why did you let the company clear up those scandals for a small company like Song? Ning Sijia's face froze, and she whispered, Dad, this is only temporary. For some reason, Ning Muyin has some grudge against the Song family. He wants to kill the Song family. I won't let him do that. Why? Ning Sangmu looked anxious. He wants to destroy a company. Why don't you just let him do it? Why stop him? Ning Sijia explained to Ning Sangmu with a gloomy face. Dad, that little bastard Ning Muyin just acquired a small company under the Song Corporation. Let them sue Ning Muyin and hold him back. Make him unable to move. Let's find another chance and slowly take care of him. Ning Sangmu thought for a moment. But will this work? Okay, Ning Sijia assured in a low voice. Dad, I have hired the most professional lawyer to fight this lawsuit with Ning Muyin. Besides, as long as we win, Ning Muyin will have to pay a penalty of 500 million. I have already discussed it with the Song family. As long as we win, we can get 300 million from the liquidated damages. Ning Sangmu thought about it and finally agreed. Okay, I can agree with you to do this, but you have to be careful. If it doesn't work, we must withdraw from the company immediately. We must not let them drag down the stock price again. I know, Dad. After the two of them had discussed it, they returned to the ward to visit Ning Yu Yin again. In the hospital corridor, Ning Muyin walked towards Ji Yuni's office carrying a bag of Shengjian. After the efforts of the six-member team over the past few days, Changi technology no longer exists. Ning Muyin was just in the villa accompanying his master to prepare medicine. Ji Yuni called and insisted on eating Shengjian. Ning Muyin had no choice but to put down the work in his hands and bring the fried dumplings to Ji Yuni. Arriving in front of Ji Yuni's office, Ning Muyin knocked on the door and was about to go in. A disgusting voice sounded again. Ning Muyin, you've caused this to my third sister. How dare you come? Ning Muyin turned his head with a sneer on his face. Hey, isn't this Dr. Ning? What's wrong? Your stomach doesn't hurt anymore after being kicked. Ning Muyin, you're looking for death. Ning Shirway rushed over in anger. Ning Muyin had just raised his leg when Ji Yuni's office door slowly opened. Ning Muyin, you are too slow. Ning Shirway, what are you doing? Ning Shirway stopped immediately when she saw Ji Yuni coming out. Ji Yuni, this has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved. Ning Shirway, are you done yet? Why do you always target Ning Muyin? Ji Yuni was also angry this time. She protected Ning Muyin tightly behind her and glared at Ning Shirway. Ning Muyin, if you're with a man, come out. Don't hide behind a woman. Snort. Ning Muyin calmly protected Ji Yuni behind him. I'm standing right in front of you, and you dare to touch me? If you move, I'll move you. Ning Shirway just raised her hand. and Ji Yuni pushed her down. Ning Shirway, what are you doing? Ning Shirway felt a piercing pain in her buttocks. Ning Yun, Ji Yuni, I will never let you go. Haha, come and tell Ning Shirway what she wants to say. Stop talking nonsense. Ning Shirway glanced at Ning Yun with resentment, then turned to look at Ji Yuni and said, Ji Yuni, the position of chief physician this time is definitely mine. You and Ning Yun are messing around. You will definitely not end well. Ning Shirway, you. Ji Yuni was furious. Ji Yuni, no need to waste time talking to her. Ning Yun lowered his head and stared at Ning Shirway. Ning Shirway, the winner of this selection must be Ji Yuni. You're dreaming. Ning Shirway roared unwillingly. Whether it's a dream or not, you'll know when the time comes. Ning Murun sneered. We'll see. Chapter 185 Ning Shirway. Do you like the gift I prepared for you? Time flies. Soon it was the day for the chief physician election. In a spacious conference room, Ning Shirway and Ji Yuni stood on each side. Below are a dozen doctors. They are the chief physicians of various departments of the Magic City First Hospital, and the one sitting in the middle is the hospital director. He is also the one who makes the final decision on the chief physician's choice. Ning Shirway and Ji Yuni have just accepted the assessment. Both of them performed very well. It can be said that they are evenly matched. Faced with the excellent performance of the two, the chief physicians below had great disagreements. Some people support Ning Shirway as the new chief physician, while others support Ji Yuni. The two sides argued fiercely. This made Ji Yuni, who was standing on the podium, very nervous. But Ning Shirway was full of confidence. It's as if I've already won. Ever since the conflict with Ning Yun and Ji Yuni a few days ago, Ning Shirway has been feeling resentful. I must defeat Ji Yuni. She wants Ji Yuni, who is close to Ning Yun, to be defeated by her. Then go and ridicule as much as you can. This is the only way to let her vent her anger. Ning Shirway secretly glanced at Ji Yuni, who seemed a little nervous, and sneered inwardly. Look at her. I must be the winner this time. The voting results will be out soon. The dean, who was sitting in the middle seat, received the voting results. Looking at the number 9:9 above, I couldn't help laughing. This was the first time he had seen such an interesting voting result. Now, whoever of these two can get his vote can be said to be the winner. The dean looked at the two people standing on the podium. Ning Shirway was calm and composed, her eyes full of confidence. Although Ji Yuni was very calm, her clenched palms from time to time still exposed the fact that she was nervous inside. Looking at Ji Yuni's performance, the dean sighed secretly. For medical staff, strong psychological quality is also a very important assessment indicator. As a doctor, it is inevitable to encounter various emergencies. At this time, it is very important to stay calm. Ahem. The dean cleared his throat and said, Dr. Ning, Dr. Ji, you two are talents that our hospital is proud of. You two are equally skilled in medicine. Although this decision is difficult to make, I still have to make it. Dr. Ning, congratulations, you are the one. Ning Shirway was so happy that she couldn't help but bow her head to express her gratitude. Bang! The door to the conference room suddenly opened, and a doctor ran in and whispered something in the dean's ear. The dean's kind expression suddenly changed. Is this true? Of course it's true. It's all over the internet now. The dean raised his head and glanced at Ning Shirway with a serious expression. Ning Shirway suddenly felt a sense of foreboding when seeing this. What exactly happened? The dean shook his head slightly, then looked at Ji Yuni on the side. Dr. Ji, you are the winner of this election. Congratulations, Dr. Ji. What? Ji Yuni and Ning Shirway were both confused. Ji Yuni was even more surprised. Seeing the dean's look just now, she thought she was going to lose. As a result, I didn't do anything, but suddenly I won. Ji Yuni's heart was filled with ecstasy. 24-year-old chief physician. Wouldn't Ning Yin have to bow down to me now? Compared to Ji Yuni, Ning Shirway was not in a very happy mood. Dean, why? Didn't you just say that I won? Why did Ji Yuni get the position of chief physician now? The dean looked at Ning Shirway with a gloomy face. Dr. Ning, you actually helped your sister to fabricate false evidence. There was even a medical accident that was hidden before. Now the parties involved in the two incidents have been found. They're also going to sue the hospital. Dr. Ning, how could you do this? A name suddenly flashed in Ning Shirway's mind. Ning Yun. It was all Ning Yun's fault. Ning Shirway was immediately furious. But what is more important now is how to regain this qualification. Dean, I can explain that. That's not perjury. Whether it is perjury or not, we will investigate it ourselves. The dean stood up with a gloomy face. But before the truth comes out, Dr. Ning, you have to accept the suspension for investigation. If it turns out to be true, you will also have to bear legal responsibility. After the dean finished speaking, he took all the chief doctors away. Only Ji Yuni with a happy face and Ning Shirway with a dazed expression were left in the meeting room. Suspension for inspection? Bear legal responsibility? Ning Shirway never thought that she would end up in this situation. Yuni! The clear and familiar voice attracted the attention of both of them. They both looked up and saw Ning Yu Yin standing at the door of the meeting room, holding a bouquet of flowers. Looking at Ji Yuni with a smile on his face. Yun-yi, congratulations on becoming the chief physician. Congratulations. Ji Yuni blushed and was about to step forward to take the flowers. Ning Shirway, beside him, has already rushed forward. Ning Yu Yin, you did this, didn't you? Ning Yu Yin looked at Ning Shirway and smiled playfully. Ning Shirway, this is the gift I prepared for you. Do you still like it? Ning Shirway was going crazy. Ning Yu Yin, Chapter 186, completely plunged into the abyss. Ning Shirway rushed over regardless of everything. Laugh. Ning Yu Yin sneered, raised his arm, and made intimate contact with Ning Shirway's cheek. Bang! Ning Shirway staggered backwards, and suddenly 2 warm currents flowed out of her nose. The pain in her cheek and the warmth in her nose made Ning Shirway furious. Ning Yu Yin. Ning Shirway roared madly and pounced towards Ning Yu Yin again. Looking at the 2 warm currents under Ning Shirway's nose, Ning Yu Yin felt disgust from the bottom of his heart. His body flashed slightly, and Ning Shirway, who lost her cushion, fell directly to the ground. He fell flat on his face. The piercing pain all over her body made Ning Shirway unable to get up for a while. He could only stare at Ning Yu Yin with a pair of resentful eyes. It's like he can kill people with that look. Ning Yu Yin walked up to Ning Shirway, who was lying in front of him like a pitiful creature, and looked down at him with a contemptuous look and sneered. Ning Shirway, are you very angry? The chief physician you were so determined to get was taken away by someone else just like that. You have now been suspended from work by the hospital for investigation, and you may even be held legally responsible. Ning Shirway, are you satisfied with this result? Ning Shirway gnashed her teeth and growled. Ning Yu Yin, how dare you treat me like this? I will never let you go. Ning Yu Yin squatted down slowly while holding the hydrangea. Ning Shirway, why didn't you foresee this day when you helped Ning Yu Yin to give false evidence to frame me? Or do you think that I can only be bullied by you and never fight back? Ning Yu Yin, how dare you do this to me? I will never forgive you. Ning Yu Yin found it very funny to see the helpless and furious Ning Shirway. Forgive me? Ning Shirway, who the hell are you to forgive me? Ning Shiru started at Ning Yu Yin. It's not fair. You're playing dirty tricks. You're despicable and shameless. This is unfair competition. Ning Yu Yin's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Unfair? Ning Shirway, you also say it's unfair? Compared to what you've done before? Where am I now? You've always given the prize to Ning Jiba even when I was the winner. Why can't I do this? Ning Shirway stared at Ning Yu Yin with deep hatred in her eyes. Ning Yu Yin didn't care at all. Don't say it's unfair. Even if it's fair, what's the problem? The medical skills you are so proud of are not even comparable to mine. They are nothing compared to me. Not to mention Ji Yuni, who grew up under the influence of my master. Are you worthy enough to compete with her? When Ji Yuni heard Ning Yu Yin praising her, she felt very happy, and her little face turned red with embarrassment. This stinky Yu Yin? Is he still good at talking? Ning Shirway glared at Ning Yu Yin, her eyes full of unwillingness. That's all just excuses. You just played dirty tricks and got me hurt. Hurt you? Ning Yu Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ning Shirway, you are a loser who can only use hormones. You don't think that you can fill the gap just by memorizing some materials, right? You're far from it. Ning Shirway struggled to get up from the ground and teach Ning Yu Yin a lesson. Ning Yu Yin, how dare you insult me like this? I'm not done with you. Of course it's not over yet. Ning Yu Yin's eyes also turned cold. Ning Shirway, you don't think this is the end of my matter, do you? Ning Shirway's eyes narrowed, and she said in a trembling voice, Ning Yu Yin, what do you mean? It's meaningless. Ning Yu Yin's icy words chilled Ning Shirway to the bone. Ning Shirway, you are an ignorant and incompetent doctor and you should get out of the hospital. Not only will I suspend you for inspection, I will also kick you out of the hospital completely. I will also find a way to revoke your medical license. I'm going to drive you completely into the abyss. Chapter 187. If you don't pay 800 million, Ning Yu Yin will go to jail. Ning Yu Yin. Ning Shirway's angry scream rang out in the conference room. The only response she got was Ning Muyun's cold eyes. Ning Shirway, cherish this time. What is normal to you now will soon be something you never even dream of. After Ning Muyun finished speaking, he slowly stood up and walked towards Ji Yuni, holding the brocade flower. Ning Shirway, who was aching all over, couldn't get up. She could only stay on the ground, looking at Ning Muyun's back unwillingly, with resentment in her eyes. Ji Yuni, congratulations on your promotion to chief physician. I wish you a bright future. This bouquet of brocade and flowers is for you. Ji Yuni took the flowers from Ning Muyun and gave Ning Muyun a reproachful look. You're here. Why do you bring flowers? Although she said something angry, Ji Yuni's eyes were full of joy. Although this white gila is beautiful, it would be even better if it were a rose. The atmosphere between the two was very harmonious, and they completely ignored Ning Shirway, who was lying on the ground. Shirway! Shirway! Ning Shuxian's voice came from outside the door. As soon as she walked into the room, she saw Ning Shirway like this. Ah! Shirway! What's wrong with you? Ning Shuxian quickly helped Ning Shirway up. Shirway, are you okay? Second sister. I'm fine. Ning Shirway looked at Ning Muyun with resentment. Second sister. That little bastard Ning Muyun reported me. Now the chief physician who should have belonged to me has been snatched away by Ji Yuni. I have also been suspended by the hospital and need to undergo an examination. Second sister. It's all Ning Muyun who harmed me. Ning Shirway's crying made Ning Shuxian furious. Ning Muyun, are you still a human being? First, it caused our company's stock price to plummet. Then it caused my third sister to faint and be hospitalized. Now you've caused the fifth sister to be suspended for inspection. Ning Muyun, how can you be so inhumane? What on earth are you going to do? As Ning Shuxian spoke, her face gradually became distorted and her emotions gradually began to get out of control. Ning Muyun raised his eyes and gave the two of them a cold look. Ning Shuxian, are you having a bipolar disorder again? Do you need me to help you with it again? Ning Muyun. Ning Shuxian's face turned red with anger. Don't be so complacent. Don't think that no one can punish you like this. I'm telling you, you'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. Retribution? Ning Muyun couldn't help but laugh. Ning Shuxian, you guys who are worse than beasts haven't received retribution. How could I possibly be punished? Ning Muyun, you. Snort. Ning Muyun interrupted Ning Shuxian's conversation coldly. Ning Yan, Ning Shirway, and the other two completely deserved it. If she hadn't deliberately thrown dirty water on me in front of the media, she wouldn't have ended up like this. As for Ning Shirway, Ning Muyun glanced at the two of them coldly. As a doctor, you have no medical ethics at all, and you are working against your conscience to cooperate with Ning Yu Yin to frame me. If I didn't fight back, what would happen to me in the future? Ning Shuxian felt a little insecure for a moment. It seems like you know it in your heart. Are you aware that you are still talking nonsense here? You did those dirty things before, and now you blame me for fighting back. You made Ning Yu Yin and Ning Shirway become what they are now. Who is worse than an animal? You. Ning Shuxian really wanted to argue, but she couldn't say anything. Ning Shuxian, don't think this matter is over. Ning Muyun's eyes were filled with a heavy haze. Ning Yu Yin caused the stock price of Roan Culture to plummet. She is still owed 800 million yuan in compensation by Roan Culture. Don't think that Roan Culture will let you off so easily. I'm telling you, you better find a way to raise the money quickly. Without the 800 million, Roan Culture will send Ning Yu Yin to jail sooner or later. You dare! Ning Shirway was furious when she heard this. Third sister is now like this. It's all because of you and your companion's scheme. If you hadn't deliberately set it up, third sister wouldn't have to pay so much penalty. She wouldn't be like this. Ning Shuxian supported Ning Shirway and said angrily, Ning Muyun, don't even think that we will pay the 800 million yuan in liquidated damages to your friend's company. We won't pay a dime. Ning Muyun sneered. Then it's not up to you. Roan Culture's legal department has filed a lawsuit against Ning Yu Yin. If you don't pay the 800 million after the verdict comes into effect, Ning Yu Yin will have to go to jail. You can handle it yourself. Ning Yu Yin. Ning Shuxian's face was distorted with anger. Do you really want to harm Yu Yin and shirway? Certainly. What? Ning Shuxian was stunned for a moment. Her eyes were dull. Ning Shuxian, don't act like you're fine. Tell you what, I have prepared a great gift for you too. Ning Shuxian's eyes narrowed, and a sudden fear arose in her heart. What gift? Ning Muyun, what do you want to do? Ning Muyun pulled Ji Yuni, whose face was blushing out. What do I want to do? Ning Muyun stood at the door, looking at the two of them with a smile. Ning Shuxian, my gift has been sent out. You will naturally receive it when the time comes. Before that, just look forward to it. I hope you can still sleep during this time. Ning Muyun. Ning Shuxian roared in anger. But Ning Muyun had already pulled Ji Yuni out of the meeting room, leaving only the open door empty. Chapter 188. Yo, are you all here? I thought you were all dead. Ning Muyun, how dare you treat Yu Yin and Shirway like this? We'll see. Ning Shuxian's face was distorted, and her eyes were filled with dark clouds. Ning Shirway leaned on Ning Shuxian, her eyes half angry and half confused. Second sister, what should we do now? Ning Shuxian tried hard to suppress her distorted emotions, and her complexion gradually returned to normal. Let's go. Let's go find Big Sister. Let her think of a solution. We must not let Ning Muyin do whatever he wants. Ning Shuxian supported Ning Shirway, who was in pain all over, and slowly walked towards the VLP ward where Ning Yu Yin was. The two figures looked haggard and helpless. Ning Muyun, is it really okay for you to do that just now? Ji Yuni followed Ning Muyun, holding the flowers, and slowly walked towards the office. Ning Muyun smiled. What's the problem? Of course there's no problem. But Ji Yuni was still a little worried. All right. Ning Muyun pulled Ji Yuni's hand and said, Miss Ji, you have now successfully become a chief physician. Such a great thing. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Ji Yuni glanced at Ning Muyun and curled her lips in displeasure. Damn Muyun, you just know how to exploit me. So, will our Miss Ji invite you to this meal? Please, please. What's the big deal? Ji Yuni snorted softly, with the corners of her mouth slightly curved. Since you came all the way here to celebrate for me today, I will be merciful to you for once. I will treat you to a meal now. Ji Yuni, you said it. I won't be polite then. Humph. Xiao Yunzi, I'm happy today. You can eat whatever you want today. The two of them came to Ji Yuni's office while playing. Yuni, go to the office and clean up first. I'm going to the bathroom first. What a hassle. Go early and come back early. Ji Yuni took a glance at it, then happily walked into the office holding the flowers. Ning Muyin stopped smiling when he saw Ji Yuni walk into the office. I have to go see what Ning Yin looks like today. By the way, let's go visit those beasts. Ning Muyin snorted coldly and walked in the opposite direction. Big sister, Shuxian, why are you here? Ning Sijia just stood up in surprise, and her face suddenly changed. Shirway, what's wrong with you? Who hit you? Mei Yuan and Ning Ran quickly turned around to check on Ning Shirway's condition. Shirway / fifth sister, what's wrong with you? Ning Shirway cried in grievance. Mom! Big sister, seventh sister, that little bastard Ning Muyin just came to the hospital to report me. I lost my qualification as chief physician and was suspended for investigation. What's worse is that he slapped me, and he said he would kick me out of the hospital. He said he would never allow me to practice medicine again. Sister, what should I do? Mei Yuan and Ning Ran were both stunned. What? Ning Sijia's face turned livid, and her voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. How dare he? Big sis. He really did it. What should we do now? Ning Shirway could no longer suppress the fear in her heart and asked hurriedly. How so? Why would that kid do that? Mei Yuan's body went limp as if her soul had been sucked out of her. Fortunately, Ning Ran quickly supported her, so she didn't fall. Seventh sister, help Mom to go to another ward to rest first. Mom, I'll take care of things here. Mei Yuan nodded weakly. Then, with the help of Ning Ran, he went to another ward to rest. As soon as Mei Yuan left, Ning Sijia immediately released her undisguised malice towards Ning Muyin. Damn it, how dare that little bastard Ning Muyin do this? Sister, we have to fight back. Ning Shuxian quickly offered a plan. We have to find a way to restrict his actions. We can't let him do whatever he wants. I know. Ning Sijia thought about it for a while, then picked up her phone and made a call. Hey, Assistant Gao, urge Song Zhanhao right now. Ask him to file a lawsuit against Ning Yu Yin right now. General Manager, something terrible has happened. Ning Sijia suddenly felt ominous. What's wrong? What happened? The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became Song Jianhao's voice. Ms. Ning, I have something to report to you. What's the matter? Tell me now. Song Jianhao's voice seemed to be filled with anger. Ms. Ning, Ning Mian has fooled us. Changi Technology has been completely deregistered. I went to the office building today and found that it was completely deserted. There was nothing left. What? Ning Sijie couldn't believe the news. The reason for supporting Song Jianhao is because Ning Muyan has a grudge against him. The two had a disagreement on Changi Technology. Ning Sijie can use Song Jianhao to make him bite Ning Muyan. As a result, Ning Muyan directly canceled Changi Technology. Then how can Song Jianhao cause trouble for Ning Muyan? While Ning Sijie was furious, she suddenly thought of something. Ning Muyan did this because he must have anticipated that he and Song Jianhao would cause trouble for him at the company level. Judging from the little beast's personality after the wedding, he will definitely fight back against this kind of thing. Ning Sijie quickly picked up the phone. He was just about to instruct his assistant to separate the Ning and Song companies immediately. The door of the ward suddenly opened. Ning Songmu rushed in from outside the door in a rage. Sijie, what happened to you? The Song Corporation that you asked the company to help clarify has another scandal. Not only is their company's stock price hitting the daily limit, but our company's stock price has also fallen. Sijie, what are you doing? Ning Sijie's face turned pale, and she quickly put the phone to her ear. Hey, Assistant Gao. Ms. Ning, I'm Song Jianhao. Ning Sijie was filled with anger when she heard Song Jianhao's words. He almost said it in a roaring voice. Now, return the phone to Assistant Gao immediately. Oh. Song Jianhao did not dare to delay and quickly returned the phone to Assistant Gao. General Manager, Assistant Gao, I'm ordering you now. Have the company's public relations department cut ties with Song's enterprise immediately. Assistant Gao's trembling voice came. General Manager, it's too late. I just wanted to tell you, someone on the internet has linked our two companies together. They say we are a den of snakes and rats. Ning Sijie was so angry that her forehead hurt. I don't care. Tell the PR department to spread the word and cut ties right now. Yes. General Manager. Bang. Ning Sijie had just hung up the phone when the door was suddenly pushed open. Ning Muyan appeared at the door of the ward with a smile on his face. Hey, is everyone here? I thought you were all dead. Chapter 189. The Shareholders meeting begins. Ning Muyan. Ning Sijie was so angry that her eyes turned red. You made Yin become like that. How dare you appear in front of me? Ning Muyan couldn't help laughing out loud. Ning Sijie, do you own this hospital? You come, so I can't come? You. Ning Sijie wanted to rush over to find Ning Muyan to argue with him. Ning Songmu stretched out his hand to stop Ning Sijie. Dad! Ning Songmu stared at Ning Muyan with a gloomy face. The losses suffered by the Ning group in the past few days made him furious. When Ning Songmu saw Ning Muyan again, he wanted to eat him alive. But Ning Muyan left a very deep impression on Ning Songmu that day. Ning Songmu was afraid that if he let Ning Sijie go like this, what happened that day would happen again. Rebellious son, what are you doing here? Ning Songmu, didn't I just say that? Ning Muyan looked amused. Let me see if you are dead. You, Ning Muyan. The Ning sisters roared in unison. The anger in their eyes seemed to be about to burst out. Ouch! Ning Muyan deliberately said in a sarcastic tone. You scared me to death. I'm so scared. Ning Sijie and her sisters almost exploded with anger when they saw Ning Muyan's mean expression. Ning Songmu was also very angry, but his experiences over the years have allowed him to retain some sanity. Ning Muyan, you don't have to act crazy here. You must have a purpose for coming here. You could just say it directly. No need to hide there. Ning Muyan was very surprised. Ning Songmu, have you grown up? You. Ning Songmu was almost unable to control his anger. Ning Muyan ignored the fact that Ning Songmu was about to explode with anger. The smile on his face was suddenly filled with coldness. I'm here to tell you, Ning Songmu, you'd better remove Ning Sijie from the position of general manager now. Impossible. You're dreaming. Ning Songmu refused immediately. Ning Sijie was furious. Ning Shuxian supported Ning Shirway and stared at Ning Muyan, as if this could kill Ning Muyan. Dreaming? Ha! Ning Yu Yin sneered a few times. Ning Sijia, you will know whether it is a dream or not in a few days. Ning Sijia's eyes narrowed. Little bastard, what do you want to do? He, Ning Yin glanced at Ning Sijia and said, Ning Sijia, you colluded with that scumbag Song Zhanhao to harm me. Have you achieved your goal now? I guess Ning's stock price should plummet again, right? Ning Sijia was so angry that her hands were shaking. Ning Yu Yin, don't think I don't know that this is your doing. I'm telling you, you've completely pissed me off. There's no end between us. Faced with Ning Sijia's impotent rage, Ning Yu Yin looked disdainful. So, what if I piss you off? What if you're angry? If anger was useful, all of you would have died long ago. If anger worked, I wouldn't have to do anything else. Ning Yu Yin's eyes narrowed, with a hint of murderous intent in them. My wrath is far greater than yours. You. Ning Sijia looked at Ning Yu Yin and suddenly felt a little afraid for some reason. Ning Sangmu, whether you agree to dismiss Ning Sijia from the position of general manager or not, it's useless. I've made my decision. You can't stop me. Rebellious son, what on earth do you want to do? Ning Yu Yin glanced at everyone coldly and turned away. Ning Sijia, you can do whatever you can to make a last-ditch effort these days. Your good days are numbered anyway. Ning Yu Yin, just do whatever you want. I'm not afraid of you. Huh? Ning Yu Yin turned around and glanced at Ning Sijia. If you're really not afraid, then there's no need to tremble. Ha! Ning Sijia was furious after being exposed. Ning Yu Yin, Ning Sijia, save your energy. You'll know what will happen at the shareholders meeting in a few days. Look forward to it. Ha ha ha. Ning Yu Yin left slowly amidst the melodious and cheerful laughter. Several members of the Ning family were left in the ward with gloomy faces. Ning Sijia's face turned as black as ink. Dad, what should we do? Ning Sangmu's face was extremely gloomy. Sijia, you should prepare for the next few days. After the shareholders meeting, we will issue additional shares. Issuing additional shares? Right. Ning Sangmu's eyes were gloomy and depressed. This rebellious son has too many shares in his hands. We can't let him continue to increase his holdings like this. We must issue more shares. Reduce his shareholding ratio. Ning Sijia looked embarrassed. Dad, to increase the shareholding, all shareholders must agree. That little bastard Ning Yu Yin holds 19% of the shares. What if he doesn't agree? Don't worry about that. Some of the shareholders are my good friends. With the shares I have, I can definitely overwhelm Ning Yu Yin. Ning Sijia breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, I'll feel relieved if you say that. We must not allow Ning Yu Yin to do whatever he wants. Sijia, don't worry. Ning Sangmu's tone was inexplicably cold. Dad will definitely make him pay the price. A few days later, the Ning Group's shareholders meeting was officially held. In the spacious and mysterious conference room, there is a long round table. All shareholders of Ning Group gathered here. Prepare to hold the shareholders meeting of Ning Group. Looking at these shareholders on the table, Ning Sangmu was full of confidence. Ning Sijia's anxiety over the past few days also dissipated a lot. The two looked around but didn't see Ning Yu Yin. Ning Sijia breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and stood up. Dear shareholders of Ning's Group, our shareholders meeting will begin soon. The door of the conference room suddenly opened slowly. Everyone in the conference room's attention was suddenly drawn to the door. Ning Yu Yin, who was standing at the door, smiled slightly. It seems I'm not late yet. Chapter 190 Ning Yu Yin. I oppose this resolution. Ning Yu Yin. Ning Sijia's eyes narrowed. My hands clenched subconsciously. I originally thought that this little beast would not show up. I didn't expect he would come after all. Damn it. All the shareholders in the conference room focused their attention on Ning Yu Yin. For this handsome young man with extraordinary temperament. Most of the shareholders are unfamiliar. But everyone's first impression of Ning Yu Yin is very good. There was a hint of appreciation in the eyes of most shareholders. I just don't know what such a young man is doing here. Shareholders began to talk. Among them, only a few shareholders looked at Ning Yu Yin with contempt. They are Ning Sangmu's friends. Know Ning Yu Yin's true identity. Naturally, there is a sense of rejection and vigilance towards it. As for Ning Sangmu and Ning Sijia, their faces were even gloomier. Especially Ning Sijia. Her face could be described as black as the bottom of a pot. Looking at the calm Ning Yu Yin, Ning Sijia's mood gradually sank into the abyss. Ning Sijia has always remembered what Ning Muyin said before. Ning Sijia would never allow Ning Muyin to take the power of general manager away from her. That is a profession that I am proud of. We must not let this little beast do whatever he wants today. Somyo ne come? Ning Sijia winked at the assistant, who nodded quickly. Close the door of the conference room. No one is allowed to enter the shareholders' meeting. The assistant made 2 gestures, and the 2 staff members at the door went up and tried to close the door of the conference room, wanting to lock Ning Muyin out. Slow! Bang! Ning Muyin slapped the door with his palm, causing the slowly closing door of the conference room to suddenly flip back. Wide open. Seeing Ning Muyin being so tough, the 2 staff members stopped there for a moment, not knowing what to do. Ning Sijia, I am also a shareholder of the company. Why do you lock me out? Shareholder? The other shareholders in the conference room did not expect that Ning Muyin, at such a young age, was already a shareholder of Ning Group. This is a company with a market value of more than 20 billion. He looks to be in his 20s, right? Ning Sijia's face became increasingly gloomy. Originally, I wanted to kick Ning Muyin out first, but now Ning Muyin has revealed his identity himself. I can no longer stop him from entering the shareholders' meeting. Damn it! Ning Sijia was becoming increasingly unhappy. But that was the rule of the shareholders' meeting. As a shareholder, you have the right to attend the shareholders' meeting. Ning Sijia thought for a moment and winked at her assistant again. The assistant understood what he meant and quickly ran to Ning Muyin. I'm sorry, sir. We made a mistake just now. We didn't know you were a shareholder. I'll take you to sit down now. Ning Sijia thought quickly and wanted to ask her assistant to take Ning Muyin to a corner of the shareholders' meeting. By doing this, he can also minimize the chances of talking to other shareholders. So as not to ruin the big thing, Ning Muyin glanced at the assistant. From the looks in their eyes just now, Ning Muyin could guess what she and Ning Sijia were going to do with just a little bit of guessing. Need not. Ning Muyin walked past the assistant and sat directly on the seat near the door at the long table, confronting Ning Sangmu from a distance. Ning Sangmu looked at Ning Muyin, who was smiling opposite him, and his heart was burning with anger. The assistant looked at Ning Muyin, who had already sat down with a helpless look on his face. General Manager, I return. Ning Sijia waved her hand and called the assistant back. Then she stared at Ning Muyin with a pair of gloomy eyes. The smile on Ning Muyin's face became brighter and brighter, and Ning Sijia was so angry that her hands were shaking. Don't be impatient, you little bastard. I'll see how you can laugh in a while. Ning Sijia forced herself to suppress her anger and tried hard to force a smile. Okay, now that all our shareholders are here, then our shareholders meeting today officially begins. Ning Muyin sat at the long table, looking at the 2 ugly faces of Ning Sijia and Ning Sangmu quite leisurely. Get ready to watch them perform. Dear shareholders, our Ning Group has encountered some turmoil recently. Market value has dropped slightly. In order to restore the company's stock price and for future development, the board of directors has decided to issue additional shares. Issuing additional shares? The shareholders looked at each other and began to discuss the impact of the additional issuance of shares on their own interests. Right. Ning Sijia looked at the shareholders who were discussing the issue and was determined in her heart. The additional issuance of shares will definitely have some impact, but I can guarantee that every one of our shareholders will get more benefits than before. On the table is the plan we will adopt for issuing additional shares. Every plan we implement is for the benefit of shareholders. Shareholders can check out the plan first, and we will start voting later. Ning Sijia breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this plan succeeds, Ning Muyin's shareholding will drop sharply. In this way, even if Ning Muyin wanted to do something to the Ning Group in the future, he would not be able to object. By then, I can slowly find opportunities to slowly take away the shares in Ning Muyin's hands. The sound of flipping pages slowly rang out in the conference room. The shareholders' expressions were mixed. Everyone is confused. Ning Sangmu looked at the shareholders with different expressions and felt a little relieved. Relying on the shares held by myself and my friends. As long as he and others agree, Ning Muyin shares cannot change this fact at all, unless Ning Muyin can bring all the shareholders except himself to his side. But is this possible? Time passes slowly. The sound of flipping pages gradually stopped. All right. Ning Sijia stood up again. You have just read the agreement. Shall we vote now to implement this resolution? I agree. Ning Sangmu immediately agreed. I agree. Agree. As Ning Sangmu spoke, his good friends gradually raised their hands. Ning Sijia was secretly proud of herself. The approval rate has now reached 45%. As long as a few more shareholders agree, this resolution will be successful. Ning Yun's shareholding can also be reduced. I object. A loud voice rang out in the conference room. Ning Yun smiled and stood up, staring at Ning Sijia coldly. I oppose this resolution. A cold light flashed in Ning Sijia's eyes. What is coming has finally come. Chapter 191. Dismiss Ning Sijia from the position of general manager. Ning Yun, why do you object? Ning Sijia started at Ning Yun angrily. Ning Yun? When the shareholders heard the three words Ning Yun, they were all surprised. So this young man's name is Ning Yun? Then isn't he a member of the Ning family? Why do you still want to oppose the resolution proposed by the Ning family? Ning Sangmu looked at Ning Yun with a gloomy face, with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Ning Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Ning Sijia, I hold 19% of the Ning Group's shares. I am the second largest shareholder of the Ning Group. Why can't I object? The second largest shareholder? This time the shareholders were really shocked. 19% of the shares. That's more than 3 billion. In the hands of this young man. Ning Yun. You. Ning Sijia was furious. Sijia. Ning Sangmu stopped Ning Sijia and looked at Ning Yun, who was across the long table. Ning Yun, your objection is just your opinion. There are so many shareholders here. We will still follow the voting results. Ning Sijia also gradually calmed down. The most important thing now is to establish a fait accompli. Pass shareholder vote. No one can object to the voting results. Voting results? Humph. Ning Yun sneered and stood up slowly. Dear shareholders, I am Ning Yun, and you and I are all shareholders of the Ning Group. This proposal should not exist. Ning Sangmu secretly said that something was wrong. What if Ning Yun talks nonsense and induces those shareholders to vote for him? Ning Sijia also reacted. He quickly winked at his assistant, wanting Ning Yun to shut up. The assistant nodded quickly and ran to Ning Yun with two staff members. Sir, voting is taking place now. Please do not interfere with other people's voting results. As the assistant said this, he wanted to have someone push Ning Yun back into his seat. Roll! Ning Yun pushed the staff member with his backhand, causing him to stagger. The assistant's heart trembled, and he felt a little fear for the first time in his life. Sir, I am the second largest shareholder of Ning Group. Who do you think you were to come and shut me up? Ning Yun's cold eyes frightened the assistant so much that he trembled all over and dared not to stop him anymore. Snort! Ning Yun straightened his tie and stared coldly at Ning Sijia, who was full of anger. Everyone, this is how our general manager treats shareholders. Ning Sijia knew it was too late to say anything now, so she could only wink and ask the assistant to come back. Ning Yun ignored Ning Sijia's little action and just looked around, taking the expressions of each shareholder. Everyone, we are all shareholders of Ning Group. According to our general manager, this proposal is because the Ning Group has recently encountered some turmoil and its market value has dropped. In order to restore the company's stock price, they are issuing additional shares. That's a nice thing to say. If I didn't know the inside story, I would have been fooled by our dedicated general manager. Ning Yun. Ning Sijia roared in a low voice. She stared at Ning Yun with gnashing teeth, wishing she could eat him alive. Ning Yun glanced at Ning Sijia coldly and sneered. Dear shareholders, this drop in stock price is entirely due to the unreasonable operation of the general manager, which caused all these disasters. The responsibility for the stock price drop should have been borne solely by the general manager. But our competent general manager not only did not bear these losses herself, she also came up with the bad idea of issuing additional shares. Everyone, another consequence of the additional stock issuance is that your shareholding ratio in the Ning Group will decrease. Even if our general manager says that after issuing more shares, everyone's benefits can be greatly increased. But there is a prerequisite. Ning Yun said. All the shareholders' eyes were attracted to Ning Yun. That is, after the additional issuance, the Ning Group stock price must continue to rise. If there is no increase, the interests of all our shareholders will be harmed. Besides, why are we discussing this topic now? Isn't it just that the company's stock price is falling? And what is the key to the company's stock price decline? Ning Yun put away his smile and pointed directly at Ning Sijia, whose face was ashen. These are the stupid actions taken by this competent general manager. With her stupid moves, what's the point of issuing more shares? Everyone, I have finished what I have to say. I will also recognize the voting results of the shareholders' meeting. I just don't know whether everyone wants to face a huge loss of their own interests or want to save the situation. All right, everyone can continue voting. As soon as the words fell, the conference room fell silent. The shareholders looked at each other with less excitement and more solemnity in their eyes. Ning Sijia was about to explode with anger. Such a good arrangement was messed up by Ning Yu Yin. Can this resolution still be passed? The silence in the conference room was suddenly broken. A shareholder cast his vote with a serious expression. I object. I don't agree. I object too. The sound of voting rang out in the conference room. Ning Sangmu and others' faces were as dark as ink. The final voting results are in. 47% of shareholders voted in favor of issuing additional shares. The number of shareholders who disagree with the issuance of additional shares is 53%. This resolution cannot pass. Ning Yu Yin, Ning Sangmu, Ning Sijia, and others were almost going crazy. However, Ning Yu Yin still looked calm. General Manager, the voting results are out. 47 to 53. It seems that you can't issue more shares this time. Ning Yu Yin, Ning Sijia gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Ning Yu Yin knew what Ning Sijia was thinking without even looking at her. But he didn't have time to care. Ning Yu Yin stood up and smiled slightly. Everyone, I believe your choices are correct. Our general manager just proposed a motion, and we voted not to allow it to pass. Now I would also like to propose a motion, and I hope all shareholders can agree to it. Everyone in the conference room looked at Ning Yu Yin. What motion? Ning Yu Yin put away his smile, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I propose to remove Ning Sijia from the position of general manager of Ning's group. Chapter 192 Ning Sijia. You can get out of the meeting room. No. As soon as Ning Yu Yin said this, Ning Sijia quickly objected. No, I don't agree. Ning Sangmu expressed his clear opposition. Several of his friends also looked at Ning Yu Yin unkindly. Ning Yu Yin looked at Ning Sangmu and others with a playful expression. Ning Sangmu, this is a shareholders' meeting. As a shareholder, I naturally have the power to propose resolutions. That won't work either. Ning Sangmu stood up forcefully and fought back. As the chairman of Ning's group, I disagree. Ning Yu Yin's face also turned cold. Ning Sangmu, don't forget, Ning Group is a joint stock company. Even if you were the chairman, you must obey the resolution of the shareholders' meeting. You, Ning Sijia, who was about to go crazy, could only try her best to stop Ning Yu Yin from continuing to speak. Ning Yu Yin, although you are a shareholder, but you don't have a formal resolution document. It doesn't count. It doesn't count? Ning Yu Yin looked around and said loudly. Everyone, the shareholders' meeting is a platform for our shareholders to communicate, and it is reasonable to propose resolutions. Now our general manager is using the excuse that there is no official document to prevent me from proposing a resolution. Does everyone think this is reasonable? When the shareholders heard this, their expressions changed. Ning Sijia knew she was in trouble as soon as she heard it. Assistant, hurry up. Everyone, I think we should vote now to decide whether this general manager should stay or go. Ning Yu Yin's suddenly raised voice interrupted Ning Sijia's thoughts. After the shareholders communicated with each other, they all nodded. I agree. I think we should vote now too. We are shareholders. Whether or not there is a written proposal should not be an excuse for not proposing a resolution. I agree to vote now. The voices of shareholders rang out one after another. Ning Sangmu saw that he could no longer stop them, so he continued to think of ways to oppose it. Okay, since all shareholders want to initiate a vote, I won't object. Ning Sangmu said a few words in a pretentious manner, and then looked at Ning Yu Yin. Since you want to remove Ning Sijia from her position as general manager, you must also state your reasons? Reason? Ning Yu Yin sneered disdainfully. Ning Sijia caused the Ning Group's stock market to plummet. What other reasons do I need to give? That's just your one-sided statement. It doesn't count. Ning Sangmu clearly stood on Ning Sijia's side. Not countable? Humph. Ning Sijia abused the Ning Group's public relations to whitewash other companies. Now public opinion has backfired and affected the Ning Group's stock price. The shareholders should have heard about it, right? When this matter was mentioned, Ning Sijia became even more furious. If Ning Yu Yin hadn't been behind this matter, the Ning Group would never have suffered such a loss. Does he dare to bring this matter up now? After listening to this, the shareholders nodded. They had also heard about this matter. The Ning group was indeed influenced by the Song group. These shareholders are also annoyed. Ning Sangmu saw the shareholders talking about this and thought to himself that this was not good. Now he couldn't stop Ning Muyun from speaking and could only insist that Ning Muyun's words were groundless. Ning Muyun can't produce any evidence anyway. Ning Muyun, you have no idea about the internal operation of the company. Everything you said is just conjecture. It can't be used as evidence at all. When the shareholders heard this, they looked at Ning Muyun suspiciously. Although the Ning group's stock market plummeted, they didn't know the specific details. They couldn't be sure whether what Ning Muyun said was true. Ning Sijia felt a chill in her heart when she heard Ning Muyun's cold smile. Ning Sangmu, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Since you want evidence, then I will give it to you. What? Ning Muyun has evidence? Ning Sangmu and Ning Sijia were all stunned, and then they became uncontrollably panicked. No, we must not let Ning Muyun release the evidence. The two were about to take action, but it was too late. Ning Muyun took out his cell phone and placed it on the table. Dear shareholders, I have a recording here. After you listen to the recording, you will naturally know whether what I just said is true or false. After that, we can just vote on it. After saying that, Ning Muyun turned on the recording. Boss Ning, Ning Muyun caused our Song Corporation's stock price to plummet. What should we do? It doesn't matter. I will let Ning's public relations department clear your name, but you also have to sue Ning Muyun as we agreed before. Sure. As long as you help the Song group get through this difficult time, I will do my best to sue Ning Yin and will never let him off easily. Well, Song Jianhao, you have to know. I am using the Ning family's reputation to help you. If you can't bite Ning Yin to death, I won't let you go. Yes. I will do my best to deal with Ning Yin. Please rest assured, Mr. Ning. The voices of Ning Sijia and Song Jianhao sounded in the recording. After their initial surprise, the shareholders had made their own judgment. The protagonist of the recording, Ning Sijia, looked as pale as paper. When Ning Sangmu heard Ning Sijia's voice in the recording, he knew that everything was over. That recording not only demonstrated clearly what Ning Sijia did, he even recorded the last sentence, using the reputation of the Ning group with disgust. Now it's all over. Ning Sijia can no longer keep her position as general manager. The shocked Ning Sijia forced herself to wake up under the sharp gazes of many shareholders. Still want to make a dying struggle. This is fake. You made this without. Ning Muyun looked at Ning Sijia leisurely. Whether it is fake or not, you know it in your heart. Dear shareholders, let's start voting. I'll vote first. I oppose Ning Sijia continuing to serve as the general manager of Ning's group. The shareholders looked at each other and began to vote. I object too. I don't agree with her continuing to serve as general manager. I agree with this proposal too. As the voting process progressed, Ning Sijia only felt that her body was getting colder and colder. All my limbs seemed to be frozen. Ning Sangmu's face was gloomy, but he was unable to stop other shareholders from voting. The voting results came out quickly. The total number of shareholder votes supporting Ning Muyun's proposal is 70%. The number of shareholders who opposed Ning Muyun's proposal only accounted for 30%. Even some of Ning Sangmu's friends voted for Ning Muyun. They also felt that Ning Sijia was going too far. Ning Sangmu looked at Ning Muyun and his friends in exasperation. The anger in his heart was about to burn him through, but he had to face the voting results that had already come out. No matter how unwilling he was, Ning Sangmu had no choice but to accept this fact. 7-3. It looks like my resolution has been passed. Ning Muyun looked at Ning Sijia with a smile. Ning Sijia, now you are no longer the general manager of Ning Group. You can get out of the meeting room now. The moment she heard the result, Ning Sijia only felt a buzzing in her head, and then she could hear nothing. Chapter 193, I harmed her. Who will help me send Ning Jiba to jail? Ning Sijia, didn't you hear what I just said? You can get out of this meeting room now. Ning Muyun's words woke Ning Sijia up from her daze. She never thought that one day she would be kicked out of the Ning Group. Ning Sijia had already started working at the Ning Group before she graduated from university. Over the past 10 years, she has ignored her personal problems and poured all her passion into the Ning Group. It can be said that in Ning Sijia's eyes, the Ning Group is her child that she takes good care of. And today, Ning Muyun single-handedly kicked himself out of the Ning Group through a shareholders' meeting. This seemed to be forcibly separating Ning Sijia from her own child. It made Ning Sijia feel heartbroken. Ning Yin looked at Ning Sijia, whose face was pale, without any sympathy in his heart. At that time, Ning Yin was about to graduate from university and was preparing to join the Ning group to work. I got first place in both written and interview tests. With that achievement, even if he doesn't come to Ning group, he will be able to go to other companies. I came here just to do my part for that family. But what did Ning Sijia do? She directly snatched the labor contract that was about to be signed from her hands and then tore it to pieces. The feeling of being kicked out of the Ning family that day is still engraved in my mind. Now, Ning Sijia also tasted the same feeling. Looking at Ning Sijia's silly look, Ning Yin felt extremely happy. Removing Ning Sijia from the position of general manager is just the first step. In past and present lives, Ning Sijia has committed too many sins against herself. Being just a general manager is not enough. Just like I said before in the garden, all the things Ning Sijia cherishes must be destroyed one by one. Let her feel the despair and pain that I have experienced. Although Ning Sangmu felt sorry for Ning Sijia, he also knew that the situation was hopeless. Ning Sijia can no longer keep her position as general manager. Sijia, it's already like this. Go out and have some rest first. Dad will take care of the rest. Ning Sijia was shocked, knowing that Ning Sangmu had also given up on regaining her position as general manager. Despair surged in her heart. Ning Sijia looked at the shareholders in the conference room, and tears slowly filled her eyes. Sorry. Ning Sijia bowed to everyone. Dear shareholders, it was my decision that caused the Ning group to suffer losses. I will not continue to stay in this position. I will resign after this meeting. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Ning Yin sneered twice. Miss Ning, what's the point of saying sorry twice? Can you make up for our loss of real money just by saying sorry twice? Yeah, I lost 5 million. What's 5 million? I lost a full 20 million. The shareholders echoed Ning Yin and started to attack. Ning Sangmu's face was gloomy and Ning Sijia felt extremely humiliated. But things have come to this point, and she can't reverse it. Ning Sijia hated Ning Yin even more in her heart. I swear to make Ning Yin pay a heavy price. Resentful thoughts began to take root. But now Ning Sijia could only bow and apologize. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. All right. Miss Ning, you don't have to bow and apologize here. Ning Yin put away his smile, his eyes filled with coldness. You are no longer a member of the Ning group. Please leave the meeting room immediately. Next, we have a shareholders meeting. We don't need outsiders waiting to sit in on the discussion. What he said to Ning Yin was hit back by Ning Yin in the form of a boomerang again. Ning Sijia felt extremely humiliated and bit her lips tightly, causing blood to drip down. Ning Sangmu couldn't bear to see Ning Sijia suffer this humiliation again, so he whispered to persuade her. Sijia, go back first. Ning Sijia raised her head and looked at Ning Yin with resentment, then finally walked out slowly with heavy steps. Ning Sijia had never felt her steps so heavy. The moment she passed by Ning Yin, Ning Sijia stopped and stared at Ning Yin with resentment. Ning Yin just gave her a smile. Ning Sijia was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. After Ning Sijia left, the shareholders' meeting got back on track. Since the proposal of Ning Sangmu and Ning Sijia was rejected by Ning Yin, all the backup plans of Ning Sangmu and others were invalidated. There is no way to continue performing it. The subsequent shareholders' meeting only introduced some recent data of Ning Group to shareholders. The conference came to an end with a lengthy data report. Ning Yin yawned and slowly stood up, looking at Ning Sangmu, who had a gloomy face sitting across the main table. Ning Yin gave him a smile and walked out of the meeting room. I had just left the meeting room and hadn't even stood firm when Ning Sijia pounced on me. Ning Yin, you little beast deserves to die. Roll! Ning Yin kicked Ning Sijia and sent her flying backwards. Ah! Ning Sijia lay on the ground in pain, her eyes still fixed on Ning Yin. Ning Yin sneered and bent down. Ning Sijia, are you satisfied with my gift today? Ning Yin, you will die a horrible death. Humph! We still don't know who will die miserably. Ning Yin suddenly changed the subject, and his face became as gloomy as water. Ning Sijia, do you remember what I said before? That I would destroy everything you cherish. Today's events are just the beginning. You will soon learn how painful it is to have something you cherish destroyed. Ning Yin. Ning Sijia was so angry that she almost went crazy. She could only use such vicious and monotonous words to vent the resentment in her heart. Ning Yin, you will not die well. You will not die well. Ning Sijie, are you crying? Ning Yin sneered. Don't worry. This is just the beginning. You're crying just because of this. What are you going to do next? Ning Sijie stared at Ning Yin with red eyes, cursing nonstop. Ning Yin slowly stood up and threw down a tissue with a sneer. Ning Sijie, don't be so anxious to cry. Someone will cry with you soon. Ning Sijie's eyes narrowed, and she asked angrily. Ning Yin, what do you want to do now? Today is the day Ning Yan Jun leaves the detention center, right? Ning Sijie was startled for a moment, then roared angrily. Ning Yin, if you dare to hurt Yan Jun, I will never let you go. Ning Yun's smile was full of sarcasm. How could I hurt her? I hurt her. Who will help me send Ning Jiba to jail? Ning Yin left after he finished speaking, leaving Ning Sijie behind with eyes full of horror. Ning Yin, what do you mean? Ning Sijie, you will soon know what I mean. I'll go pick up Ning Yan Jun now. You should give Ning Jiba more good food these days. I'm afraid he won't be able to eat it anymore. Ha ha ha. Ning Yin. Ning Sijie roared at the top of her lungs. But Ning Yin had already left. Ning Sijie's eyes were filled with fear. Oh no, Jibo is in danger. Chapter 194. Ning Yan Jun knelt down. In the Magic City, outside a detention center, there were two Rolls-Royces parked across the street. Ning Shuxian, Ning Yu Yin, Ning Shirway, and Ning Luoling supported Mei Yuan and stood on the roadside opposite the detention center. Today is the day Ning Yan Jun leaves the detention center. The Ning sisters and Mei Yuan arrived here early, looking forward to Ning Yan Jun's appearance. Crash! The iron gate of the detention center slowly opened, and Ning Yan Jun, with a haggard face, walked out of the iron gate with stiff steps. For Ning Yan Jun, who had always lived a life of luxury, the experience of spending these 15 days in the detention center was truly a life worse than death. Ning Yan Jun deeply understood what the 4 words "days pass like years" meant. After these days of detention, Ning Yan Jun has been hesitating whether to send Ning Jiba to prison, as Ning Yin said. She was in such a turbulent mood that her eye sockets were deeply sunken. Yan Jun, Mom! Ning Yan Jun looked up in surprise when she saw Mei Yuan and her sisters. Tears burst out like a flood. Mom! Ning Yan Jun threw herself into Mei Yuan's arms regardless of everything and burst into tears. Mom, I miss you guys so much. Mei Yuan couldn't help crying as she looked at her daughter in her arms. It's okay. It's okay. It's over. Just think of these 10 days as a nightmare. It's okay. When the Ning sisters saw Ning Yan Jun's haggard appearance, they couldn't help but choke up and cry. Yan Jun, third sister is sorry for you. Ning Yan Jun glanced at Ning Yu Yin, who was crying with guilt. Although she felt resentful in her heart, she finally sighed helplessly. Third sister, it's okay. Just don't let me do this again in the future. I know. Ning Yu Yin cried so hard that her heart ached. How could she continue to do this in the future? Now I can't even go back to the big screen. Can I do this again? Ning Yu Yin felt increasingly sad and cried even more bitterly. Third sister will never do that again. Yan Jun. Mei Yuan also didn't want to see Ning Yan Jun blaming Ning Yu Yin too much, so she quickly changed the subject. Yan Jun, Ran and Jiba are still recovering and can't come. They asked me to tell you that they have prepared a gift for you. Hearing Ning Jiba, Ning Yan Jun's heart tightened, and she sobbed and asked, Mom, how is Jiba now? Mei Yuan wiped away a few tears. Your brother is still lying in bed recuperating. His arms are broken. He will have to stay in bed for the next few months. Ning Yan Jun felt depressed when she heard about Ning Jiba's situation. Ning Jiba is so seriously injured now. How would he bear it if he were put in prison again? Yao Yun Jin, let's go home. After you go home, take a good rest for the next 2 days. Think about other things after this period of time. Ning Yan Jun raised her head, thought for a moment, and finally nodded guiltily. Let's go. As the group was about to get in the car, a taxi suddenly stopped in front of the detention center. The car door opened, and Ning Yin, dressed in a black suit, got out of the car. Ning Yin thought, Child! Mei Yuan and the Ning sisters exclaimed in unison. But when Ning Yan Jun saw Ning Yin, her body trembled. He lowered his head with a guilty look. Wow, you're all here in good company. Ning Yin looked at Mei Yuan and her group leisurely. The smile is full of playfulness. Ning Yan Jun, I'm here to pick you up. Let's go. Ning Yin, what are you going to do? Ning Shuxian quickly protected Ning Yan Jun behind her, and the 3 sisters Mei Yuan and Ning Yu Yin also reacted. They all surrounded Ning Yan Jun. fearing that he would hurt Ning Yan Jun again. Ning Yu Yin, don't come over here. Ning Yu Yin glanced at the family members standing in front of him. There was coldness in his eyes. Ning Yan Jun, are you going to come out by yourself? Or do you want me to come over and pull you out? You dare. Asterisk 4. The Ning sisters quickly protected Ning Yan Jun. Mei Yuan's eyes were full of pity. Child, can't you just let your fourth sister go? Ning Yin was not interested in paying attention to the Ning family members who were standing in his way. Ning Yan Jun, I'll count to 3. If you don't come out after 3, I'll pull you out myself. Ning Shuxian felt that something was wrong. Fourth sister run? Ning Yun's eyes gradually turned cold. 1. Xiaoyun, stop counting. I'm coming out. Ning Yan Jun walked out past her sisters. Fourth sister. Asterisk 2 inch. Fourth sister. Asterisk 2. The Ning sisters couldn't understand why Ning Yan Jun would go beyond their protection and face Ning Yin directly. Ning Yin stared at Ning Yan Jun coldly, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Ning Yan Jun, how are your days in the detention center? Thinking back on how miserable I was in the detention center for just 15 days. Then I thought of Ning Yin, who had been locked up for 3 months because of me. A strong feeling of guilt instantly filled Ning Yan Jun's heart. Her face turned pale, and then she bent down guiltily. Yao Yun, fourth sister is sorry for you. Fourth sister was wrong before. Ning Yun's eyes flashed with coldness. Ning Yan Jun, I'm not interested in whether you are right or wrong. What I told you to do before, can you do it now? Mei Yuan and the others looked surprised. What did Ning Yin tell them? And let Ning Yan Jun do it? Ning Yan Jun's body trembled, and her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. What to do? Is it true that Jiba will be sent to prison, as Ning Yin said? The suffering Ning Yin had suffered before was indeed caused by himself and Jiba. But Jiba has now been beaten into that state by Ning Yin. He is still lying in the hospital bed and unable to move. If Jiba is sent to prison again, how could he bear it? Ning Yan Jun hesitated and said nothing, and Ning Yun's face darkened. What? Ning Yan Jun, do you want to go back on your word? Ning Yan Jun's hands trembled, and she raised her head guiltily. Xiaoyun, Jibo's arms and legs are broken. He's still lying on the hospital bed. If I send him to jail again, how could he bear it? Ning Yun's face was as dark as ink. Ning Yan Jun, it seems that you want to regret it. Ning Yan Jun was a little scared when she saw Ning Yun's eyes. Xiaoyun, Ning Yan Jun wanted to explain further, but Mei Yuan and the others rushed over. Yonjin, what do you mean by sending Jiba to jail? Ning Yan Jun lowered her head in shame and explained in a low voice. I have discussed it with Xiaoyun before. After I leave the detention center, I will file a lawsuit against Jiba. Send Jiba to prison. Ning Yan Jun, are you crazy? Mei Yuan was also anxious. How can you agree to such a request? Ning Yan Jun lowered her head even more. But I can't even say a word to explain. Ning Yan Jun, can you send Ning Jiba to jail? Ning Yin lost his patience and roared loudly. Ning Yin, what on earth do you want to do? Mei Yuan ran to Ning Yin eagerly and questioned him angrily. You beat Jiba like that. He's still lying in the hospital bed. How could you have the heart to let Yan Jun send him to jail again? Why are you so cruel? Bang! Ning Yin slapped Mei Yuan so hard that she fell backwards. Mom! Asterisk 5 inch. Sister Ning Shuxian hurried over and helped Mei Yuan up from the ground. Ning Yin, what are you doing? Ning Yin stared at Mei Yuan with fierce eyes. Why am I so cruel? When Ning Yan Jun sent me to the detention center, why didn't you ask her why she was so cruel? When Ning Yan Jun heard this, her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Mei Yuan's cheek was swollen and painful, but she couldn't speak for a while, because after Ning Yin was put in the detention center that year, she really didn't ask a single question. You did those filthy things. Now you ask me why I am so cruel. Bah! Ning Yin roared angrily. Ning Yan Jun, can you do what you promised me? Ning Yan Jun trembled all over and looked at Ning Yin with red eyes. Then he slowly knelt down. Yan Jun, fourth sister. Asterisk 2. Fourth sister. Asterisk 2 inch. Ning Yan Jun's tears slid down helplessly and she cried out in sorrow. Xiaoyun, fourth sister, please let Jibo go. Chapter 195, Big Sister. Ning Yin wants revenge on Jibo. He let him go? Ning Yin's cold smile was full of sarcasm. I let him go? But who let me go? Ning Yu Yin still remembers vividly the sneers of the Ning family before he died in his previous life. At that time, none of them had any sympathy for themselves. None of them let me go, and they teamed up with Song Jianhao and Wu Minghui to kill me. Now hearing Ning Yan Jun's pitiful plea again, Ning Yu Yin felt furious. Yonjin, get up! Ning Shuxian and Ning Yu Yin hurriedly ran to Ning Yan Jun and tried to pull her up from the ground. Yan Jun, get up quickly! Ning Yu Yin, that little bastard, is not worth your begging. Let me go! Ning Yan Jun broke free from the support of the two people, knelt heavily on the ground, looked at Ning Yu Yin and said, Xiao Yun, fourth sister knows that you are wronged, but Jibo really can't be put in jail now. As long as you let Jibo go, fourth sister will definitely compensate you. Ning Yu Yin's smile gradually cooled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ning Yan Jun, so you don't plan to sue Ning Jibo? Ning Yan Jun didn't dare to give a direct answer. Xiao Yun, Jibo really can't be put in jail now. Ning Yan Jun, I'm asking you one last time. Can you send Ning Jibo to jail? The bone-chilling chill in Ning Yu Yin's tone made Ning Yan Jun tremble all over. Xiao Yun, don't be impulsive. It's not that fourth sister broke her promise. It's that Jibo really can't be put in jail right now. Ning Yu Yin sneered with a mocking laugh. Ning Yan Jun, I gave you a chance. Since you didn't take the chance I gave you, don't regret it in the future. Ning Yan Jun's eyes narrowed, and she looked at Ning Yu Yin in horror. Xiao Yun, Ning Yu Yin, what do you want to do? Sisters Ning Shuxian and Ning Yu Yin protected Ning Yan Jun behind them and stared at Ning Yu Yin closely. What? Ning Yu Yin's sharp gaze made Ning Yan Jun feel cold on her back. Ning Yan Jun, since you can't bear the responsibilities of a lawyer, you don't have to be one anymore. I gave you a chance at the police station before. Since you don't cherish it, I won't hold back. From now on, you don't have to be a lawyer anymore. Not only will you not have to be a lawyer in the future, I will not let Ning Jibo go either. There are thousands of lawyers in this world without you. I can still send Ning Jibo to jail. Ning Yan Jun straightened up in horror and pleaded in a low voice. No, Xiao Yun, don't ever do that. Jibo really can't be put in jail now. Ning Yu Yin was too lazy to listen to Ning Yan Jun's nonsense anymore. Ning Yan Jun, give Ning Jibo more good food these 2 days. Soon he won't be able to eat. After Ning Yu Yin finished speaking, he got back into the car and drove away. Xiao Yun. Ning Yan Jun's sad cries did not even elicit a glance from Ning Yu Yin. Yan Jun, get up quickly. The Ning sisters quickly helped Ning Yan Jun up from the ground. Yan Jun, don't ask him. I don't believe that a piece of trash like him can do anything to Jibo. Ning Shuxian angrily pulled Ning Yan Jun up from the ground. No, Xiaoyan will really do that. Swish. Another Rolls-Royce suddenly braked and stopped at the door of the detention center. Ning Tsangmu and Ning Sijia hurried out of the car and came to Ning Yan Jun. Yan Jun, are you okay? Big sister. Ning Yan Jun burst into tears and threw herself into Ning Sijia's arms. I'm fine. Ning Tsangmu and Ning Yan Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Jun, Ning Yu Yin didn't do anything to you just now, did he? When Ning Yu Yin was mentioned, Ning Yan Jun cried even louder. Big sister, Xiao Yun wants revenge on Jibo. He wants to send Jibo to jail. What should we do? What? Ning Yu Yin wants to send Jibo to prison? Ning Tsangmu and Ning Sijia looked at each other, both with solemn expressions. Unexpectedly, Ning Yu Yin was still angered. What to do now? The Ning family members present felt heavy in their hearts. Only Ning Yan Jun's crying voice could be heard. It's so heartbreaking. I will fight you to the end. On the way back, 3 Rolls-Royces were driving side by side. Ning Tsangmu, Ning Sijia, and Ning Yan Jun were sitting in the same car. Ning Tsangmu and the other man had solemn expressions on their faces, while Ning Yan Jun was sobbing quietly beside them. Ning Yu Yin's final cold words and fierce eyes cast a heavy shadow on the hearts of the Ning family. After these few days, Ning Yu Yin did all kinds of things to the 4 sisters Ning Sijia, Ning Yu Yin, Ning Yan Jun, and Ning Shirway. No member of the Ning family would doubt whether Ning Yu Yin would take action. Faced with the impending threat, the Ning family felt heavy in their hearts. There was a cold look in Ning Tsangmu's eyes, and he finally made up his mind. Sijia, Yan Jun, Dad has something to tell you. Listen carefully. The 2 sisters were stunned for a moment, then looked straight at Ning Tsangmu. Dad, what's the matter? Ning Sangmu first looked at Ning Sijia. Sijia, you have been dismissed from your position as general manager by the shareholders meeting today. Please stay away for the time being. Don't go to the company again, so as to avoid being caught by Ning Yu Yin again. Ning Sijia's eyes darkened, and she nodded helplessly. Dad, I know. Ning Yan Jun looked at Ning Sijia in surprise. Sister, what happened? Ning Sijia sighed silently and explained in a low voice. Ning Yu Yin used a trick to remove me from my position as general manager at the shareholders meeting. What? Ning Yan Jun cried sadly again. Why did Xiaoyan do this? Okay, stop crying. Ning Sangmu felt upset when he heard the crying. If Ning Yan Jun had not privately transferred 4% of the shares to Ning Yu Yin, Ning Sijia would not have been dismissed from the position of general manager today. Ning Yan Jun knew that she had made a big mistake, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. She could only sob quietly and blame herself. Well, Ning Sangmu saw Ning Yan Jun like this and couldn't blame her anymore. Sijia, you're only leaving the company temporarily. Dad will transfer 5% of Ning's shares to your name soon. This way, after the storm has passed, you can still come in and out of the company. Ning Sijia nodded with a gloomy face. Ning Sijia will definitely return all the humiliation Ning Muyun gave her today in the future. Sijia, in addition to the shares, Dad has something else for you to do. Ning Sijia looked at Ning Sangmu in surprise. Dad, what's the matter? Sijia, you will create a new company in your name in a moment. After the new company is established, we will immediately start cooperating with Ning's. Dad, what are you doing? Ning Sangmu's eyes flashed with coldness. Since we can't use additional stock issuance to reduce Ning Muyun's shareholding ratio, then use other methods. Ning Sijia suddenly had an idea. Dad, you mean? Ning Sangmu's face was as gloomy as water. This is just a contingency plan. Unless the worst happens, I won't adopt this plan. Ning Sijia nodded in agreement. If they really adopted this plan, it would be a case of both sides being destroyed. Dad, what's the name of the new company? Ning Sangmu's eyes flashed with coldness. Just call it Chuanyan Company. Through the clouds? Ning Sijia pondered the name. Chuanyan, breaking through Ning Muyun. What a great name. Ning Yan Jun listened to her father and elder sister plotting to assassinate Ning Muyun and felt uneasy. Yan Jun, the sudden call startled Ning Yan Jun. Ning Sangmu's face was very serious. Yan Jun, Ning Muyun said he wanted to take revenge on Jiba. You have to prepare in advance. What preparations? Ning Sijia slowly took Ning Yan Jun's hand. Yan Jun, now is not the time to be soft-hearted. Jiba is in danger now. We have hired 2 bodyguards to guard Jiba. Besides, since Ning Muyun said he wanted to send Jiba to prison, then he will definitely find Jiba's mistakes. Ning Sijia stared at Ning Yan Jun closely. Yan Jun, Jiba did some ridiculous things before, but he was still young and ignorant at that time. You know all the ridiculous things Jiba has done in the past. You only have one mission these 2 days. Destroy all evidence of these absurdities. Ning Yan Jun was stunned when she heard it. Destroy evidence? Big sister, this. Yan Jun. Ning Sijia looked at Ning Yan Jun very seriously. Jiba is still lying in bed. Can you bear to see him in jail? Ning Yan Jun was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head weakly. Sister, I understand. Yeah, good to know. Yan Jun, Ning Muyun, that little bastard, is very cruel. You must protect Jiba. Ning Yan Jun nodded dejectedly. A tear silently flowed from the corner of my eye. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry. Ning Sijia looked at Ning Yan Jun and agreed, and she suddenly felt a lot more relieved. His eyes became sharp again. Ning Muyun, come here. I just want to see if you have the ability to send Jiba to jail. I will fight you to the end. Chapter 197 Ning Muyun. What? Song Zhanhao is coming to kill me? Soft cloud culture. Ning Muyun walked into the hall slowly. After more than 10 days of teaching by Zhu Yunru, Ning Muyun's acting skills are now acceptable, much better than those traffic stars. Because of the turmoil caused by Ning Yu Yin, the movie needs to avoid suspicion and make changes in many plots. So after a delay of more than 2 weeks, filming is about to resume once again. Ning Muyun will also transform into an actor and join the crew in a few days. Of course, this is not the purpose of Ning Muyun coming to Roan Culture now. Ning Muyun had already prepared for Ning Yan Jun's regret. Therefore, after Ning Yan Jun's regret became an established fact, Ning Muyun smoothly launched the second plan. Yun, here. Looking at Zhu Yunru smiling gently under the angel statue, Ning Yun's depression dissipated a lot. Yunro, why are you waiting for me here? Zhu Yunru pursed her lips and smiled. Yun, if you were coming, how can I wait up there? Ning Yun smiled helplessly. Yunro, I came here this time to ask you to do me a favor. Can you lend me a lawyer? Lawyer. Zhu Yunru's smile dimmed slightly, but she still concealed it well. Yun, why do you want to borrow a lawyer? Do you want to sue someone? Ning Yun put away his smile and nodded solemnly. Yeah, there's a scumbag on the loose, and I don't want to see him get away with it. Zhu Yunru thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Okay, since Yun, you want to be a messenger of justice, then I will lend you a hand. Yunro, thank you. No need to thank me for these little things. But if you really want to thank me, Yun, please treat me to a meal. No problem. Ning Yun smiled and responded. Then let's have lunch together at noon. I'll treat you. Okay, Zhu Yunru said with a smile. Yun, then I look forward to you giving me a surprise. Ning Yun smiled and nodded, suddenly thinking of something. Yunro, is Ning Yu Yin's lawsuit going well? This? Zhu Yunru smiled and said, I always leave this kind of small matter to the people in the legal department and let them handle it themselves. Yun, if you want to know, do you want me to ask? No. Ning Yun smiled and declined. If I ask you to ask them, I guess those people in your company's legal department will scold me behind my back. Okay, Yunru, I have something else to do. I'll wait for you at Shaoning Country at noon. Ning Yun said this and turned around to leave. Yun, I will let the lawyer from the legal department contact you. And don't forget, the movie will start shooting in 2 days. I know. Ning Yun waved his hand and left Roan Culture gracefully. Looking at Ning Yun's departing back, Zhu Yunru's eyes were full of tenderness. With this movie, I should be able to defeat those opponents, right? Zhu Yunru thought about it for a while and finally let go of her messy thoughts. Turn around and leave gracefully. As soon as Ning Yun walked out of the building, he took out his cell phone and dialed the familiar number. Hello? Who is this? Yao Yun Jin. I need your help with something. Yao Yun Jin's playful voice came from the phone. Ning Yun, you want me to help you again. You haven't done what you promised me last time. Ning Yun was a little embarrassed. This, I promise. I will do what I promised you. Humph. Okay, tell me what you want to do this time. Ning Yun exhaled softly. Yao Yun Jin, I want you to check Ning Jiba's previous record at the police station. Ning Jiba? The guy with the explosive balls in your family? Phew. Ning Yun couldn't help but laugh. Yao Yun Jin, where did you hear that? Didn't your sister say on the internet that he had no balls? People on the internet now call him Bakudan brother or Bakugan boy. Ha ha ha. Ning Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Bakugan boy. All right, stop laughing. What's so funny? Yao Yunjing's leisurely voice came from the other end of the phone. Why? Do you want to deal with Ning Jiba this time? It's not a cleanup. It's revenge. A murderous look gradually appeared in Ning Yun's eyes. There is an irreconcilable feud between him and me. I want to send him to jail first. There was silence on the other end of the line for a while. Ning Yun's heart also slowly began to lift. Ning Yun, don't keep anything bothering you in your heart in the future. If you have anything bothering you, come to me? Okay. Ning Yun felt relieved, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Yao Yun Jin, thank you. TSK. What's the point of just saying thank you? Give me something practical. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal later. It's in Shaoning Country. Do you want to come? Just a meal? What else do you want? Yao Yunjing's domineering voice sounded again. I'll tell you when we meet. After saying that, he hung up the phone and Ning Yun smiled helplessly. Just as I was about to put away my phone, the urgent ringtone suddenly rang again. Ning Yun glanced at the phone in surprise and answered the call. Hey, Mr. Wu, what do you want to talk to me about? The Dog King's anxious voice sounded on the phone. Mr. Ning, something terrible has happened. That mad dog Song Jianhao said he would come over and kill you right now. Ning Yun looked surprised. What? Song Jianhao is coming. What the hell? Chapter 198 Crazy Song Jianhao. In the smoke-filled bedroom, the curtains were drawn tightly. In the dim light, the bedroom floor was littered with twisted cigarette butts and leftover red wine bottles. Song Jianhao sat on the floor with his back against the sofa, his eyes dull and lifeless. He could never have imagined that the Song enterprise would fall into dire straits in just a dozen days. After the falling out with Ning Yun that day, Ning Sijia's sudden appearance made Song Jianhao overjoyed. Originally, with the help of the Ning Group's public relations announcement, the Song Group stock market had begun to rise. As long as this continues for a period of time, the Song Group will be able to restore its former glory. Even with Ning Sijia's help, it is not impossible to reach a higher level. But all this came to an abrupt end after Ning Yu Yin canceled the registration of Changi technology. Ning Sijia's help has a prerequisite. Song Jianhao must obey her orders and bite Ning Yu Yin. Only if Ning Yu Yin is in a desperate situation will Ning Sijia's help continue. But I never expected it. Ning Yu Yin saw this early on. I acted fast enough. It only took a short time to list all Changhui's problems one by one. As long as we can successfully sue Ning Yu Yin, we will definitely win the lawsuit. Ning Yu Yin must also pay for the huge losses. But Ning Yu Yin is faster than me. Changhui was deregistered before he filed the lawsuit. Let yourself fail at the last moment. Not only that, Ning Sijia saw that she was no longer useful and immediately cut ties with the Song Group. Kick yourself aside. And after he had completely become enemies with Ning Yu Yin, he no longer had Ning Sijia's protection, directly exposed to Ning Yu Yin's anger. At that moment, Song Jianhao finally understood what it meant to be cruel and ruthless. For more than 10 days, Ning Yu Yin exposed the Song Group's dirty laundry in the media every day. As a result, the Song Group also experienced limit down for several consecutive days. During the journey, Song Jianhao also tried to contact Ning Yu Yin, wanting to beg for mercy, and was even prepared to sell the shares of the Song Group to Ning Yu Yin at a low price. But Ning Yu Yin completely ignored him. Just a scandal of the Song Group breaks out on time every day. We must kill them all. Song Jianhao and his father had no choice but to borrow money from the bank. But the bank, which had been so nice before, immediately changed its attitude when the Song Group encountered misfortune. Not only did he refuse to lend a cent, he also wanted the Song family to repay the loan in advance. Song Jianhao and his father had no choice but to borrow money from those underground money houses. Hopefully we can salvage the situation. The interest rates of those underground money houses are very high. If the Song Group cannot be saved from defeat, Song Jianhao and his son will be doomed. But just yesterday, an unknown letter of accusation sent Song's father to the police station. Now only Song Jianhao is left to support the Song family. The scene of Song's father being taken away by the police became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Song Group's stock price hit the limit down. The Song family's assets worth hundreds of millions plus a huge amount of borrowed money disappeared within a dozen days. The Song family officially went bankrupt. The Song family's fixed assets were completely seized in preparation for paying off debts in the future. Countless creditors, including those from underground banks, came to Song Jianhao together. The creditors who swarmed and were like bloodthirsty bats, ready to pounce on Song Jianhao and suck the last drop of blood. Song Jianhao didn't dare to stay and left everything behind. He drove away from the scene in his Maybach S480, which he used to pick up girls. He ran all the way to the outskirts of Demon City and hid in a small house. Now Song Jianhao has nothing except this Maybach, and this small house can't protect Song Jianhao for long. Those creditors are all very powerful. Especially those people who make money underground are even more cruel and ruthless. Those people will soon find the escaped Song Jianhao. Song Jianhao has been forced into a desperate situation. After a sleepless night, Song Jianhao could only numb himself with tobacco and alcohol. But the hatred in his heart made Song Jianhao go crazy. He hated those creditors. He hated them for chasing him and forcing him to flee. He hated Song's father. He hated that he didn't leave him a fortune to turn things around. He hated Wen Yunyan. He hated her for not joining the game obediently and getting into trouble with Ning Yu Yin. He hated Ning Sijia. He hated her for kicking him away without any mercy, forcing him to face the pain that he couldn't handle. What he hated the most was Ning Yu Yin. If it weren't for him, Wen Yunyan would have fallen into the trap. The Wen family would soon be in his hands. If it weren't for him, the Song family stock market wouldn't have plummeted. His family wouldn't have gone to an underground bank to borrow money. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in such a desperate situation and being hunted down by those creditors. Endless hatred burns Song Jianhao's gloomy soul. It made his eyes become even crazier. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The sudden ringing of the phone scared Song Jianhao so much that he trembled all over. Hello? Mr. Song, you don't think you don't have to pay back the money after you run away, do you? Song Jianhao quickly hung up the phone. Tears of humiliation and anger kept flowing down. Ning Yu, I will never let you go. I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The phone rang again, and Song Jianhao was startled again. I picked up the phone and was relieved to see that it was a reporter I knew. Hey, have you found where Ning Yu Yin is? Mr. Song, I have found Ning Yu Yin. But what about our remuneration? Don't worry. I will never owe you anything. I'll transfer the money to your card right now. Please send me the address later. Song Jianhao wiped away his tears, his eyes flashing with hatred and anger. Ning Yu Yin, I want you to die. Anyway, he owed so much money to the underground money house, Song Jianhao knew that he didn't have much time. He wants to kill Ning Yu Yin in the final moments. Revenge on Ning Yu Yin. Swish. The Maybach drove away, leaving behind a trail of dust. Song Jianhao's eyes were full of madness. Ning Yu Yin, I want you to die. Just when Song Jianhao was contacting the reporter, hoping to get some big news, the Dog King, who had been monitoring Song Jianhao, knew Song Jianhao's plan first. For Ning Yu Yin, a partner who often provides big news, the Dog King couldn't bear to see him die. I contacted that familiar fellow reporter immediately. After asking him to delay Song Jianhao first, the Dog King then called Ning Yu Yin. Mr. Ning, what should we do now? Ning Yu Yin listened carefully to the plans that Song Jianhao mentioned when he was venting his anger. I have a plan in mind. Mr. Wu, I already know. How about this? I'll go find someone first and I'll tell you the address later. Then talk to your colleague and ask him to lead Song Jianhao over there. I have my own way to deal with that mad dog Song Jianhao. Mr. Ning, I get it. Then you better be careful. After the Dog King gave the reminder, he hung up the phone. Ning Yu Yin put away his phone, his eyes flashing with coldness. Not only Song Jianhao wanted to kill Ning Yu Yin, Ning Yu Yin also wanted to kill Song Jianhao. Ning Yu Yin still remembers the resentment he felt before his death in his previous life. A surge of murderous energy suddenly rose up in Ning Yu Yin's heart. Song Jianhao, I'm waiting for you to come over. This time, I will make you spend the rest of your life in prison. A life worse than death. Chapter 199. Repairing the plank road in the open, but marching secretly. Small southern country. A pure white Bentley drove slowly and elegantly into the parking lot of Shaoningua. A blonde beauty in a white dress slowly got out of the car. That exquisite and perfect face is not inferior to any beautiful star. Passers-by were amazed by the beauty of the blonde. Zhu Yunru smiled slightly, carrying her bag, and slowly walked into Shaoning country. The receptionist hurried forward. Hello, may I ask? Yunro. When Zhu Yunru saw Ning Yu Yin approaching, her smile became even brighter. After nodding to the receptionist, Zhu Yunru walked towards Ning Yu Yin happily. Mu Yin, what are we having for lunch? I'm a little hungry. Ning Yu Yin smiled warmly. Yunro, order whatever you want to eat today. I'll treat you. Zhu Yunru smiled slightly and said jokingly. Mu Yin, then I won't be polite. It's okay. Yunru, let's go to the private room first. Zhu Yunru nodded and was about to leave with Ning Yu Yin. Ning Yu Yin, a clear and loud voice suddenly came from behind her, and Zhu Yunru was stunned for a moment. Slowly turning my head, I saw a heroic red-haired beauty standing at the gate of Shaoning Kingdom. The exquisite face is full of heroic spirit. At this moment, he was staring at Ning Yu Yin with a smile. Yao Yun Jin? What is she here for? When Yao Yun Jin saw Zhu Yunru beside Ning Yu Yin, the smile on her face did not diminish at all, but became even brighter. It seems that Ning Yu Yin has not yet considered the eldest daughter of the Zhu family as his girlfriend. Yao Yun Jin, you're here. Zhu Yunru was surprised when she saw Ning Yu Yin's expression. Mu Yun, why is she here? Yunro, I need her help with something. She just happened to know we were going to have dinner, so she came along. Yunro, you don't mind, do you? Zhu Yunru was stunned for a moment, then immediately returned to normal. No. Why would I mind? Although she said it well, the smile on Zhu Yunru's face still dimmed a little. Yao Yun Jin walked over slowly and said with a smile. Miss Zhu, you're here too. Zhu Yunru's smile grew brighter. Miss Yao, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to come and have dinner with us. That's it. Yao Yun Jin put her arm around Ning Yu Yin's shoulders very naturally. Ning Yu Yin asked me to do something for him, so I can't do it for nothing, right? Zhu Yunru stared closely at Yao Yun Jin's hand that was around Ning Yun's shoulder, the light in her eyes almost piercing through people. Ms. Yao really has principles. Ning Yun felt that the atmosphere was not right, so he quickly broke away from Yao Yun Jin and changed the subject. Yao Yun Jin, let me go. Yunru is hungry. Let's go to the private room and order food. Zhu Yunru's heart moved, and she smiled slightly. Yes, Mu Yun, let's go in and order. After saying that, he took Ning Yun's arm and walked towards the private room. Yao Yunjing looked at Zhu Yunru, who was holding Ning Yun's arm, and smiled slightly. Interesting. In the private room, Ning Yun and the other two sat together. After the three of them ordered some dishes they liked, they asked the waiter to leave. The private room soon fell into a strange atmosphere. Yao Yunjing glanced at Zhu Yunru, who was smiling faintly, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Ning Yun, I have found what you asked me to find. Can I give it to you someday? Check something? Zhu Yunru's eyes tightened. What did Mu Yun want this woman to investigate? Ever since their last encounter at Wen Yunyan's birthday party, Zhu Yunru has included Yao Yunjing in the threat list. Afterwards, Zhu Yunru also found out Yao Yunjing's specific information. Of course, I also knew about her profession and her glorious deeds. At the same time, he also became more vigilant towards Yao Yunjing, Ning Yun's childhood sweetheart, who grew up with her. Tonight, after I get the evidence, I plan to consult with the lawyer Yunru lent me. Ning Yun took a sip of tea and poured more tea for Zhu Yunru and Yao Yunjing. Lawyer. Yao Yunjing glanced at Zhu Yunru, who seemed to be indifferent but was actually already concentrating, and asked, Miss Zhu, Ning Yun also borrowed a lawyer from you? Zhu Yunru smiled and said, yes. Mu Yun said he wanted to file a lawsuit, so he borrowed a lawyer from me. Why? Didn't Mu Yun tell you, Miss Yao? Yao Yunjing smiled, put his arm around Ning Yun's shoulders, and asked playfully, Ning Yun, why didn't you tell me about this? Don't you want those things anymore? Ning Yun looked helpless. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would be distracted, right? Besides, you are a public official. It's not good to get involved in this. Oh, so you care about me? Yao Yun looked at Zhu Yunru steadily for 2 seconds before looking away. Why didn't you just tell me you cared about me earlier? Zhu Yunru kept smiling, but her eyes were already filled with dark clouds. Yao Yunjing looked at Zhu Yunru without showing any weakness, with a provocative smile on his face. The atmosphere between the two gradually became tense. Ning Yun suddenly felt a chill on his back. Bang! The atmosphere in the private room disappeared in an instant. The door slowly opened. The waiter came in pushing the food cart. Put all the delicious dishes on the table. Everyone, your dishes are ready. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Zhu Yunru smiled slightly and picked up a piece of brown sugar braised pork. Mu Yun, here you go. This is your favorite braised pork. Before Ning Yun could pick up the braised pork, Yao Yunjing pointed at the braised prawns on the side and said, Ning Yun, I want to eat shrimp. Peel the shrimp for me. Ning Yun was speechless. If you want to eat it, peel it yourself. I'm not your babysitter. Yao Yunjing chuckled. It seems like you don't want the information anymore. Ning Yun paused and sighed helplessly. Okay. I'll peel it. Is it okay for me to peel it? Yao Yunjing smiled slightly and looked at Zhu Yunru provocatively. Zhu Yunru's eyes became sharp. Mu Yun, eat this piece of braised pork first. As he said that, he put the braised pork next to Ning Yun's mouth. Ning Yun took a bite of the braised pork. It's delicious. Come on, Yunru, try a shrimp too. Ning Yun then placed the peeled shrimps next to Zhu Yunru's mouth. Zhu Yunru's face turned red. She opened her mouth and took a light bite, her smile becoming even sweeter. Mu Yun, thank you. Nothing. Zhu Yunru became more and more cheerful and gave Yao Yunjing a look. Yao Yunjing looked amused. Ning Yun, where are my shrimps? I'm peeling it. The three of them then started to eat lunch in this playful atmosphere. Zhu Yunru and Yao Yunjing had a friendly conversation and fully exchanged views. The two people's smiles became brighter and brighter afterwards. Only Ning Yun was caught in the middle, suffering. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. When Yao Yunjing and Zhu Yunru simultaneously stuffed the shrimp balls in their chopsticks into Ning Yun's mouth. This painful yet happy lunch is officially over. Ning Yun can finally take a breath. Mu Yun, the filming of the movie will resume in 2 days. Don't forget it. Yao Yunjing lo kedamusit. Ning Yun, can you also make movies? Ning Yu Yin took a sip of tea and calmed down. That's right. I promised Yunro that I would go make a movie. Don't talk about this for now. Ning Yu Yin's expression turned serious. Yao Yun Jin, I need your help with something. What? Do I have to help you look up information again? No. Ning Yu Yin's eyes became serious. Yao Yun Jin, can you send the police to the downstairs of Wen's building later? What's wrong? Yao Yun Jin also sensed that there was something wrong in Ning Yu Yin's words. His face also became serious. Someone wants to kill me. I'm going to use a trick to send him to jail. What? Yao Yun Jin and Zhu Yunru both widened their eyes. Ning Yu Yin, what's going on? Ning Yu Yin gave a brief explanation and said to the two of them, the area below the Wen's building is open and suitable for arrest operations. Yao Yun Jin, can you help me? There was a hint of murderous intent in Yao Yun Jin's eyes. No problem. I'll send someone to guard there now. Mu Yun, this plan is still too dangerous. What if something happens to you? Zhu Yunru's face was filled with sorrow, and she held Ning Yu Yin's hand tightly. Yunro, I'm fine. You know my skills. Don't you still trust me? Zhu Yunru thought for a moment and whispered, Mu Yun, then you must protect yourself. Don't worry, I will. There was a cold light in Ning Yu Yin's eyes. Let's go to Wen's building now. It's time to put an end to that scumbag Song Jianhao. Yeah, asterisk 2-inch. Zhu Yunru and Yao Yun Jin nodded. The three of them got up and left Shaoning Kingdom, heading towards the Wen's building. Chapter 200, The Bloodthirsty Song Jianhao. Under a towering skyscraper is an unusually wide square. This is Wen's building, the headquarters of Wen's group. Hello, General Manager. Hello, General Manager. At noon, Wen Yunyan went to the restaurant for lunch accompanied by her assistant. The employees nearby saw Wen Yunyan coming and greeted her. Wen Yunyan also greeted everyone with a smile. Wen Yunyan has been in a good mood these days. After Ning Yu Yin's previous matchmaking, Wen's group and Roan Culture have officially started cooperation. The funding gap of Wen's group was completely filled through the cooperation between the two companies. With her worries gone, Wen Yunyan naturally relaxed. While eating, Wen Yunyan looked at the lemonade brought by the assistant and missed Ning Yu Yin. What is Xiaoyan doing now? Let's go see him after get off work. After dinner, Wen Yunyan was about to go back to the office to rest when she suddenly heard a loud noise outside the office building. Wen Yunyan looked out through the window and immediately saw a scene that made her dumbfounded. Xiaoyan. A black Maybach S480 was running rampant on the streets of Shanghai. Various irregular lane changes and sudden accelerations caused car owners to dodge. Many car owners even cursed in their cars at the reckless S480 owner. They all angrily cursed that the driver was absolutely crazy. The car owners are half right. That driver is not only crazy. Now he is insane. Where is he? Where is Ning Yu Yin? Didn't you tell me he was on the bund? Why is there no one there when I get there? Song Jianhao glared at the phone with a pair of bloodshot eyes and yelled madly. The reporter on the other end of the phone sounded very innocent. Mr. Song, Ning Yu Yin did go to the bund just now. But you're too late. Ning Yu Yin is gone. So where is he now? Song Jianhao, who made the decision to take revenge, is now like a gambler who has lost all his money. Crazy and extremely dangerous. I want Ning Yu Yin's position now. I'm going to kill him. Mr. Song, don't be anxious. The reporter's sincere voice came from the microphone. I've asked my friend to find out for you. I will definitely give you Ning Yu Yin's position. You better hurry up. Song Jianhao's eyes were bloodshot. If you don't give me Ning Yu Yin's location, then I won't let you go. Mr. Song, don't be anxious. I will definitely. Ding ling 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 ling. Hey, what? We found Ning Yu Yin's location. There was a fierce light flashing in Song Jianhao's eyes. Where is he? Where is Ning Yu Yin now? Mr. Song, Ning Yu Yin is in the Wen's building. He is there now. Wen's building? A cold light flashed in Song Jianhao's eyes. It seemed that when Yun Yin, that woman, liked Ning Yu Yin, right? Well then, I will kill Ning Yu Yin with my own hands in front of Wen Yun Yin today. There was a crazy light flashing in Song Jianhao's eyes. Okay, I'm going to Wen's building now. If you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you too. Mr. Song, don't worry. We have professional ethics. Song Jianhao hung up the phone and stepped hard on the accelerator with his right foot. The engine let out a huge roar, and the Maybach, which was already speeding on the road, rushed towards the Wen's building under the momentum of the huge accelerator. Song Jianhao has turned into a bloodthirsty madman. Ning Yu Yin, I must have killed at you. The Maybach rushed over and arrived at the Wynn's building in the blink of an eye. Song Jianhao saw Ning Yu Yin walking in Wynn Square from a distance. Ning Yu Yin, I finally found you. Brutal murderous aura instantly spread throughout Song Jianhao's body. The steering wheel turned slightly and Song Jianhao stepped on the accelerator hard. The Maybach rushed straight towards Ning Yu Yin. The loud noise caused by the engine running wildly attracted the attention of passers-by in the square. But Ning Yu Yin acted as if he didn't hear it and continued to stroll leisurely in the square. There was a bloodthirsty light flashing in Song Jianhao's eyes, and he was extremely excited as murderous aura rushed through his body. Great! That bastard Ning Yu Yin didn't hear me. I must kill him. Song Jianhao stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The engine running at high speed has already let out a sharp roar. Passers-by around have already sensed something is wrong. Seeing the aggressive Maybach, they burst into exclamations. They all hid away, but Ning Yu Yin still didn't move. Not only that, he stopped there and looked up at the sky. It seems like he is observing some scenery. The Maybach was running at high speed in the square, getting closer and closer to Ning Yu Yin. Song Jianhao could already imagine Ning Yu Yin falling to the ground in a bloody mess after being hit by the car. Ha! Ning Yu Yin, you're dead. Song Jianhao gripped the steering wheel tightly and stepped on the accelerator again. The car was less than 10 meters away from Ning Yu Yin. Just when Song Jianhao was about to hit Ning Yu Yin to death, Ning Yu Yin suddenly lowered his head and looked over, smiling at Song Jianhao with a grimace. "WH, what do you mean?" Song Jianhao was stunned for a moment. What was Ning Yu Yin doing? After Ning Yu Yin finished laughing, he jumped up and directly avoided the Maybach that was attacking him. Song Jianhao just stared blankly as Ning Yu Yin dodged easily. The Maybach, having lost its target, crashed heavily into the flower bed in the square at a high speed. Ning Yu Yin stood in the distance, looking at the Maybach emitting thick smoke with a sneer on his face. Song Jianhao, you a loser, want to kill me? Passers-by gathered around. They were very curious about what had happened to the owner of the car to make him so crazy. Just as passers-by were watching, bang! The Maybach door was kicked open. Passers-by quickly stepped back. Song Jianhao, covered in blood, staggered out of the car. Maybach has a very good safety factor. Even though the car crashed into the flower bed at high speed, it did not take Song Jianhao's life. He was hit on the head by the sprayed airbag and was bleeding. Song Jianhao, covered in blood, has completely lost his mind. There was only one thought in his hatred-filled heart. Ning Yu Yin, I must kill you. Song Jianhao rushed towards Ning Yu Yin with a dagger in his hand. Tapted iki use but Ning Yu Yin. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Ah! Sandman. Run! Faced with the crazy rush of Song Jianhao, the onlookers screamed in fear and fled in all directions. The square was instantly plunged into panic. But Ning Yu Yin did not panic, nor did he run away. He just unbuttoned the buttons on his shirt collar slowly. He rolled up his sleeves gently again. Today, not only Song Jianhao was filled with murderous intent, but Ning Yu Yin was also furious. Ning Yu Yin still can't forget the endless despair before his death in his previous life. Furious, Ning Yu Yin now has only one thought. He wants to make Song Jianhao regret being born into this world. Ning Yu Yin. Song Jianhao rushed towards Ning Yu Yin with a dagger in his hand. The dagger points directly to the heart. Ning Yu Yin's face was covered with frost. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he moved sideways slightly, easily avoiding Song Jianhao's thrust. Just as Song Jianhao was stunned, Ning Yu Yin swung his fist hard, hitting Song Jianhao's wrist. Ah! Ning Yu Yin, you deserve to die. Severe pain spread from his wrist throughout his body, and Song Jianhao almost lost his grip on the dagger and dropped it. But the deep hatred drove Song Jianhao to hold the dagger tightly and slash it desperately. The sharp blade rushed towards Ning Yu Yin's chest. If he was cut, Ning Yu Yin would be seriously injured. Ning Yu Yin didn't expect that Song Jianhao could actually endure that punch. But what would happen even if I endured that punch? Humph! Song Jianhao, you deserve to die. Ning Yu Yin blocked Song Jianhao's arm with his backhand and punched him in the face. Ah! Ning Yu Yin attacked angrily, and Song Jianhao screamed. Along with the dirty blood that came out of his mouth, Song Jianhao's two canine teeth flew away. Ning Yu Yin. Song Jianhao, who had let the cat out of the bag, still hadn't given up on his revenge on Ning Yu. He took the dagger from his left hand with his right hand and wanted to continue stabbing it towards Ning Yun's heart. Ning Yun's face was filled with gloom. He stepped back, dodged the dagger in Song Jianhao's hand, and kicked Song Jianhao on the knee. Ah! Song Jianhao knelt on one knee in pain, but he still held the dagger in his right hand, determined to kill Ning Yun at all costs. Just at the moment when the dagger was about to pierce Ning Yun's heart, the dagger suddenly stopped. Ning Yun clamped Song Jianhao's wrist tightly, making him unable to move. Song Jianhao felt the pain in his wrist and roared madly. Ning Yun, I'm going to fuck you, Sammy. A cold light flashed in Ning Yun's eyes. Grab Song Jianhao's wrist and bend it in the opposite direction. Crack! Ah! A shrill scream echoed far away in the square. Song Jianhao could no longer endure the pain of his broken arm, and the dagger fell to the ground with a metallic sound. Song Jianhao covered his twisted right hand and took a few steps back, staring at Ning Yun with his scarlet eyes. Ning Yun, I'm gonna fuck you. Even though it became like this, Song Jianhao still did not give up attacking Ning Yun. He has nothing and has become a gambler who has lost everything, rushing towards Ning Yun regardless of everything. Ah! There was no mercy in Ning Yun's eyes, only deep hatred. Song Jianhao, you deserve to die. Drink! Ning Yun rushed forward and kicked Song Jianhao's knee hard. Ah! Accompanied by the sound of his kneecap breaking, Song Jianhao half knelt on the ground in pain. Before Song Jianhao could react, Ning Yun's heavy punch came again. Song Jianhao, this is for Sister Yun Yin. Ah! Song Jianhao was knocked to the ground by Ning Yun's punch. Song Jianhao, with only one hand and one foot left, could only lie on the ground helpless and furious. Ning Yun, if you don't get away with it, I will never let you go as a ghost. Song Jianhao, this punch is meant for me. Before Song Jianhao could finish his words, Ning Yun's powerful punch came at him. Ah! Song Jianhao, this punch is for me. Ah! Amid Song Jianhao's shrill screams, countless heavy punches hit his cheeks, eye sockets, nose, and mouth like raindrops. At this moment, Ning Yun completely vented his resentment from his previous life on Song Jianhao. Song Jianhao, I'm waiting for you to turn into a ghost. You change. Ah! Under the blows of countless heavy punches, Song Jianhao's face looked like a dying factory. Colorful, so gorgeous. Ning Yun, stop hitting me. Yao Yun Jin, who was lying in ambush nearby, saw Ning Yun going crazy and immediately ran over and hugged Ning Yun. Ning Yun, stop fighting. That's enough. Enough. Chapter 202 Song Jianhao. Just wait to spend the rest of your life in jail. Ning Yun, that's enough. If you keep hitting him, he will be killed. That's enough. Yao Yun Jin held Ning Yun tightly, not daring to let him attack again. Ning Yun's raging anger gradually subsided after Yao Yun Jin's strong comfort. Seeing Ning Yun gradually regaining his senses, Yao Yun Jin did not dare to delay and quickly shouted to the police officer who followed him. You two, come here quickly. Handcuff this criminal. Yes, Chief. The two policemen who were collecting evidence on the side responded, ran out from the ambush place, and controlled Song Jianhao. Let me go. Let me go. Even if the police pinned him down, Song Jianhao, whose words leaked out, still stared at Ning Yun unwillingly. Ning Yun, I won't let you go. I absolutely won't let you go. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. The intense hatred in his heart made him wish he could die together with Ning Yun. Yao Yun Jin was afraid that Song Jianhao would provoke Ning Yun's anger again. You two, take him away. Yes, Chief. Wait a moment. Ning Yun exhaled heavily, and his mood gradually calmed down. Yao Yun Jin, I'm fine, let me go. Yao Yun Jin still hugged Ning Yun tightly, fearing that he would get angry again and do something irreparable. All right, Yao Yun Jin. Ning Yun smiled slightly and said to Yao Yun Jin, I'm really fine. Yao Yun Jin saw that Ning Yun's breathing was gradually calming down, and then he slowly let go of his hand. Ning Yun, there is a law to punish this scumbag. Don't be impulsive. I know. Ning Yun slowly walked up to Song Jianhao, who was being controlled by the police, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Song Jianhao was still struggling on the ground, unwillingly and angrily. Ning Yun, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Laugh. Ning Yin sneered and slowly squatted down. Song Jianhao, what else can I do if you don't let me go? You are in great danger this time. You still won't let me go? Song Jianhao stared at Ning Yin with resentful eyes. Ning Yin, don't think you can escape. You hurt me like this. You have to go to jail too. To prison? Ning Yin looked around and said, there are so many people here who can see that it's you who is trying to chop me with a knife. I did this in self-defense. Someone sent me to jail. Ning Yin. Song Jianhao stared at Ning Yin, wishing he could bite him to death. Ha, Song Jianhao, I won't go to jail. As for you, Song Jianhao, you will probably spend the rest of your life in jail this time. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ning Yin sneered and shook his head. Song Jianhao, it's still a long way to go for you to die, right? I sincerely wish you a long life in prison. Ning Yin. Song Jianhao let out an extremely unwilling roar. Oh, that's right. Ning Yin slowly squatted in front of Song Jianhao and whispered, Song Jianhao, I prepared a gift for you and your son inside. Just enjoy yourself in there. Ning Yin, you will die a horrible death. Die a horrible death. Song Jianhao's unwilling roar spread for a long time, and a cold light flashed in Yao Yun Jin's eyes. You too. Take him away. Yes, Chief. Two policemen lifted Song Jianhao from the ground and forcefully took him away from the scene. Ning Yin, I will never let you go. I will never let you go. The unwilling Song Jianhao was eventually stuffed into a police car and driven away. Ning Yin watched the police car gradually disappear from his sight, and the depression in his heart gradually dissipated into nothingness. Song Jianhao's revenge has finally been taken. Ning Yin suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Mu Yun. Zhu Yunru, who was waiting on the side, couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into Ning Yun's arms. Mu Yun, I'm so glad you're okay. I was really scared just now. Well, it's okay. It's okay. Ning Yin was most afraid of seeing a woman's tears. Didn't I tell you what I was going to do in advance? I'm really fine. Zhu Yunru was almost going crazy when she saw Song Jianhao rushing towards Ning Yin with a dagger in his hand. It was Yao Yun Jin who held Zhu Yunru tightly and prevented Ning Yin's plan from being ruined. Zhu Yunru sobbed and stood up from Ning Yin's arms. Mu Yun, don't take risks with yourself anymore. Got it? I know. I won't do that again. Ning Yin felt warm in his heart, seeing Zhu Yunru caring about him so much. Yao Yun. Ning Yin looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wen Yunyan running towards him desperately from the greenhouse building. Sister Yunyan, I. Before Ning Yin could finish his words, Wen Yunyan hugged him in her arms. Xiao Yun, I was really scared to death just now. If something happens to you, how will Sister Yunyan live? Xiao Yun. Whoa. Wen Yunyan cried so hard that she was out of breath. Tears kept flowing down. Senior Yunyan, let go of Mu Yun. He can't breathe. Zhu Yunru spoke up quickly when she saw Ning Yin struggling hard. Xiao Yun. Ren Yunyan quickly let Ning Yin go. Xiao Yun, are you okay? Ahem. Ning Yin took a few deep breaths before he calmed down. Poor Ning Yin, he was not killed by Song Jianhao's knife, but was almost suffocated by Wen Yunyan's broad mind. Sister Yunyan, I'm fine. Xiao Yun. Sister Yunyan was really scared to death just now. Woo. Seeing that Ning Yin was fine, Wen Yunyan threw herself into Ning Yin's arms and started crying again. Ning Yin looked at Wen Yunyan, who was like a little child in his arms, and felt warm in his heart, and he quickly comforted her. Sister Yunyan, I'm really fine. You don't have to cry anymore. Wen Yunyan just hugged Ning Yin tightly and didn't dare to let go, afraid that Ning Yin would be assassinated again. Yao Yun Jin and Zhu Yunru, who were standing by, felt a little uncomfortable when they saw Wen Yunyan like this. But today the situation is urgent, so the two of them had to pretend they didn't see anything. Brother Mu Yun, Ning Yin. Ning Yin was comforting Wen Yunyan when he suddenly heard two familiar and unpleasant screams. Shin Yuni and Jiang Yunfei. Ning Yin. Brother Mu Yun. I saw Shin Yuni and Jiang Yunfei running over from both sides regardless of everything. Ning Yin looked at the two women running towards him, and his face gradually became gloomy. Yao Yun Jin and Zhu Yunru, who were standing by, looked at the two women running towards them, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Ning Yin, brother Mu Yun, are you okay? When the two men just passed by here, they suddenly saw the car crashing straight into the flower bed. When the two saw clearly that the victim was Ning Yu Yin, they were all shocked. Ran over here desperately. Facing the anxious looks of the two, Ning Yu Yin's eyes were so cold that there was not a trace of warmth. Whether I have something to do or not, what does it have to do with you? The two women choked at the same time, and their faces suddenly turned pale. Chapter 2, 03 Mu Yun. I was wrong. Can we remarry? Shin Yunyan and Zhang Yunfei stood there in a daze, as if they had committed some mistake. The three girls looked at Shin Yunyan and Zhang Yunfei. After the initial surprise, their eyes gradually regained their composure. Mu Yun, I'm just worried about you, Shin Yunyan said timidly in a low voice. Yeah, brother Mu Yun, I'm just worried about you. Zhang Yunfei also lowered her head with a look of grievance. Worried about me? Ning Yu Yin glanced at the two of them with disdain and a sneer on his face. Ning Yu Yin still has unforgettable memories of his last life. One was because that scumbag Song Jianhao had a big fight with her and said that he would never pay attention to her again. One was colluding with that scumbag Wu Minghui, pretending that he was in trouble, to trick him out, and finally caused him to die in despair. This is what the two women in front of me did before they died. Ning Yu Yin has seen through the true nature of both of them. Thank you, but I don't deserve your worry. I'm afraid you'll kill me. The two women looked up in disbelief, their faces pale as paper. Ning Yun, brother Yun, why do you say that to me? Humph, disgusting. Ning Yun feels sick when he sees the two of them now. Looking at the pale-faced Zhang Yunfei, Ning Yun suddenly thought that she must have been cheating on that scumbag Wu Minghui recently. If it were in the previous life, Ning Yun would definitely save Zhang Yunfei from the sea of suffering. Now, Ning Yun will only respect Zhang Yunfei's choice. And when the day comes when she is cheated of everything by Wu Minghui, he will smile and say it's like to her. However, looking at the two women in front of him who were closely involved with Wu Minghui, Ning Yun suddenly wanted to have some fun. Zhang Yunfei, did Wu Minghui tell you that he will be coming back soon? Shin Yunyan suddenly raised her head. Wu Minghui? Does this woman also know Wu Minghui? Zhang Yunfei's face turned pale, but she still said timidly, Brother Mu Yun, Minghui said that he is on a business trip abroad and will be back in more than half a month. Impossible. Shin Yunyan was surprised. Impossible. Minghui clearly told me that he would never come back after he went abroad. When Yunyan and the other two girls saw this scene, their disgust towards Shin Yunyan deepened. They all watched coldly from the sidelines. Zhang Yunfei was frightened by Shin Yunyan, but he still said timidly, What I said is true. Minghui really went on a business trip abroad. Impossible. Shin Yunyan was completely stunned. Minghui clearly told me that he would never come back after he immigrated. He told me that he would never come back after he immigrated. Why is it a business trip? Shin Yunyan couldn't accept that Wu Minghui had lied to her. During this period, Shin Yunyan suffered too much hardship that she could not have imagined in the past. And it all started because Shin Yunyan went to see Wu Minghui off on the wedding day. Shin Yunyan kept persuading herself in her heart that Wu Minghui would never come back. It's nothing to sin at once. Because of this legitimacy, Shin Yunyan can continue to persevere. Say that all your efforts are valuable. But now I know from Zhang Yunfei that Wu Minghui was lying to me. These facts were really unacceptable to Shin Yunyan. Zhang Yunfei also looked at Shin Yunyan strangely. She had never heard Shin Yunyan's name from Wu Minghui. She was also wondering why Shin Yunyan had such a big reaction. Ning Yu Yin felt even more disgusted when he saw Shin Yunyan's shocked expression, with malice surging in his heart. He wanted Ning Yu Yin to play a trick on Shin Yunyan. Shin Yunyan, could it be that the Wu Minghui you two know is two different people? Shin Yunyan's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. The two of us definitely don't know the same person. The eyes of Yao Yun Jin and the other two girls looking at Shin Yunyan became increasingly cold. The corners of Ning Yu Yin's mouth curled up slightly, and the sarcasm in his smile was not concealed at all. Zhang Yunfei, show Shin Yunyan your WeChat. Let her feel at ease. Oh. When Zhang Yunfei heard that Ning Yu Yin was willing to talk to her, she quickly handed the phone to Shin Yunyan. Shin Yunyan snatched Zhang Yunfei's phone and opened WeChat to see. His eyes suddenly became dull and lifeless. The WeChat of Wu Minghui that Shin Yunyan had deleted before and the WeChat avatar on Zhang Yunfei's phone are exactly the same person. Could it be that the Wu Minghui that Zhang Yunfei mentioned is really the same person? Coincidentally, at this moment, Wu Minghui suddenly sent a voice call back to Jiang Yunfei. Shin Yunyin picked up the call regardless. Baby, I'm on the top of the Eiffel Tower now. I miss you so much. Wu Minghui's greasy voice shattered the last bit of fantasy in Shin Yunyin's heart. Wu Minghui was really lying to her. Thinking of the suffering she had endured because of Wu Minghui these days, Shin Yunyin instantly became furious. Wu Minghui, why did you lie to me? Yunyan, why are you here? Wu Minghui, why did you lie to me? Do you know what you've done to me? Yunyin, please listen to my explanation. Ning Yu snatched the phone directly from Shin Yunyin. Wu Minghui, did you hear that? Ning Yu. The smile on Ning Yun's face was extremely cold. Wu Minghui, you are a scumbag. Do you think that no one knows that you forced those girls to have abortions and jump off buildings? Ning Yun, don't slander me. When have I ever done those things? The smile on Ning Yun's face became more and more cruel. Wu Minghui, I heard that you will be returning to China in more than half a month. Ning Yun, what do you want to do? Ning Yun glanced at Shin Yunyin and Jiang Yunfei, who had dull eyes, and said with a sneer, Wu Minghui, I'll be waiting for you in China. I'll play with you this time. I will definitely kill you. Ning Yun hung up the phone after he finished speaking and threw it directly to Jiang Yunfei. Jiang Yunfei, who was in a daze, was a step late in catching the phone. The phone fell to the ground and the screen shattered. Jiang Yunfei looked at the broken phone with a dazed look in her eyes, facing Ning Yun's undisguised hostility. For the first time in her life, Jiang Yunfei felt fear from Ning Yun. Shin Yunyin, how about it? Are you going to see your childhood sweetheart off now? Ning Yun stared at Shin Yunyin and asked with a sneer. Shin Yunyin is really regretting it now. She ruined her own wedding, ruined a good husband, destroyed Shin's, ruined everything. It all started because of Wu Minghui's lies. Shin Yunyin's hatred towards Wu Minghui now reached its peak in a short period of time. But at the same time, the extreme regret made her feel suffocated. With anger and regret intertwined, Shin Yunyin could only shed tears helplessly. Mu Yun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone to see that scumbag Wu Minghui off. I shouldn't have ruined our wedding for him. I shouldn't have quarreled with you because of him. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Shin Yunyin burst into tears and wanted to go forward and grab Ning Yun's arm. Mu Yun, I was wrong. I really regret it. Can you please forgive me? I promise I will never meet Wu Minghui again. I officially break up with him. I'll listen to you from now on. I'll do whatever you say. Shall we remarry? Shall we? Chapter 204 Shin Yunyin. Don't regret it later. Roll! Ning Yun's son itard. Shin Yunyin staggered and fell to the ground. Looking at Ning Yun's cold face, Shin Yunyin felt so regretful that she almost died. Mu Yun, I was wrong. Ooh. Shin Yunyin, don't show your regret in front of me. I feel sick just looking at you now. Ning Yun's cold tone frightened the dazed Jiang Yunfei so much that she trembled all over. Why? Why did Brother Mu Yun become like this? Also, is Minghui really a scumbag? Did he really force other girls to have abortions and jump off buildings? Jiang Yunfei suddenly felt a strong sense of fear. Instinct drove her to get close to Ning Yun and get a sense of security from him. But now Ning Yun is so cold that it's scary. Jiang Yunfei didn't dare to get close at all. I can only stand there. Ning Yun didn't have time to pay attention to Jiang Yunfei. Shin Yunyin, stop howling here. Didn't you say I was unreasonable before? Didn't you say that I have no right to be angry because you saw Wu Minghui off? Didn't you say that you and Wu Minghui were childhood sweethearts? Every time Ning Yun said something, Shin Yunyin felt like she was stabbed in the heart. Endless regret surged from the bottom of my heart throughout my body. Shin Yunyin now wishes she could die together with Wu Minghui. Let's go! Ning Yun's sudden words startled Shin Yunyin so much that she trembled and her eyes narrowed. Mu Yun, where are we going? Ning Yun lokid don at Shin Yunyan. I was busy the past few days and couldn't take care of you. It just happened to happen today. The two of us are going to Uncle Zhao's law firm. I will transfer the 3 billion you transferred to me to your name. Don't want. Shin Yunyin's face turned pale, and she stepped forward to pull Ning Yun and begged bitterly. No, Mu Yun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things the other day. Please don't do this. Roll! Ning Yun pushed Shin Yunyin away. Shin Yunyin, I don't want to see you appear in front of me and disgust me again, I'm going to return the 3 billion to you right now. From now on, it doesn't matter if you want to hang out with your childhood sweetheart or other men. Now, we're leaving right away. Don't want. Shin Yuni cried bitterly and begged desperately. Yun, I was wrong. I already knew that Wu Minghui was lying. I'm really done with him this time. Please don't ignore me. Ning Yu Yin was filled with anger. Shin Yun, I said I would return it to you, and I will return it to you. I don't want your 3 billion. Take your 3 billion and get out of here. Don't bother me with these trivial matters. Yun, I was wrong. Shin Yun cried until her voice became hoarse. Yun, I really know I was wrong. I'll do anything if you forgive me. Please forgive me. Ning Yu Yin has lost the patience to continue to tangle with Shin Yun. Shin Yun, you have to pester me like this, right? Shin Yun was shocked when she heard the coldness in Ning Yu Yin's voice and begged bitterly. Yun, I just want you to forgive me. I'll do anything. Shin Yun, you really want to force me to take action, right? Shin Yun was so scared that she even stopped crying. Yun, what are you going to do? Ning Yin stared at Shin Yun coldly. I don't need to tell you again what Shin Shwani did in the summer when he was 18, right? Shin Yun's eyes narrowed, and she begged for mercy in fear. Yun, don't be impulsive. I just want you to forgive me. I don't mean anything else. Don't attack Shin. Ning Yin asked coldly. So, do you want the 3 billion or not? Shin Yun's eyes narrowed, and she pleaded in a low voice. Yun, I gave you the money. How can I take it back? After that, you'll continue to pester me, right? Yun, Shin Yun was choked for a moment and could not say anything anymore. Okay. A cold light flashed in Ning Yun's eyes. Even if it's just one mosquito, you can still hit it. Even if it's 2 flies, you can still swat them. Since Shin Yun is unwilling to give in, then let Shin Shwani go to jail with Ning Jiba. Shin Yun, I gave you a chance before. Don't regret it later. Yun, what do you want to do? Shin Yun panicked, grabbed Ning Yun tightly, and asked urgently. Get lost. Ning Yun kicked Shin Yun, and she fell down. Shin Yun lay on the ground and cried bitterly. Yun, no. Ning Yun never wants to see Shin Yun again. Sister Yunru, Yao Yun Jin, I have something else to do, and I'll leave first. Yao Yun Jin, Yunru, let's talk about our affairs later. Ning Yun said this and left. Shin Yun was left alone, crying on the ground. Yun, I was wrong. Shin Yun lay helplessly in the square, tears streaming down her face. I was wrong. Chapter 205 Ning Jiba. You are involved in a murder case. Ning Yun's cold back made Jiang Yunfei feel cold in her heart. Only now did she realize that Ning Yun, who had always loved her since childhood, was so unfamiliar. Brother Yun. Shin Yun slowly got up from the ground in sorrow and walked out in a daze. There was no sympathy in the eyes of Yao Yun Jin and the others. They looked at Shin Yun's distraught figure without saying a word. Only a few barely audible sighs could be heard quietly in my ears. Shin Yun doesn't deserve sympathy. She was originally the undisputed winner among the few people, standing on the pinnacle of victory early in the morning. Zhu Yunru, Wen Yunyan, Yao Yun Jin, and Ji Yuni have all tried to snatch Ning Yun from Shin Yun. But the affectionate Ning Yun has never had any thoughts about any woman other than Shin Yun. What seemed like an extremely precious treasure to Zhu Yunru and the others could have been easily obtained by Shin Yun. It was Shin Yun herself who gave up this good situation. She has already entered the marriage hall. As long as she doesn't go too far, Ning Yun will never divorce her. It's all her own fault. You have brought yourself to this state. Therefore, the girls would definitely not feel sympathy towards Shin Yun. Jiang Yunfei really wanted to ask Ning Yun, who was walking away, about the truth. But now Ning Yun was so cold that she was afraid and didn't dare to get close to him. Ms. Jiang Yunfei, we will start filming our movie in 2 days. I must prepare well in the next 2 days. The confused Jiang Yunfei then noticed that Zhu Yunru was also here and quickly greeted her. Yes, Chairman, everyone. Since Yun is left, I have to leave first too. Zhu Yunru smiled at the women and left the scene gracefully. Well, Miss Yao, Miss Jiang, if you two don't have anything else to do, I have to go back to work. After Wen Yun greeted the two of them, she slowly left. The only ones left at the scene were Yao Yun Jin with red hair and Jiang Yunfei with long flaxen hair. Jiang Yunfei was scared when she saw Yao Yun Jin. Don't dare to delay. Get ready to run. Well, I'm leaving too. Wait a moment. Jiang Yunfei froze and said timidly, Sister Yao, do you have anything else to do? Snort. Yao Yun Jin walked up to Jiang Yunfei and whispered, Jiang Yunfei, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Are you still hiding from me? Jiang Yunfei's voice changed with fear. No, no, I'm not hiding from you. Sister Yao. Yao Yun Jin looked Jiang Yunfei up and down and let out a breath. Come with me. I have something to ask you. Oh. Jiang Yunfei did not dare to delay and followed Yao Yunjing away. After a while, the two arrived at a cafe. Yao Yunjing ordered a cup of coffee for each of them. Jiang Yunfei sat opposite anxiously, afraid that Yao Yunjing would embarrass her. Bite! The stirring spoon hit the coffee cup hard. Jiang Yunfei was startled. Sister Yao, what's wrong? Yao Yunjing's eyes became serious and he stared at Jiang Yunfei coldly. Tell me, what did you do to Ning Yu Yin? Next day, in a VLP ward on the 3rd floor of the Magic City First Hospital, Ning Jiba, who was wrapped like a mummy and still staring at a bowling ball, felt extremely stressed when looking at the 4 bodyguards around him. He had already learned from Ning Sijia that Ning Yu Yin was planning to deal with him. Even though he hated Ning Yu Yin so much in his heart, Ning Jiba still acted very considerate. During the conversation with Ning Sijia and Ning Yan Jun, there was not a trace of blame towards Ning Yu Yin. Ning Jiba's green tea behavior made Ning Yan Jun even more ashamed. It also made Ning Sijia increase her protection of Ning Jiba. Ning Jiba felt much more at ease when he looked at the 4 bodyguards around him and Ning Yan Jun, who was accompanying him. There is no way, now that he has become a mummy, he can only place all his hopes on Ning Sijia and the others. Ning Jiba swore secretly in his heart, after I recover, I will tear Ning Yu Yin into pieces. Jibo, have some 8 treasure porridge. Ning Sijia walked in with 8 treasure porridge. Big sister, you've worked so hard. You're injured yourself, but you still have to take care of me. I really feel sorry for you. Even lying on the hospital bed, Ning Jibo never forgot his green tea character. Jibo, this is what a big sister should do. Come and drink it while it's hot. Ning Jibo was just about to eat some 8 treasure porridge when the door of the ward was suddenly kicked open. Ning Yu Yin walked into the room with a sneer. Hey, are you eating? Several people in the ward became alert instantly. Ning Yu Yin, you shameless scum, what are you doing here? Ning Sijia protected Ning Jibo behind her and stared at Ning Yu Yin. Me? I'll come and see if Ning Jibo is dead. Ning Yu Yin saw Ning Jibo staring at the bowling ball and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, Buckhugan boy, you're still alive? Ning Jibo's forehead was bulging with veins, but he managed to hide it well. He said pitifully, Brother Mu Yun, did I do something to upset you again? Why are you doing this to me? Yes, I have. Ning Yu Yin smiled slightly and nodded seriously. I'm really upset that you didn't die. You little bastard. How dare you curse Jibo like that? You two go up and teach him a lesson. Yes. 2 bodyguards rushed towards Ning Yu Yin. A cold light flashed in Ning Yu Yin's eyes. He kicked a bodyguard hard in the stomach. While falling, turn around and do a spinning kick. The 2 bodyguards groaned in pain under Ning Yu Yin's attack and fell back to their original positions. Waste! Ning Sijia cursed unhappily upon seeing this, and then stared at Ning Yu Yin. Ning Yu Yin, what on earth do you want to do here today? Are you here to cause trouble again? Snort! Ning Yu Yin snorted coldly. Going wild? Ning Sijia, you are the one who is going wild. Ning Yu Yin, what do you mean? Ning Sijia protected Ning Jibo behind her with an unfriendly look. What's the meaning? Ning Yu Yin chuckled and looked outside the door. You too, Ning Jibo is here. Can you come in? Who? Ning Sijia was surprised. Did Ning Yu Yin call other people? 2 policemen with serious faces walked into the ward. As soon as the 2 policemen stood firm, they took out a detention certificate. Who is Ning Jibo? You are involved in a murder case. Please come with us. Chapter 206 Ning Jibo was taken away. Impossible. Ning Sijia immediately became anxious. Impossible. How can my brother be involved in a murder case? Phew. Ning Yu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Ning Sijia, is Ning Jibo a pure and flawless white lotus in your eyes? There can't be any stain on him, right? Ning Yu Yin. Ning Sijia's eyes were filled with anger. If it weren't for Ning Yu Yin, Jibo wouldn't have been wrapped up like a mummy, lying on the bed, unable to move. Now, Ning Yu Yin dared to frame Ning Jibo and called the police over. Ning Sijia now wishes she could eat Ning Yin alive. Ning Sijia, you make me so scared. Ning Yin said this in a sarcastic tone, and his face turned cold. Ning Sijia, who do you think Ning Jiba is? Hasn't he done enough evil things? If you don't believe me, just ask your dear fourth sister and find out what dirty things Ning Jiba has done. Ning Sijia's face turned pale, and she quickly looked at Ning Yan Jun. Yan Jun, what's going on? Ning Yan Jun looked away and lowered her head. Sister, Jibo was indeed a little naughty in those years, but that's all in the past. He has changed now. Ning Sijia felt that something was wrong when she heard it. Naughty? What on earth did he do? Ning Yan Jun was choked for a moment. Sister, Jibo did so many things. How could I remember them all? When Ning Sijia saw that she couldn't get an answer from Ning Yan Jun, she looked at Ning Jibo, who was lying on the bed with a dazed face. Jibo, tell me, sister, what on earth did you do? Ning Jibo looked innocent. Sister, I didn't do anything. Nothing. Ning Muyun's eyes were filled with cold light. Ning Jibo, do you still remember Lu Yiting? Lu Yiting. Ning Jibo was stunned for a moment, and his face suddenly turned pale. Ning Sijia knew something was wrong at first glance. Jibo, what on earth did you do? Ning Sijia was almost dying of anxiety. Ning Jibo shook his head palely. Sister, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Nothing. Ning Miyun did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes at all. Ning Jibo, you didn't do anything. Why would Lu Yiting commit suicide? Ning Jibo's face turned pale, and he couldn't say anything anymore. Ning Sijia saw Ning Jibo's panicked face and looked at Ning Yan Jun beside her in panic. Yan Jun, tell me, who is this Lu Yiting? What did Jibo do to her? Ning Yan Jun's face turned pale, and her body trembled. Sister, Lu Yiting is... The two policemen didn't want to delay any longer. Everyone, if you have anything to say, you can go and find out privately. This is a detention certificate. We must first take Ning Jibo back to the police station for investigation. Seeing this, Ning Sijia didn't bother to find out the details, even if Ning Jibo had done some wrong things before. But the first priority now is to save Ning Jibo. Ning Jibo is now involved in a murder case, and the situation is very serious. We must first find out from Ning Jibo what happened. Then, let Ning Yan Jun teach him how to say it. This is the only way to get rid of Ning Jibo's guilt to the greatest extent. If the police were to take Jibo away now, Jibo would probably have something to say during the interrogation. By then, it will be irreversible. So, we must not let him be taken to the police station like this. Police comrade, wait a minute. Ning Sijia rushed to the police and said, My brother's arms and legs are broken. He can only lie in bed and can't move. How can he go back with you to investigate? The police looked serious. Madam, Ning Jibo is involved in a murder case. The situation is very serious. We must take him back to the police station for a detailed interrogation. Ning Sijia's face turned pale, and then she quickly looked at Ning Yan Jun, wanting Ning Yan Jun to come up with some solutions. As soon as Ning Yan Jun saw Ning Sijia's eyes, she knew what she was thinking. He quickly said, Comrade police officer, my brother is covered in wounds. According to the law, we should be able to release him on bail. The two policemen looked at Ning Yan Jun deeply and said, Miss, bail pending trial is something that happens after the criminal suspect enters the detention center. Mr. Ning Jibo needs to go to the police station with us now. When Ning Sijia saw that Ning Yan Jun was not able to do it either, she decided to settle for the next best thing. Let's keep Ning Jibo in the hospital first. Police comrade, can you be flexible? My brother can't leave with you right now. Can you ask questions here? We will never disturb you. The policeman looked very calm. Miss, before issuing a detention certificate for Ning Jibo, we have already learned about Mr. Ning Jibo's situation from Mr. Ning Yu Yin. Because this is a serious case, we specially prepared a police Iveco to take Ning Jibo away. Please cooperate with our work. Ning Sijia's face turned pale, and she looked at Ning Muyun with resentment. Ning Muyun smiled modestly at Ning Sijia and said kindly, Ning Sijia, you don't have to look at me with such gratitude. This is what I should do. Ning Muyun. Ning Sijia started at Ning Muyun. She now understands that the police came prepared this time. We will never give them the chance to collude with Ning Jibo. Ning Jibo can't escape this time no matter what. Ning Yan Jun looked at Ning Muyun with trembling body. Is this Ning Muyun's revenge on Jibo? Ning Jibo also realized that something was wrong at this time, and hurriedly looked at Ning Yan Jun and Ning Sijia. Big sister. Fourth sister. Please save me. The two sisters turned pale, but didn't know how to start. The two policemen didn't want to delay any longer. You two, if there is no problem, then we will take Ning Jiba to the police station first. We still need to go back and investigate carefully. With a bang, Mei Yuan and Ning Luoling pushed the door open and walked in. He was surprised to see two policemen and Ning Yin standing at the door. Yin, why did you bring the police to Jibo's ward? Ning Yin glanced at Mei Yuan coldly, without saying a word. Ning Xijie explained with embarrassment. Mom, the police said Jibo was involved in a murder case. They want to take him back to investigate the case. Murder? Mei Yuan was so shocked that her heart sank. What's going on? How could Jibo kill someone? Ning Luoling was also dumbfounded. Kill? Ning Jibo actually killed someone? Ning Xijie glared at Ning Yin fiercely. Mom, Ning Yin was the one who did this. He was the one who called the police. Did Yin do this? Mei Yuan looked at Ning Yin in surprise. Kid, why are you doing this? Everyone, if you have anything to say, you can talk in private. We are taking Ning Jibo away now. As the two policemen spoke, they walked forward and prepared to take Ning Jibo away. Ning Jibo immediately became anxious. Mom, save me. I didn't kill anyone. Mei Yuan no longer had time to question Ning Yin and ran to the police in panic. Police comrade, my son is a very good boy. He would never kill anyone. Did you make a mistake? The police officer said sternly. Madam, our detention certificates are based on facts. We will never wrongly accuse anyone. But my son really didn't kill anyone. How can you arrest him without any evidence? The two policemen's faces changed. Lady, please watch your words. After the police warned him, he wanted to take Ning Jibo away. Mei Yuan panicked and quickly blocked the police. No, you can't just take my son away like this. The faces of the two policemen also turned gloomy. Madam, please do not obstruct public service. Otherwise, we will arrest you for obstructing public service. Mom! Ning Luoling quickly grabbed Mei Yuan and said, Mom, don't do anything stupid. Police comrade, my mother will never interfere with public duties. There is no best. The two policemen snorted coldly and pushed Ning Jibo out. The bodyguards that Ning Xijie had hired at a huge price could only stand there, unable to do anything. Mom, big sister, save me. I really didn't kill anyone. Ning Jibo was still shouting at the top of his lungs outside. Son, Mei Yuan still wants to run away. Ning Luoling quickly grabbed Mei Yuan and said, Mom, don't be impulsive. We will definitely be able to rescue Jibo later. Don't be impulsive. Ning Jibo was still trying to straighten his neck and shout for help. Mom, big sister, save me. Son, Jibo. Mei Yuan and Ning Xijie were both going crazy. But the warning from the police just now made them dare not act anymore. They could only stand there and watch the police push Ning Jibo into the elevator. Mom, save me. As the elevator door slowly closed, Ning Jibo was eventually taken away by the police. Mei Yuan's body went limp and she collapsed to the ground in dismay. So, Chapter 207 Ning Yin. Dare to teach me a lesson? Seeking death.